Chapter 33:33. The light god sun had been captured. All the big cities near the myriad god mountain range obediently shut their mouths. They did not dare to boast. They were originally counting on the light temple to display their might, but it seemed that the strength of the two was much more terrifying than they imagined. The light god sun, who had fused with his totem, had been captured by the other party. Those who wanted to see Lin Fei suffer no longer had any expectations. Fortunately, they did not go to cheer. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. They might even have to spend a lot of money. Who could endure that? The light temple is going to have a headache. What a strong enemy. Those who had witnessed this scene were now well behaved. Divine Son of Light, look at you. You've come all the way here. What's the point? The light god sun had woken up. His strength had disappeared without a trace. He had actually been sealed by someone. The light god sun was startled. His entire face turned pale. Without his strength, he was nothing. I still underestimated you. The light god sun recovered. But you should not have captured me. Being the light god sun, my influence is not as simple as you think. Lin Fei sat in front of the light god sun. I know. It is simply the light temple sending a stronger opponent to capture me. Lin Fei laughed. But the strongest one is just a cosmos god. Who knows, he might even fuse with his totem. One of my subordinates can defeat you. You said that the experts in your temple are. He ignored him. The light god sun opened his mouth. He originally wanted to say that the light temple had many experts, and it was easy for them to deal with him. But thinking about himself, he had been defeated so thoroughly even after fusing with his totem. If you capture me, you will not have a good ending. The light god sun gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. No, no. Lin Fei smiled as he shook his head. In my opinion, you are very valuable, very valuable. I believe that the Temple of Light will be very happy to take out a large amount of power of faith to redeem you. Do you know, from the moment you appeared, you were a high-quality hostage in my eyes? Do you feel very honored? The light god sun felt that this was the most inconceivable thing he had ever heard. Hostage. What a novel title. And the light god sun had nothing to refute. I don't think that's a good title. The divine son of light tried his best to remain calm, but for some reason, he really wanted to kill this guy. The divine son of light was being used as a hostage. Even if he survived, he would become a big joke. Since you're awake, let's go. Lin Fei smiled as he took out a white warship from his interspatial ring. This battleship belonged to the divine prince of light. Now it had become Lin Fei's trophy. Where to? Of course it's to leave this place. Lin Fei said, the myriad god continent is so huge. I have to experience it and promote it. The divine prince of light did not want to leave with them. Once he left this place, he would become a huge joke. Everyone knew how shameful it was for one of the top geniuses of the younger generation to be kidnapped for ransom. After boarding the warship, Yi Xian stood on the battleship. He Yuan steered the battleship in a certain direction, leaving only the silhouette of the battleship behind. He's gone, he's finally gone. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, I can harm others. Haha. The city lords of the big cities all felt relieved. It was great that Wanshan City had been destroyed. Otherwise, who wouldn't be nervous about such a neighbor? They had all been blackmailed for billions of power of faith. It was great that he was gone. They hoped he would not come back. On the battleship, Lin Fei was enjoying the beautiful scenery. However, for the divine prince of light, everything had become a mess along the way. He had become a captive. He was a hostage. On both sides of the battleship hung the elders of the Temple of Light, which made the divine prince of light feel even more embarrassed. No, absolutely not. I represent the Temple of Light, and I'm the divine prince of light. Once I become a hostage, it will be a permanent stain on my reputation. The divine prince of light kept thinking. He had to deal with this. Your Excellency, if you plan to take me to the Temple of Light to ask for a ransom, I think there is one thing that I believe you will be interested in, and you will be very interested in it. The divine prince of light thought to himself. I'm unlucky, and so are you. When everyone becomes a hostage, my stain naturally won't be considered a stain, because everyone will be the same. Lin Fei laughed. You're not being honest. Are you plotting something again? Do you think it's possible? The Divine Prince of Light shook his head. I just think that this matter is very suitable for you to hear. Could it be that you don't even have the guts? Tell me about it. Lin Fei was not worried that the Divine Prince of Light would play any tricks. As for the masters of the Temple of Light coming for revenge, it was even more impossible. The Divine Prince of Light was not that kind of stupid. Your Excellency, you are not a native of the great continent of myriad gods. In another month, a grand event will begin in the great continent of myriad gods. At that time, all the geniuses of the great continent of myriad gods will gather together. Your Excellency, don't you think this is a great thing? The Divine Prince of Light said. We call this grand event the Convention of Geniuses. Convention of Geniuses. Lin Fei understood. From the Divine Prince of Light's words, Lin Fei knew what he was planning. He wanted Lin Fei to capture the hostages himself. Only the Divine Prince of Light could come up with such an idea. However, it had to be said that this matter was really in line with Lin Fei. He needed a large amount of power of faith. If the geniuses were present, they would all be huge hostages. As for becoming public enemies, Lin Fei was even less worried. Lin Fei glanced at the Divine Prince of Light and smiled. The Divine Prince of Light felt a chill in his heart when Lin Fei glanced at him. He said without hesitation, "Actually, I'm quite useful. For example, I can help you filter out the most valuable hostages." These words resonated with Lin Fei's heart. Lin Fei did not know the geniuses of the great continent of myriad gods, nor did He Yuan, who was beside him. It would be best if the Divine Prince of Light led the way. He would be able to figure out who was a genius and what was valuable. Anyway, to Lin Fei, as long as they were valuable, it was fine. You're still useful. Then lead the way. Lin Fei smiled. If you do well, perhaps I can reduce your ransom. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now that things had come to this, the Divine Prince of Light could only take it one step at a time. Of course, he also hoped that this guy would become a public enemy. Whether or not he would pay the ransom was another matter. However, he still had to be honest for now. The Divine Prince of Light could not afford to offend this person. Chapter 33-34. Myriad God Continent. Recently, a piece of big news had broken out. The Divine Light Son of the Divine Light Temple had been captured alive by a mysterious expert who had emerged from the Myriad God Mountain range. He had also demanded a ransom from the Divine Light Temple. At first, no one took the news seriously. Who was the Divine Light Son? He was the pride of the Divine Light Temple and not someone anyone could capture. But as the news came out from the big city of the Myriad God Mountain range, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. A mysterious man's subordinate had defeated the Divine Light Son, and he had even fused with the Divine Light Son's totem. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem very realistic. After that, the two mysterious men disappeared without a trace. The matter of the Divine Light Son being captured became confusing. The Divine Light Temple even released news that this matter was a rumor. The dignified Divine Light Son would not become a captive, and everything was malicious. As the face of the Divine Light Temple, no one was willing to accept such slander. Moreover, the Divine Light Temple had not received any news so far. For a moment it was hard to tell the truth from the lies. Myriad God Continent. Somewhere in the sky, the black warship was advancing at a steady pace. Master, we are reaching our destination. Ever since they left the ruined Myriad Mountain City, Yi Xiaolong had not come out of the cabin. Everything was under Black Yuan's control. As for the Divine Light Son, he had been well behaved from beginning to end. With his strength sealed, he would be smashed into a meat patty if he fell off the warship. This was the huge impact of the seal on his strength. The Divine Light Son had to behave pretty fast. Lin Fei came out of the cabin and came to the deck, enjoying the scenery of the Myriad God Continent. The Divine Light Son also came to the deck of the warship. In the sky, Lin Fei's warship was not the only one. Not far away, 7 or 8 other warships appeared, and the decks of each warship were filled with young people. They are all going to participate in the Convention of Geniuses. It can be considered an eye-opener. The Divine Light Sun stood behind Lin Fei and said in a low voice. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It seems that this Convention of Geniuses is very interesting. The youths on those warships were all quite strong. If they were outside, they would all be considered experts. City Lord Wanyan followed. My lord, I heard that the Genius Convention is very interesting. Every time there is a Genius Convention, geniuses gather together. For this reason, they even created a 10,000 God Genius list to record geniuses with a certain level of strength. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Radiant Divine Sun, may I know your ranking on the 10,000 deities Heaven's chosen list? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Divine Son of Light could have replied proudly, but when he thought about the person in front of him, he immediately lost his temper and said honestly, I'm ranked 10th. Lin Fei blinked. No way, you're only ranked 10th. You really disappoint me. The Radiant God Sun cursed inwardly. The Myriad God continent is so huge. I'm already very impressive to be ranked 10th, alright? The Myriad God continent is very big. They are indeed stronger than me. Light God Sun said. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. That means that the top 9 geniuses will all come here? The Radiant God Sun nodded vigorously. Definitely. Anyone in the top 10 of the 10,000 deities Heaven's chosen list can enter the 10,000 God Grand Hall and receive the blessings of the 10,000 gods. No one is willing to miss this opportunity. City Lord Wan Yan's little brother had always been paying attention to his lord. When he heard that his lord was interested, he immediately explained. My lord, the 10,000 God Grand Hall is rumored to be left behind by the number 1 expert of this continent. City Lord Wan Yan explained. Later on, the 10,000 God Grand Hall was taken over by the factions of the Myriad God continent. Later on, the 10,000 deities Heaven's chosen list was created to motivate the younger generation. Then I really have to go and take a look. Radiant Divine Sun, you bastard. Weren't you captured? Why are you here? At this moment, a golden warship appeared in the sky. An unfriendly voice could be heard. The Radiant Divine Sun was obedient towards Lin Fei, but the others could not suppress him at all. Even though his strength was sealed, his ferocious aura did not change. You're not happy that I'm not captured, are you? The Radiant Divine Sun sneered. You will never be qualified to be in the top 10 of the 10,000 deities Heaven's chosen list. You can only obediently eat dirt behind me. On the golden warship was a big fatty. He did not look old, but he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. When he squinted his small eyes, they shone brightly. He did not look easy to get along with. That might not be the case. The big fatty said proudly. This time, my name will definitely be on the 10,000 deities Heaven's chosen list. You are just relying on your totem fusion. City Lord Wan Yan recognized the other party. My lord, that person is the young master of the 3rd Chamber of Commerce in the Myriad God continent, Fang Qian. The 3rd Chamber of Commerce? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was a good hostage. The Radiant Divine Sun rolled his eyes. He turned to Lin Fei and said, My lord, that damn fatty is the young master of the Fang Chamber of Commerce in the Myriad God continent. He is also the only young master. He is extremely wealthy. The Radiant Divine Sun had been captured as a captive. Naturally, he could not bear to see others doing well. He wanted to drag them all down with him. Lin Fei looked at the fatty, Fang Qian. With a simple glance, he could tell that every treasure the fatty had was extremely valuable. It was not something that just anyone could have. Fatty, is your family rich? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Fang Qian's talent was average, but he had a large chamber of commerce backing him. He was rolling in money and had all sorts of treasures on him. His strength had skyrocketed. In the Myriad God continent, there was a saying. It did not matter if you did not have strength as long as you had money. You could buy large amounts of treasures to increase your strength. Fang Qian was one of the representatives. The Fong Chamber of Commerce backing him was the third chamber of commerce in the Myriad God continent. He could have whatever he wanted. Master Fong's family is rolling in money. Are you tempted? Fong Qian said proudly. Don't think that you are awesome just because you are with the radiant divine sun. Let me tell you a secret. Anyway, it will be announced soon. My family has prepared a one-time totem fusion for me. This time, my name will definitely be on the chosen list. Fong Qian was clearly flaunting his wealth. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. A totem fusion might be nothing in the eyes of a cosmos god, but in the eyes of a hierarch expert, it was a supreme treasure. Captured. Lin Fei chuckled. Coming to the Myriad God continent, Lin Fei did so to accumulate his prestige. Since he had captured the radiant divine sun, what could a young master from the third chamber of commerce amount to? He would still capture him. After all, he was just a hostage. This was something that could not be changed. Fong Qian, who was on the golden warship, heard everything clearly. His face could not help but flash with astonishment. Capture me? Brat, do you know who I am? Fong Qian's face flashed with anger. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are with the radiant divine sun. Lin Fei chuckled. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance anymore. Because Black Yuan had acted. His thick palm stretched out. It became so huge that it covered the sky. It enveloped the golden warship. With a clap of his fingers, ka-cha, the golden warship's defenses collapsed. The experts within the warship exploded one after another. The smell of blood filled the air. Fong Qian did not even have the time to resist. That hand grabbed his neck. With a lift, he was thrown in front of Lin Fei. How is it? Am I right? You, who are you? Fong Qian's expression became flustered. The radiant divine sun chuckled. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. You are the same as me. Both of us have become hostages. We are brothers in hardship. How is it? Are you happy? Chapter 33-35. We have reached the place. Myriad God City. It was the most unique place. Within the Myriad God Great Continent, there were several unique places. One was the Myriad God Mountain Range, where the flowers, grass, and trees could be formed from divine abilities. If one was careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Other than that, the Myriad God City was similarly a unique place. This huge city could be said to be the most ancient existence. From the moment the Myriad God Great Continent came into existence, the Myriad God City had existed. If it was just a huge city, it might not be worth much attention. But beneath this huge city was the entrance to the Myriad God Palace, and the significance of its existence was different. Currently, the Myriad God City was controlled by the 10 great superpowers. It was precisely because there were many superpowers in the Myriad God Great Continent that even they did not dare to claim that they had a share of the resources. Hence, after some hesitation, they created a Myriad God Heaven's chosen list to shut everyone's mouths. The Myriad God City was huge. Outside the Myriad God City, there were many battleships docked. There were many young people entering the Myriad God City to participate in the Heaven's Chosen List contest. Even though only the top 10 could become famous in the Myriad God Great Continent, in reality, the bottom 10 were similarly qualified to enter the Myriad God Peak. Otherwise, how could the 10 spots shut everyone's mouths? There are quite a few experts protecting the Myriad God City. Standing on the battleship, Lin Fei swept his gaze across the place before activating the scanning system. What a fellow. It is indeed a place controlled by the 10 great superpowers. Even an expert would do such a thing. This should be the power of totems. There are actually 10 cosmos gods here, and deep underground, there is another existence stronger than 10 cosmos gods. After scanning through the entire place, Lin Fei felt startled inwardly. It was impossible for the 10 great superpowers to control such a place without some capabilities. In the Myriad God Great Continent, there were more than just these 10 superpowers that left behind Cosmos God corpses. As a trade association, they could obtain a one-time fusion totem, much less others. If the 10 great superpowers did not have any experts protecting the place, this unique place would have long been occupied by others. My current prestige has broken through to 6 trillion. With the 10 superpowers working together, and even if that existence underground appears, there is no need for me to fear anything. Lin Fei squinted. This is a truly good place. He Yuan stood beside Lin Fei. Master, are we going to arrest them now, or? The divine son of light and Fang Qian were no longer angry, especially Fang Qian. After being taught a lesson for a while, he became well-behaved. The two of them glanced at each other, their thoughts almost the same. These two fellows are too crazy. They even dared to capture people in a place controlled by the top 10 forces. Why don't they take a look at themselves first? In Myriad God City, no one dared to be insolent. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "No hurry. Let's go in and have a look first. We'll take action when all the top 10 sovereigns are here. By the way, it should be the 9 sovereigns. I believe the divine Son of Light will be happy to point them out." Crazy. Absolute madness. The divine Prince of Light really hoped that this guy would suffer a huge setback in the city of 10,000 gods. Others might not know the true details of the city of Wanshan, but the divine Son of Light was well aware of it. Furthermore, he knew it very well. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this place was a dragon's lair and tiger's den. After paying 40,000 power of faith, Lin Fei and company entered Myriad God City. In Myriad God City, no matter who it was, they had to abide by the rules. When they entered Myriad God City, there were tall statues in the distance. They were abnormally eye-catching. The statues were lined up on both sides. There were 5 statues on each side, making a total of 10 statues. The 10 statues all looked different. Some were glaring angrily, some were chatting happily, some were expressionless, and some were filled with cold killing intent. There were all kinds of expressions. Those are the top 10 leaders of Myriad God City, the divine Prince of Light said. He looked especially pleased when he looked at one of the statues. Lin Fei had long noticed the statues, because these statues were different from the others. They had dense power of faith on them and could release a terrifying attack. After so many years, no one dared to underestimate the power of the 10 statues. No one dared to underestimate these statues. Not bad statues. Lin Fei didn't care at all. The power of faith was so strong that it might be a huge threat to others, and could even cause them to perish. But to him, the 10 statues were nothing more than chunks of juicy meat. That's right, in Lin Fei's eyes, these statues were fat meat. Fat meat with oil dripping down his mouth. Lin Fei was extremely happy. The divine Prince of Light had really introduced a good place to him. Therefore, Lin Fei specially went to where the statues were and quietly looked around. When he left, his smile was exceptionally bright. "Divine Prince, you are really fine. The news outside is indeed a rumor. How could Lord Divine Prince be captured? I wonder who is so despicable as to spread such news." Just as Lin Fei left the statue, a surprised voice came from behind him. A black-robed man walked up to the divine Prince of Light with a happy expression. The corner of the divine prince's eyes twitched and his face turned cold. "Humph. This divine prince is fine." The man did not notice the change in the divine prince's expression and continued. "Lord Divine Prince is right. How could those guys know how powerful Lord Divine Prince is? The divine prince really wanted to hack this guy into pieces. What a blind guy. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. If he was strong, his strength would not have been sealed." Scram. The divine Prince of Light's face was burning. "Scram as far as you can. Don't disturb my good mood." The black-robed man did not understand for a moment. Lord Divine Prince was fine just a moment ago. Why did he ask him to scram in the next second? "But, Lord Divine Prince, the elder wants you to go back. Go back and tell them that this divine prince is busy. Don't bother me." The divine prince's voice was cold. "Scram. Lord, this is my residence. At this time, the inns outside are all full. I can stay here, and no one will disturb me," the divine Prince of Light said carefully. Lin Fei swaggered into the residence. The area was not very big, and the surrounding environment was quiet. It was a nice place to stay. "This place is not bad. I like it." Lin Fei smiled. Get someone to ask if the 9 geniuses have arrived. By the way, Fatty, you can send a message to your father. 5 billion power of faith will let you go. 5 billion power of faith? The Chamber of Commerce that Fang Qian belonged to was very rich. However, 5 billion power of faith was also a huge number. 6 billion. Lin Fei smiled. I'll contact him right away. Right away. Fang Qian's expression changed and he quickly agreed. He was afraid that if he said another word, it would become 7 billion. There was nothing better than being alive. Remember, it's 3 days. After 3 days, you'll get an additional 100 million power of faith every day. Lin Fei added with a smile. Chapter 33-36. Myriad God City. As the Myriad God Genius Tournament was about to begin, the inns in Myriad God City became overcrowded. Almost all the elites of the Myriad God continent had come. This was especially so for the geniuses ranked in the top 30 of the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list. The arrival of every genius would cause a great commotion. These geniuses would improve every year, which meant that there would be changes in every heaven's chosen convention. Perhaps a genius ranked in the top 30 last time could charge into the top 20 this time, or even the top 10. Such a situation was very normal. There would always be a few dark horses at the genius tournament. The tournament of geniuses momentarily suppressed everything that happened in the Myriad God continent. Everyone's attention was focused on it. Not only was the younger generation looking forward to it, but the older generation was also paying attention. In the Myriad God continent, almost everything had to be pushed aside. Is this the place? A group of people arrived in front of the Radiant God's residence. One of them was burly like a large ball. This is the place. We've confirmed it. I don't understand why the Radiant God would be involved in such a matter. A confidant beside him said softly. Thankfully, this place was not very conspicuous, so no one cared. Humph, if this matter really has something to do with the Radiant God, I want him to give me an explanation. The person was Fang Qian's father, Fang Datong, a very ordinary name. The Fang family Chamber of Commerce is not so easily bullied. Hearing that his son had been kidnapped and demanded 5 billion power of faith, Fang Datong was infuriated. He had wanted to charge over with experts, but after learning that the location was the Radiant God's residence, Fang Datong changed his mind and decided to come over to understand the situation. In the Myriad God continent, the Radiant Temple had a great influence. As the third largest chamber of commerce in the continent, the Fang family Chamber of Commerce was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Radiant God, I want you to give me an explanation for this matter. Fang Datong was brought into the hall. He immediately saw his son, Fang Qian. Thankfully, he was not injured. At the same time, he looked at the Radiant God and asked in an unfriendly tone. Fang Datong did not need to give the younger generation any face. The Radiant God knew that. The person you're looking for is not me, the Radiant God said indifferently. Who else should I look for if not you? Fang Datong was relentless. At this moment, Fang Qian hurriedly said, Father, you are mistaken. This matter has nothing to do with the Radiant God. This has nothing to do with the Radiant God. Empathize with each other? How smart was Fang Datong? He immediately thought of something that happened recently. Could it be that it was true? If that was the case, then he was far too bold. I am the one you are looking for. Lin Fei smiled as he walked out. He Yuan followed behind him expressionlessly. Fang Datong originally thought that it would be someone he knew, but it turned out to be a young man. He was so young that Fang Datong found it unbelievable. How dare you kidnap my son? Fang Datong's eyes were fixed on him. Lin Fei sat down unhurriedly. Who asked me to be short of money recently? Your son just happened to bump into me. This person's luck is bad, and all kinds of troubles come his way. What do you think? Fang Datong had a bad feeling. The fellow in front of him was not just an ordinary person's guts. He even dared to talk to him like this. As for fighting face to face, Fang Datong wasn't that kind of person. If someone dared to come see him, it meant that they weren't afraid of him. Fang Datong was very clear about this point. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not afraid. I don't even care about the Radiance Temple, let alone you. Hand over the 5 billion power of faith. I'm very busy. Fong Datong wasn't confident here. Even the Radiance Godson was sitting obediently. It was obvious that this matter was more serious than he had imagined. This person wasn't someone easy to deal with. I'll give it to you. Fong Datong gritted his teeth. However, it's not that easy to take my money. Many people have said that, but none of them have come true. Lin Fei smiled. All right, if you want to take revenge on me personally, you must bring enough money. You're worth more than your son. Don't you think so? Fong Datong had dealt with many people before. However, this was the first time Fong Datong had met such a person. He was like a stone in a latrine pit, extremely difficult to deal with. He handed over the 6 billion power of faith. Fong Datong took his son away, and the seal on his body was also released. After leaving the Radiance Godson's residence, Fong Datong brought his son back to the Chamber of Commerce branch. There was a Chamber of Commerce branch in Myriad God City. Father, I feel that it's best if you don't take revenge. You should even treat this matter as if it never happened. Branch within the study room. Fong Qian directly said. Why? Fong Datong knew of his son's character. After suffering such a huge loss, he would definitely take revenge. Yet now he was asked to give up. Sir, father should not know how I was captured. From the start to the end, that young man did not act at all. Instead, it was that subordinate at the back who acted. With just a single move, I was defeated. Fong Qian recalled that scene. Even now, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Terrifying. That was truly too frightening. One move. Huh. Fong Datong turned silent. A subordinate defeated his son with a single move, and even under the protection of the battleship? Did that mean that the other party had the strength of a cosmos god? How could this be possible? Father, there's still something you don't know. Fong Qian said. You should not know that that person came to Myriad God City not to participate in the Heaven's Chosen Convention. Instead, he captured all the top 10 geniuses in one fell swoop, using them as meat hostages. That was why he obtained a huge amount of power of faith. Fong Datong felt his heart trembling. He must be crazy. This is the Myriad God City. Even he was shocked by the news. If this news was spread by others, Fong Datong would not care. But since it came from his son, it was different. That person was a madman. Who gave him the guts to create trouble in the Myriad God City? From ancient times until now, nobody dared to create trouble here. Just those 10 sculptures alone had the strength of a cosmos god. Who could stop them? Fong Datong finally understood why they could not take revenge. Daring to act against the top 10 geniuses was disregarding everyone and all superpowers. That was audacious. Their Fong Clan Merchant Guild was rich and overbearing. If they were to send themselves to their doorstep, they would suffer a huge blow to their foundation. But I can't swallow this anger. Fong Datong could not swallow the anger of losing 6 billion power of faith. Father, actually, this matter isn't a bad thing to us. You have to think about it. What would happen if that person succeeded? Fong Qian's eyes flashed. Succeeded? Why? Fong Datong stopped. His face revealed a look of horror. There is an unimaginable business opportunity in this. Fong Qian chuckled. Chapter 33-37. The first hostage had brought him 6 billion power of faith. Lin Fei was in a very good mood. There was indeed a reason why the Fong Chamber of Commerce could become the third largest chamber of commerce. He was not worried that Fong Datong would seek revenge. As a qualified businessman, he would not be so stupid as to do such a thing. Arrange for people to keep an eye on the other 9 elites. Once they arrive, inform me immediately, Lin Fei said to the Radiant God. At this moment, the Radiant God did not dare to do anything. Fong Datong had taken the initiative to send over the power of faith. He did not even dare to say anything harsh after the incident. From this point, it was clear that this fellow had them in his grasp. Don't worry, Lord. I will arrange it immediately. The day before the convention of geniuses approached, the Radiant God had arranged for people to keep an eye on them, and the information was sent back one by one. In order to make Lin Fei's matter even bigger, the Radiant God specially took out a set of information. This information was all about the origins of the powerful elites of the Myriad God continent, including the factions behind them. The Radiant God was truly evil. Even though he was now a captive, it did not mean that he could not do something. Lin Fei did not care about the Radiant God's little scheme at all. With this information, Lin Fei had a detailed understanding of the young elites of the Myriad God continent. In his opinion, these people were all hostages. Just this trip to the Myriad God continent alone was enough for Lin Fei to gain a lot of prestige. This was truly a blessed land for him. Lord, the elites on the list are all here. The Radiant God came to report. The Convention of Geniuses will officially begin tomorrow. I heard that elites in the top 10 like you do not need to go through the preliminaries and can directly enter the finals to accept the challenges of the people below? Lin Fei asked. The Radiant God nodded. Yes, the Convention of Geniuses is different from others. The top 30 are allowed to challenge the top 20 to challenge the top 10, and so on. As long as they win, they can continue to challenge and replace their previous positions. Therefore, the top 10 only need to wait for others to challenge them. Lin Fei really did not want to fight so quickly. He had his eyes on this Myriad God city. On the day of the Convention of Geniuses, the sun was shining brightly and the weather was very good. Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, stood next to the divine Son of Light. He did not stand out at all. To everyone else, he was just a follower. As a genius like the Godson, it was normal for him to have a few followers. For some reason, the radiant Son of God felt a tinge of excitement in his heart. This fellow was probably the only one who dared to cause trouble in Myriad God City. He was eager to see how this fellow would die. No one who acted presumptuously in Myriad God City had a good ending. The Divine Prince of Light was really looking forward to this moment. It was not a good thing to become a captive in the hands of others. They're all here. Lin Fei, the Divine Son of Light, and the others arrived at the city of 10,000 gods, which was where the 10 statues were. At this time, the center of the square had been cleared, and several large arenas had been built. There were spirit arrays around the arenas, and on the periphery of the square, there were youths of similar ages. In any Heaven's Chosen convention, most of the people who came were young people. The top 10 geniuses were their idols. There were also some who amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. It could be said that the Genius Convention was full of highlights. Divine Son, this way please. When the Divine Son of Light arrived at the square, someone immediately came to greet him. The Divine Son of Light was used to it, but it was different from the past. This time there was a powerful expert with him, and he had come as a captive. This was not a good feeling, a very bad feeling. If he could, he would not have been very happy to come, but the other party was stronger than him. The strength that he was so proud of had been directly sealed by the other party. The Divine Son of Light snorted a few times. In the center of the square there was a grandstand, and there were many young people standing there. Each of them had a powerful aura, as if they were looking down on the world. Brother Light, you're finally here. I thought you were captured. As soon as the Divine Son of Light arrived, an untimely voice followed. Lin Fei looked over and recognized the person. It was the Divine Dark Son of the Divine Darkness Temple. The Divine Dark Son was dressed in a black robe, and almost half of his face was covered by the black robe, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His body was surrounded by a black mist. Brother Dark, you must be joking. Who do you think I am? I am the Divine Dark Son of Light. Who do you think can capture me? I don't know which bastard deliberately spread the news. Could it be the Divine Darkness Temple? The Divine Dark Son said fiercely. The Divine Dark Son and the Divine Light Son actually had similar status in their respective temples. The Divine Dark Son and the Divine Light Son, these two Divine Dark Sons, had always been fighting non-stop. Either one was on top of the other, or the other was on top of the other. Until now, everyone was about the same. That's a pity, the Divine Dark Son said. Ever since the news spread that the Divine Light Son had been captured, he was undoubtedly the happiest. It would be even better if he could kill him, He even wanted to pay a visit to the person who did it. Unfortunately, the Divine Light Sun was still fine. When the Divine Dark Sun and the Divine Light Sun were fighting, the surrounding geniuses looked as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Darkness, you're really something. How can you believe rumors? At this time, another elite cultivator tried to mediate the situation. Although the top 10 geniuses were all outstanding geniuses, they also knew how to form cliques and small groups. The internal conflicts were also very fierce. Another genius said, "It's rare that everyone is here. Why fight over such a small matter? Don't you think so?" The Divine Light Sun was not in the mood to quarrel with them. "Humph! I'll give face to everyone and let this matter go," the Divine Light Sun snorted. Without batting an eyelid, Lin Fei recognized all the prodigies present. "Sir, that is the Divine Dark Sun. He is ranked 9th, the Divine Light Sun said. The Divine Son of Light said, "The two mediators are Divine Supremacy Tianman and Divine Supremacy Lu Xing." The Divine Light Sun introduced them one by one. At the same time, he looked at them one by one. Anyway, he did not plan to perform anything today. After all, whether the convention of geniuses could be successfully held was still unknown. The young geniuses on the high platform felt strange when the Divine Light Sun glanced at them. This kind of behavior did not seem very good no matter how they looked at it. He was very different from the usual Divine Light Sun. They instinctively felt that the way he looked at them was like looking at goods. Goods? When this thought popped up, even they themselves felt that it was unbelievable. What was the Divine Light Sun doing today? Chapter 33-38. Son of Light God did not care what they were thinking. He introduced them one by one. That is the first-ranked son of myriad gods. Son of Light God looked at the son of myriad gods. His tone became much lower. He is a quasi-cosmos god. The words quasi-cosmos god proved how strong the other party was. That was a position that Son of Light God could only dream of. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach that position. This step was too difficult. The son of myriad gods is also the only son of the myriad god city master. Son of Light God added. That son of myriad gods had more than a dozen auras surrounding him. Every aura was tyrannical and terrifying, giving others an intense, suffocating feeling. Lin Fei had long noticed the other party. The aura on this person was different. With more than a dozen auras fused together, it was not something anyone could withstand. This son of myriad gods was quite famous. To Lin Fei, he was just famous. That means everyone is here. The edge of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly. Son of Light God felt an inexplicable chill. Everyone is here. Lin Fei chuckled. Then we can begin. Lin Fei was not interested in the Heaven's Favorites convention. What he cared about was the backing behind these hostages. That was a huge amount of faith energy. As long as he could complete this deal, just thinking about it would make him excited. If not for such a good thing like the Heaven's Favorites convention, Lin Fei would have wasted quite a lot of time in the Myriad God Great Continent. His goal this time was to head to the Star River Prefecture. Who is that person? Why did he land on the arena, unless it has begun? That doesn't seem right. That person looks unfamiliar. Suddenly, a figure landed on the arena at the center of the public square, causing quite a commotion. The majority of people on the arena were unfamiliar. But not far away, a young man's expression changed slightly. He revealed a look of disbelief. This person, isn't he that Lin Fei? The person who recognized Lin Fei was none other than Mo Wuhua. Being a genius from the Black God Temple, his ranking was slightly lacking. He was not qualified to enter the top 10 and could only wait outside. When Lin Fei got on the stage, Mo Wuhua immediately recognized him. His expression could not help changing. "Brother Mo, do you know that person?" A genius by the side asked curiously. "I've made a mistake." Mo Wuhua casually brushed it off, but his heart was not calm. However, he had seen Lin Fei's means. What exactly does he want to do? On the high platform, as Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, the top 10 geniuses all recognized him as the follower of the Divine Son of Light. "Divine Son of Light, what are you doing?" Tell your men to come down immediately. Look at this. That's not a place where your followers can mess around. The geniuses who didn't like the Divine Prince of Light were all making things difficult, especially the Divine Prince of Dark Light. He was in a hurry and looked like he would take action himself if the Divine Prince of Light didn't agree. The Son of God of Light laughed. Everyone has misunderstood. Actually, that person is not my follower. As for who he is, I think you will soon find out. Not a follower. The geniuses present were slightly dumbfounded, looking at the person on the stage once again. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Since he was not a follower, what exactly was he trying to do? Lin Fei stood on the stage. Hello everyone. The weather today is not bad. I really like such days. Lin Fei laughed. To everyone, today might not be a good day. Now, I will announce that all the geniuses present here will become my hostage. I hope that you all can behave obediently and not force me to kill someone. The moment he said that, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Hostage? Only this fellow could say that. Ha ha ha, is that fellow stupid? Does he think he is a cosmos god? He even wants to kidnap us? Why don't he look at where he is? That's right. His brain must be a paste. Who wants to go and deal with that fellow with me? These words sounded ridiculous to everyone. Not mentioning the top 10 geniuses present, just the geniuses at the bottom would be a force that would frighten others if they worked together. Now that the other party dared to say such arrogant words, it meant that he did not place them in his eyes. Little brat, who gave you such courage? A figure arrived above the stage. With a savage grin, he slapped down with his palm, causing black fog to gush out. Venerable Poison has acted. That fellow will definitely not be able to hold on. The one who acted was Venerable Poison, who was ranked 230. His poison technique made others feel fearful. Hua! Lin Fei raised his hand and sent out a fist wind. The fist wind turned into a sword that cleaved apart Venerable Poison, who was above. With this strength, he is simply courting death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Those who wish to die, feel free to come up. I don't mind sending you all to hell. Too arrogant. Let me do it. Count me in. Me too. How can you behave so atrociously in the genius convention? The death of Venerable Poison did not frighten the geniuses present. Many figures rushed out. They brought out their combat primordial spirits and started fighting. They did not care about the rules. Those who dared to ignore them were killed. They believed that nobody had any objections. Pong pong pong. Lin Fei stood unmoving. His fists were like swords that slashed down on their bodies. An attack formed from the fleshy body of a cosmos god contained the power of a cosmos god. If one did not experience it, one would never know how terrifying this fist was. 8 geniuses were killed once again. Their corpses fell to the ground. Every single one of them had their throats slit by a sword, destroying all the life energy in their bodies. Dead. All of them are dead. So strong. So strong. Where did that person come from? He killed a genius with a single punch. The 8 hierarch geniuses who acted were all extremely powerful. When the 8 of them worked together, they could even fight against 8 9-stars apex gods. But now, they could not fight against a single punch from the other party. For a moment, none of the hierarch geniuses present dared to act recklessly. The other party did not reveal any information about his identity from the start to the end. The punch he used to kill was simple and ordinary, but it contained an extremely tyrannical and terrifying energy. Why? Is there no one else coming up? Lin Fei chuckled. If there's no one else, I'm prepared to capture all of you in one fell swoop. No matter how strong the geniuses here were, in front of Lin Fei who had unleashed his strength, they were all trash that could be killed with a single punch. There was not much difference. Sir, there are so many of us here. What makes you think you can capture us? Be careful of your bragging. If you want to capture all of us, have you asked the 10 great geniuses? Have you asked the son of myriad gods? The surrounding geniuses reacted quickly. They could not do it, but it did not mean that the 10 great geniuses could not. If the 10 of them acted together, even that fellow could not resist. Chapter 33-39. The geniuses present were all very smart. Seeing that the other party was not ordinary, they did not have the guts to attack. As long as they were not fools, they could tell that this guy's strength was unfathomable. This guy is crazy. Mo Wuhua secretly wiped his sweat. Luckily, he did not say that he knew Lin Fei. The last time they parted, he didn't expect that they would meet again in such a situation. Mo Wuhua really admired Lin Fei for daring to disregard everyone. Did he not know that there were tens of thousands of geniuses gathered here and hundreds of thousands of young elites watching from the periphery? Moreover, this was Myriad God City, the most special place in the Myriad God continent. I'd better not say anything, lest I become a public enemy, Mo Wuhua thought. Divine Radiant Sun. Tell me, what is going on? Divine Dark Sun's gaze was aggressive. This person was brought in by the Divine Radiant Sun. Divine Dark Sun had to make the Divine Radiant Sun uncomfortable no matter what. It would be even better if they could get together. At that time, even the Radiance Temple would not be able to say anything. The Divine Radiant Sun spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Everyone should have heard the news outside. In fact, I was also captured by the other party. He said I was a hostage. One word from him can decide my life or death. Do you think I would dare to disobey him? At this time, the Divine Radiant Sun cleverly chose to disassociate himself. Disassociate himself? Once this matter was blown up, it would not be good for a Divine Radiant Sun. Dark Sun, you are stronger than me. That person is only slightly stronger than me. Why don't you take action and suppress that guy? That way, you can set an example for the geniuses present. The Divine Radiant Sun said modestly, as long as you suppress that kid, I will be convinced by you. The Divine Radiant Sun's self-revelation that he was a hostage had greatly provoked the 9 geniuses present. They had indeed heard the news outside, but after seeing the Divine Radiant Sun, they did not take it seriously. Divine Dark Sun's punch against the Divine Radiant Sun was like hitting cotton. It was completely useless. Brother Light, I'm not even a match for that person. I better forget it and not embarrass myself. Divine Dark Child shook his head and said with a serious expression, what a joke. Divine Dark Sun was not that stupid. This guy is too bad. But I'm not stupid either. Divine Dark Sun thought. Brother Light, is that person really that strong? You're the Divine Child. The other prodigies were all unnatural. Light God Sun was ranked 10th. His true strength was not any weaker than them. He could even fuse with totems and temporarily possess the strength of a cosmos god. Even with such strength, he had become a captive. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? Brother Myriad God, you are the #1 elite. How can you let that fellow strut around? That's right. As long as Brother Myriad God takes action, we will also take action and suppress him together. Everyone's gaze fell on the son of 10,000 gods. Of all the sky prides present, the strongest was none other than Wan Xin. In the 10,000 gods continent, the 2 words 10,000 gods represented a special meaning. To be able to use the word 10,000 gods was not something that just anyone could possess. It was a supreme honor. The son of all gods slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of black and white eyes. The left eye was black and the right eye was white. One black and one white, it looked very strange. However, to the chosen present, as soon as the eyes opened, they felt as if their minds were being swept away, and their faces flickered. Brother Myriad God, you have become even stronger. That kid is courting death. Isn't he disrespecting Brother Myriad God? The chosen present began to flatter him. The strength of the son of all gods had always been unfathomable. No one knew the true strength of the son of all gods. Those who knew had all turned into corpses without exception, forever unable to speak. Lin Fei stood in the arena. 10 top sky prides, are you going to take action? He looked at the 10 top sky prides. Don't be arrogant. If our #1 elite makes a move, you will definitely be finished. You are the first to act impudently in 10,000 Gods City and disrupt the genius meet. You better surrender immediately. Once Brother Myriad God makes a move, You won't even have the right to resist. They had no confidence against a mysterious fellow. Things were different with the son of all gods around. This son of all gods had always been the #1 elite and had never been defeated. His strength was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. The son of all gods stood up. Your physical strength is so strong. I wonder if you can withstand my body of all gods. Boom! The son of all gods made his move. In everyone's eyes, a figure instantly appeared on the arena. Hundreds and thousands of fist shadows blasted over. They were extremely domineering, and the void behind the arena was immediately penetrated. The #1 elite is indeed the #1 elite. What terrifying strength. I didn't even see how he made his move. It's too fast. This strength is terrifying. All that was left of the son of all gods was a shadow. No, it wasn't even a shadow. The geniuses present could barely see any traces of him. All that was left were fist shadows. The remaining 9 geniuses inhaled deeply as they sensed the ferocious force. They all realized that the son of all gods was much stronger than before. He was so strong that no one could exchange blows with him. How many people could withstand his bare-handed strength? I wonder if that guy is dead or not. I think he's definitely going to die. Who can withstand the attack of the son of all gods? This kind of battle rhythm was not something that just anyone could resist. At the same time, in a mansion in 10,000 God City, the scene on the square appeared before their eyes. The son of all gods has improved again. He doesn't need to bring out any treasures. Just his fleshy body alone can break through everything. It seems the step of cultivating the body of all gods was correct. Who doesn't agree? Perhaps not too long later, the son of all gods might become a true cosmos god, unifying the myriad god great continent and becoming the king of all gods. Many people were actually paying attention to the scene on the square. The moment the son of all gods acted, the matter would be resolved. Because nobody could withstand the attack of the son of all gods, not even apex experts. This was publicly acknowledged by everyone. The body of all gods has truly broadened my horizons. But you are still lacking by an entire level if you want to suppress me with your strength. On the arena, Lin Fei remained standing with his hands behind his back. There was not a single injury on his body. Not far away in the sky, the son of all gods appeared. His expression was the same as before. You are indeed more formidable than I imagined. You are the first to withstand the attack of my body of all gods. The son of all gods said. Chapter 3340. The fact that the son of myriad gods could not injure this mysterious person made all the geniuses present feel disbelief. That person was the #1 genius from the myriad god great continent. His speed and strength previously had far surpassed their strength. With such strength, it should not be hard for him to take down that mysterious person. But now everyone could not accept it. The son of myriad gods had the strength of a quasi-cosmos god. Unless that person is a cosmos god, how could that be? If it were so easy to become a cosmos god, our myriad god great continent would have produced a cosmos god expert. The son of myriad gods could not see through the strength of this person. He acted, yet the other party could evade in advance. His strength could not even get close to the other party before being blocked by the mysterious energy. That was something unfathomable. Very strong. He was not any weaker than himself. Quasi-cosmos god. This was the evaluation of the son of myriad gods. Sir, this is the myriad god city. Do you think you can take us down? The son of myriad gods did not act again. Of course. Lin Fei chuckled. My target is the top 50 rankers on the Heaven's Chosen list because you all are more valuable. As for the others, forget it. Those who were ranked outside the top 50 all felt embarrassed. Was he abandoning them? Disgraceful. This was too disgraceful. The top 100 rankers on the Heaven's Chosen list were all top-notch experts. Sometimes, those ranked 50 might not be the opponent of those ranked 60. This Heaven's Chosen list had a certain degree of luck involved. I advise you not to act. The son of myriad gods said. You'll regret it if you act here. If not for his prestige, Lin Fei would not dare to be so unbridled here. Even if he had the fleshy body of a cosmos god, he could not gain any advantage here. The myriad god city was much stronger than he imagined. 15 sculptures with the strength of a cosmos god could beat a cosmos god to the point of vomiting blood. 1 against 15. The outcome had long been determined. Nobody could change it. The son of myriad gods felt relieved. Even though the other party was strong, this was the myriad god city. He did not wish to offend such a formidable expert. The moment they fought, the myriad god city would suffer heavy losses. Being the number 1 genius of the myriad god great continent, the son of myriad gods was not a foolish person. If the other party had been unable to stop him earlier, it would have been fine if he had died. However, the fact that the other party had managed to stop him so easily meant that he had no choice but to take him seriously. However, I've decided to give it a try. After all, I'm short on money, and all of you chosen come from rich families. Even if you don't have any money, the clans and sects behind you are rich. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to give you money. Lin Fei smiled. I'm going to start now. Absolute space. Lin Fei laughed out loud, and a jingguang shot out from between his brows. A giant space appeared and enveloped the entire square. Not good, we can't get out. A space has trapped us. Damn it. Damn it. We can't open the space. Who is that person? Does he carry a space with him? The absolute space was activated. He was isolated from the outside world. The 10 heavens favorites were the first to react. Once the absolute space was activated, they would lose their connection with heaven and earth. That was the scariest thing. The son of myriad gods' expression changed. Are you really going to fight the myriad gods' city to the end? This space made the son of myriad gods attach importance to it. At the moment when the space appeared, he could not break through it. He was trapped by it. This was completely out of his expectations. He could not find any memories of this space or even the name of this move. The other party became even more mysterious. Lin Fei shook his head. You are mistaken. I'm only here to earn some money. As long as you all listen to me, and they are willing to pay the ransom, I can guarantee that you all will be absolutely safe. The son of myriad gods knew the other party would not listen to his words. Everyone, let's attack together. Even a quasi-cosmos god can't resist against us. The son of myriad gods was the first to act. He punched out and arrived before the other party. His powerful speed and quasi-cosmos god strength erupted once again. Good timing, Lin Fei laughed. He punched out with his cosmos god fleshy body strength. With a pung, the son of myriad gods suffered from an even more ferocious force. His entire body flew out like a meteor, clashing against the boundary of the absolute space. Too weak, Lin Fei moved. He was even faster and more domineering than the children of all gods, and he unleashed even greater power. 9 of the 10 great geniuses had just brought out their killing treasures when they felt their vision turning blurry. Their bodies suffered from a heavy punch and they were forced back. Too fast. I can't hold on any longer. My armor. At the boundary of space, the remaining 9 geniuses had become brothers in hardship. Their entire bodies were almost falling apart, and they could not muster up any strength at all. There were many geniuses present. All sorts of treasures were blasted over. Oh! Their attacks were densely packed, causing space to turn into a black hole. Yet they could not cause space to collapse. As for that mysterious person, all their attacks were bounced off. With a loud roar, a terrifying sound wave swept over. Those geniuses who attacked screamed in pain before falling onto the ground. This was an attack from a cosmos god. It would be weird if those present could resist against it. In the blink of an eye, a pile of people were lying on the ground. They were all geniuses from the myriad god great continent. At this moment they were like dead dogs. Those who could remain standing did not number more than a few dozen. Nevertheless, they were tottering and could fall at any moment. Not bad, not bad. You can withstand a roar from me. Lin Fei chuckled. If you don't wish to fight, then sit by the side obediently and think about how much faith energy you are worth. Needless to say, Those who could remain standing no longer had the mood to continue fighting. The gap between them and the other party was like a huge mountain. "We admit defeat." They wobbled to the side. Since things had reached this stage, they could only rely on that son of Myriad God and those experts outside. The son of Myriad God flew up once again. "You are indeed very powerful, but you shouldn't be so unbridled here because this is the Myriad God city. Summon the seniors." The son of Myriad God suddenly became holy. He began chanting with a mystical voice. "Ha ha ha! The son of Myriad God has acted. The seniors here are about to act. Any one of the 10 seniors can exert the strength of a true cosmos god. That person can't resist against them." Under the absolute space, the 10 sculptures were enveloped within. This was the capital of the son of Myriad God. Being the son of the city master of the Myriad God city, the son of Myriad God knew how to summon the energy of the heroic sculptures. There were 10 sculptures here, which was equivalent to 10 cosmos gods. This was also where the confidence of the son of Myriad God came from. Even if the other party was stronger, the son of Myriad God believed that he would not be his opponent. This was a huge deterrent force from the Myriad God city. The 10 sculptures did not move at all. The son of Myriad God could not help but reveal a strand of awkwardness. What is happening? These sculptures had accumulated a huge amount of faith energy that could support them in battle. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not summon them. But at this moment, the summoned sculptures did not move. What was going on? Chapter 33-41. Myriad God City. This unforeseen event infuriated the higher-ups of Myriad God City. A great convention of geniuses had been disrupted by someone. Who knows who that person is? Go and investigate. The higher-ups of Myriad God City were paying attention. They did not act. They would not act unless absolutely necessary. There were more than 10,000 children of God present in the public square, and the strength of a quasi-cosmos god was sufficient to suppress the other party. But as the scenes unfolded, they could no longer remain calm. The children of Myriad God, whom they were proud of, could not gain any advantage against the other party. Instead, it seemed as if the other party was at a disadvantage. As for the battle between the two, they could barely catch traces of movement, but they could not see clearly what happened. The higher-ups of Myriad God City were dumbfounded. This situation was not good. The children of Myriad God cultivated the Myriad God body, allowing their fleshy body to reach the strength of a cosmos god. For this, they had spent a lot of resources, and one could imagine how great of a blow it was. As the scenes unfolded, the situation developed in a different direction. That fellow has the strength of a quasi-cosmos god. He is even stronger than the children of Myriad God by a level. What the hell? Where did such an expert come from? The other party defeated the geniuses and suppressed them all the way. Only when the children of Myriad God summoned the hero sculpture did they let out a sigh of relief. Even if that person was stronger, he could not resist against a true cosmos god. That's great. He has begun summoning. As long as one is summoned, with the two of them working together, that person will definitely lose. The higher-ups of Myriad God City felt relieved, but the next scene left them at a loss. The cosmos god who should have appeared did not appear. The atmosphere of the scene became terrible. This shouldn't be. What happened? Within the absolute space, Lin Fei was grinning. Before he arrived, he had absorbed all the faith energy. This must be a joke. He did not act preemptively and wanted to wait for the other party to summon the cosmos god expert. He was not foolish enough to waste his prestige. Lin Fei naturally took the initiative to strike first. Thankfully, the Myriad God City did not pay too much attention to the matter. No one would dare to act recklessly under the watchful eyes of the Myriad God City. Yet, he met someone like Lin Fei who managed to sneak him away without anyone knowing. Again, the children of Myriad God was startled. He was unwilling to continue summoning the cosmos god sculpture. No, still no, not again. After summoning for 10 times, the cosmos god he imagined did not appear at all. The strong mental state of the Myriad God's child was about to crumble. What? You have no chance? Lin Fei laughed. It seems that you can't do anything to me. Another Jingguang shot out from between Lin Fei's brows. Absolute suppression. It was also a powerful skill. There was a loud bang. The son of all gods trembled as a strange power appeared in the area, crushing down on him. The surrounding geniuses were all crushed to the ground, unable to move. In just a short moment, only the son of all gods was still bitterly holding on. His body continuously gave off cracking sounds, and in the end, the son of all gods was suppressed to the ground. I was actually suppressed by someone. A look of sorrow flashed in the eyes of the son of 10,000 gods. The number one genius had been suppressed without any ability to resist. This power seemed to be boundless. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Divine Son of Light, come here. With a wave of his hand, the Divine Prince of Light broke free from the absolute suppression. Go and find the top 50, no, the top 100. The Divine Prince of Light was in a sorry state. He originally thought that he could regain his freedom, but he had underestimated the strength of this person, especially when he could control space with one hand and suppress with the other. I will do it immediately. The previous time he lost to this person, the Divine Prince of Light was indignant. But this time he was utterly defeated. He finally knew how terrifying the other party was. The Divine Prince of Light seriously executed Lin Fei's words. Very soon, the top 100 geniuses were all found. Get out. Hua hua hua. The geniuses within the absolute space were all teleported out, leaving behind only the top 100 geniuses. And at this moment, the higher-ups of the Myriad God City rushed over. Break open space. The first to act was the City Lord of the Myriad God City, defeating Army's City Lord. His sword tore through the sky like a meteor, striking on the absolute space. But this sword did not cause any changes to the absolute space. It was just like before. With defeating Army City Lord being the first to act, the higher-ups released their absolute combat primordial spirits. One by one, their combat primordial spirits flew out. They took out their treasures and attacked the absolute space continuously. The Myriad God City's foundation is really impressive. Every attack costs me tens of billions of reputation points. If the absolute space wanted to be impressive, it needed a large amount of reputation to support it. Lin Fei was now considered a wealthy man. He could still bear the expenditure for the time being. He was even more convinced that this transaction was correct. As long as he could earn a fortune here, he would not have to worry about the reputation he had accumulated for a long time. The Myriad God City's upper echelons attacked the absolute space the entire time, but there was no change. There was not even a ripple. This made them feel uneasy. City Lord, we can't break it. What the hell is this thing? Even if we join forces, we won't be able to break it. An hour later, the space was as stable as Mount Tai. But the Myriad God City's upper echelons were exhausted. This was the most aggrieved they had ever been. Everyone, don't waste your energy, Lin Fei said with a smile. This space of mine is famous for its powerful defense. You might not be able to break it even if you attack for a month. I think it's better for us to sit down and have a chat. Defeating Army's City Lord had seen all kinds of powerful array spaces, but he had never seen such a space. Furthermore, this person was very unfamiliar. He had a bad feeling. Everyone, you can stop now. Defeating Army's City Lord knew that continuing was a waste of time. Sir, what are you trying to do? Defeating Army's City Lord stared at the people inside and said, It's very simple. The top 100 geniuses must send me the power of faith within a limited time. I will redeem the geniuses. It's that simple. Lin Fei said with a smile. Defeating Army's City Lord's voice was cold. Do you think that's possible? Nothing's impossible, Lin Fei said with a smile. Now that all the geniuses are in my hands, I will immediately kill anyone who dares to attack. When the time comes, when people outside ask, I will say that you forced me. I believe they will believe me. Shameless. The top 100 geniuses here involved 100 factions of the massive Myriad God continent. Even defeating Army's City Lord did not dare to act recklessly. The slightest mistake would definitely lead to great trouble. Now you can go and announce this matter. Within a month, every genius must bring at least 5 billion power of faith. Wait a minute, those ranked from 50 to 100 must bring 5 billion power of faith. Those ranked from 50 to 30 must bring 8 billion power of faith. Those ranked from 30 to 10 must bring 12 billion power of faith. Finally, those ranked in the top 10 must bring 20 billion power of faith. As for the son of myriad gods who is ranked first, he will bring around 50 billion power of faith. The upper echelons of myriad god city were in an uproar. Chapter 33-42. Uproar. The elites of the myriad god continent. All of them had been captured at the myriad god city elites meet and demanded power of faith from various factions. The moment the news spread, all the factions of the myriad god continent were shaken, especially the factions that the elites were from. They were all enraged. They wanted nothing more than to kill this arrogant fellow. Instantly, Myriad God City became the center of the storm. Myriad God City. This was a place that was only noticed during the Myriad God elites meet. As the news spread, in less than 3 days, people from various factions arrived. The Myriad God Square was packed with people. City Lord defeating armies had no choice but to arrange for martial law to prevent ordinary people from entering. City Lord defeating armies. This is not right. Our elites have been trapped. Your Myriad God City is too disappointing. Have you found out who that person is? To dare capture an elite ranked in the top 100 of the elite's roll, he must be looking down on us. City Lord defeating armies was having a headache. That unknown fellow was truly mysterious. He had searched the entire Myriad God continent but could not find any information on him. City Lord defeating armies could not help but suspect that the other party was from an outsider continent. Others might not know, but City Lord defeating armies was well aware. The passageways seemed to be fraught with danger, but that was only for ordinary people. However, if it was the fellow in the square, everything would be fine. If it was someone from an outsider continent, then it was someone from the Star River Prefecture. If it was the former, then everything would be fine. But if it was the latter, then everything would be troublesome. No matter how bold City Lord defeating armies was, he would not dare to offend a faction from the Star River Prefecture. Extorting a top 100 elite made City Lord defeating armies even more suspicious of the latter. He would become the public enemy of the Myriad God continent. Public enemy. City Lord defeating armies found it unbelievable. With the arrival of the various sect masters, City Lord defeating armies' face was gloomy. He had a belly full of pent-up anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. The space in the square was maintained. City Lord defeating armies did not dare to attack. If one of the elites died, he would be the unlucky one. The wrath of a top faction from the Myriad God continent was not something he could easily handle. In the square, 100 geniuses stood obediently in one area. The invisible pressure had long since disappeared. After being suppressed by Lin Fei, the prodigies had learned their lesson. This enemy's strength was unfathomable, and he was definitely not someone they could deal with. Even the son of 10,000 deities was obedient, so no matter how stubborn they would only be courting death. Aren't you afraid of becoming a public enemy? The son of 10,000 gods had been very calm. As an elite, the number 1 elite of the Myriad Gods continent, the son of myriad gods, it was normal for him to win and lose. As long as he didn't die, everything was fine. If you can't even get over this, then there's no need for you to walk the path of supremacy. That's because you don't have the intention to become a powerhouse. Lin Fei said lightly, "What's there to worry about becoming a public enemy? In my opinion, as long as you're strong enough, becoming a public enemy or not is just a matter of a word." I really admire your courage. The son of all gods felt that these words were very reasonable. However, I don't think you have the ability to do so. Even if you can obtain the power of faith, you won't be able to take it away. Lin Fei smiled. Then let's wait and see. Days passed one after another. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Nearly all the major factions of the Myriad Gods continent had come to the Myriad Gods city. In a short period of time, the massive Myriad Gods city had gathered more than 100 million people. Among them were factions with more than 100 elites. The rest were just there to join in the fun. After all, extorting 100 elites was almost unheard of in the Myriad Gods continent. Everyone could not help but come to see what was going on. In half a month's time, most of the major factions had arrived. After they arrived, they did not hand over the ransom. Instead, they secretly studied how to crack the array. If possible, they did not wish to hand over the ransom. It would be embarrassing. People would say that the celestial race was powerful and impressive, but in the end, they still had to kneel to a young man. Those words were too harsh on the ears. Everyone decided to wait for the factions to arrive before taking action. That guy looks so young. He's quite bold. I can guarantee that this kid will not have a good ending, and that includes the factions behind him. Suppressing an elite single-handedly. Just the thought of it is terrifying. I really don't know where this guy came from. So what if he's ferocious? No one thought highly of Lin Fei. To cause such an earth-shattering incident in the Myriad Gods continent, not only would the person die, even the factions behind him, as well as any faction that participated in it, would be in trouble. In the eyes of the outside factions, anyone who did not give face to the factions of the Myriad Gods continent had to have a faction backing him. This was a public slap in the face. It was a resounding slap in the face. They're here, they're here, they're here. The top 10 factions are finally here. In the sky, 10 warships of different colors appeared almost at the same time. A major character could be seen on every warship. Their gazes landed on Lin Fei, who was in the plaza. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 pairs of eyes landed on the square. 10 different attacks were unleashed instantly. This time, the top 10 factions attacked together, a rare sight. They wanted to teach this outsider a lesson, or even force out the hidden experts. To arrange for such experts to slap them in the face, there was definitely a protector behind them. Anyone would feel the pinch if they lost such a person. It was just a space. By attacking when the other party was unguarded, the chances of breaking the space were high. The moment the other party lost the elites, they could deal with the other party however they wanted. 10 different attacks were unleashed. Everyone felt a huge shock. Cosmos God attacks. What a fellow, a total of 10 Cosmos God attacks. They are even bringing out their special treasures. That space will definitely be broken. 10 Cosmos God palaces descended above the square. All sorts of primordial spirit secret realms formed by Cosmos God attacks were condensed into a single point and came crashing down. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. The top 10 factions controlled the region of Cosmos God attacks to a specific location. The experts present felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If this energy were to spread out slightly, many people would die. A booming sound reverberated across the entire Myriad God continent. Everyone was shivering under this aura. Everyone held their breaths as they looked towards that location in the square. Chapter 33:43. Wave after wave of energy exploded outwards. The Myriad God Square had turned into a sea of flames and mountains of blades. Nobody believed that there was any treasure that could withstand against 10 Cosmos God attacks. Every single attack was different, and their power was condensed into a single piece. One could imagine how frightening it would be. You all are really capable. Do you all not want the geniuses anymore? Just as everyone was waiting in anticipation, a laughter reverberated from the center of the square. He is fine. How could this be? That is an attack from a Cosmos God. It is an attack from 10 Cosmos Gods. Hearing this voice, everyone felt unnatural. On the square, the energy dissipated. The huge square remained undamaged. One could not tell that this place had just suffered from a powerful attack. The young man on the square was standing with his hands behind his back. He had a calm expression on his face that made others feel like beating him up. Shameless. Truly shameless. Do you really think you can eat me alive? Lin Fei thought, I have to add this reputation consumption to them. It is a total of 150 billion reputation points. That attack just now had instantly depleted Lin Fei's reputation by 150 billion. Could be considered a huge number. That time when he killed a peak Cosmos God, He used up 800 billion reputation points. That was a horrifying consumption. But compared to this, the consumption was not huge at all. But this action made him feel uncomfortable. They were eating him alive. Nevertheless, the continuous increase in reputation made Lin Fei feel delighted. The experts on the 10 battleships above the Myriad God City felt unnatural, especially those 10 who acted. They were looking at each other and were about to curse out loud. Don't think that it was easy to bring out a cosmos god to attack. To them, this was something that consumed a huge amount of reputation points. It was fine if they succeeded, but the moment they failed, the consumption would be huge. The strength of a cosmos god was actually a deterrent to everyone in the Myriad God Great Continent. Those who dared to act against them had to consider whether they could defend against the attack of a cosmos god. Even the strongest martial power could not break through that layer of spatial protection. This was a heavy blow to those present. Those who were filled with confidence had a bucket of cold water poured on them. "Come down!" Lin Fei roared out. He extended his hand and grabbed towards the sky. Boom! A massive force enveloped the 10 warships in the sky, and after swaying for a moment, the warships crashed down like meteors, causing 10 consecutive loud sounds to ring out. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The warship smashed down, killing many people on the spot. At the same time, ruins appeared. "Your geniuses are all in my hands. It seems like you didn't take my words seriously at all. Just for what you did just now, I'll pay a ransom of 1 billion power of faith for each genius." Lin Fei announced loudly. Pujuan City Lord and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy is ridiculously strong. What kind of attack was that just now? Even I couldn't tell what it was. It was like a power that fell from the sky. This wasn't just Pujuan City Lord's reaction. In fact, it was the same thought shared by all the major powers. The geniuses in the square had thought that they would be able to leave, and their faces were filled with joy. But in the blink of an eye, their smiles froze. This was especially true of the 10 geniuses, who were filled with confidence in their sects and clans. How could that guy be so strong? This scene, even after 100,000 years, would not be forgotten. Everyone would remember this name. With the strength of a single person, he had stopped the 10 major powers. The warships that crashed down became tattered. The people who came out were all battered and exhausted. Even the experts who had attacked just now had a look of horror on their faces. Under that kind of power, they couldn't put up any resistance. "Young man, the Temple of Light is willing to pay the ransom." The Temple of Light sent a grand elder this time. He looked like a very amiable old man, but if anyone took it seriously, they would definitely vomit blood in regret. "We're also willing to pay. The ransom is here." After the 10 major powers came out of the warships, they said something that shocked everyone, as if they were cracking a big joke. Directly giving? Wasn't there going to be a big battle? This was different from what they had imagined. In fact, the 10 major powers were also deeply shocked at this time. From the information of the geniuses, they more or less knew how powerful this person was. They determined that he was from a foreign continent, and that he had collected so much power of faith, which was very puzzling. They had discussed it on the way. They were going to break in by force first, and if that didn't work, they would choose to pay the ransom. When the geniuses returned, they would no longer have to hold back, and they could go all out. Privately, they hoped to succeed in one go. If they really had to pay the ransom, it would be very embarrassing. How could Lin Fei not guess what they were thinking? He secretly felt proud. Prestige is a good thing. Without prestige, I really don't have that much confidence. That's right. Lin Fei smiled. Now come one by one. First, the 100th rank genius. Come in and pay the ransom. Lin Fei waved at the divine Son of Light. You come in and call the others. The identities of the 100 geniuses were all sorted out. The divine Son of Light came over expressionlessly and began to call the names one by one. In that impenetrable space, a door the size of a person appeared. The experts of the 10 major powers were all moved, but in the end, they all shook their heads. So what if they rushed in? In the end, they would still suffer a great loss. What was a great gain? This was a great gain. For the geniuses ranked 50th to 100th, each ransom required 6 billion power of faith. Just this alone was a total of 300 billion power of faith for Lin Fei. God faith cards containing the power of faith appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Convert all of them. Lin Fei knew very well that the power of faith was not that easy to obtain. Once the geniuses were released, there would no longer be any fear of harming the innocent. He believed that the 10 major powers would go all out. It was certain that the prestige cost would be huge. It might even cost 1 trillion prestige. The Myriad God continent didn't have a killer move? How could that be possible? If Lin Fei dared to extort these factions, he must have been prepared. This time he had caused such a huge commotion. It was impossible for a continent with a deep heritage like the Myriad God continent to not have something up their sleeves. Lin Fei was not worried about these people, but he was worried about those in the dark. Once they made their move, it would be a thunderous strike. That wave of attacks had to be resisted. Even Lin Fei wasn't sure how much prestige he would need to expend. Anyway, it wasn't a single amount. Fortunately, with the power of faith in his hands, he was in an invincible position. He wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture. He also wanted to become the Prefecture Lord. He didn't have enough prestige, nor did he have the confidence. It was necessary to fish for the Myriad God continent. Those ranked 50th to 100th were quickly released, followed by those ranked 30th and 20th. Chapter 33-44. Myriad God Continent. The top experts of the top 10 factions had attacked, but they had not been able to break the mysterious space immediately. It was beyond everyone's expectations. That mysterious fellow had become even more mysterious. The expressions of the experts who went in to pay the ransom changed greatly after they entered the space. Not many of them could sit still. The suppressed geniuses came out of the space one by one. That mysterious person still had his credibility. Anyone who paid the ransom would definitely be released. For a moment, no one could guess how that fellow would be able to withstand the revenge of the top 10 factions, including the top factions, without the geniuses as hostages. That's right, revenge was inevitable. No one would not be tempted by hundreds of billions of power of faith. Even the top factions could not fork out such a huge sum. A few billion power of faith for a genius was an astronomical sum. If one wasn't a genius, they would not be willing to fork it out. The last one, that fellow is in for it. Even the number 1 genius, the son of Myriad Gods, has been released. In the sky outside Myriad God City, everyone's eyes were focused on the square. Activate the array formation. Defeating Army's City Lord instructed his subordinates. Do not let him leave Myriad God City. Without the pressure of holding back, defeating Army's City Lord would not let him leave Myriad God City. That was hundreds of billions of power of faith. Defeating Army's City Lord had every reason to believe that those old fogies in the dark were tempted. Lin Fei let the son of Myriad Gods out. I hope you don't get beaten to death, the son of Myriad Gods said before leaving. My life is tough. It won't be that easy for you to kill me, Lin Fei said with a smile. When the son of Myriad Gods left, he was filled with doubts. What gave him the guts to say such a thing? Myriad God City was completely surrounded. Experts gathered inside and outside, and while the Myriad God City looked the same, it was actually filled with array formations that interweaved together to form an inescapable net. The son of Myriad Gods left the square. The feeling of being free of restrictions was truly comfortable. That's right, it was a long-lost feeling. For this feeling, the faction behind him had paid more than 50 billion power of faith, equivalent to the total of the bottom 10 geniuses. Do you think that fellow is going to escape? Of course. If we don't run now, we won't have another chance. Now that everyone has nothing to fear, they will definitely go all out. Isn't he just relying on a treasure? After breaking through the spatial treasure, he won't have a tortoise shell anymore. He can deal with him however he wants. It's just a matter of a word. After the last child of 10,000 gods came out, the experts of the top 10 forces took out their treasures and began to attack. First, a noble figure soared into the sky. It was the angel of the Temple of Light, the phantom of the great 12-winged angel. held a clean holy book in its hands. As soon as the pages of the book were flipped open, a series of tyrannical attacks fell on the space. In the distance, a giant appeared. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 weapons in each of its 6 hands. Every single weapon was different, displaying the attacks of the 6 weapons. The attacks were domineering and fierce, surging like dark clouds. In the sky, a rain of fire came crashing down. Each rain of fire was the size of an acre, and each strike seemed to cause the world to collapse. Then, a massive black tornado landed in the space, tearing it apart with tremendous force. This space was actually formed by an expert, and its blade was constantly slicing through space. This time, it could be said that the experts of the 10 major forces had used all their strength. They had to break through it. That was everyone's thought. Too powerful. They're going to completely destroy this mysterious space. Yeah, right. I wonder how long they can last. They definitely won't last long. Under such attacks, how many people can withstand it, even if it's a spatial treasure? Under such attacks, the people in the periphery were all shocked. It was very rare for the experts of the top 10 forces to attack together, but today everyone had witnessed it. The scene was truly terrifying and domineering. The celestial experts of the top 10 forces secretly gasped. The difference was still too great. Under such means, no matter how strong a mysterious space was, it would still be limited. No matter who it was, they all believed it. And at this moment, the square's space rapidly shrank without any warning, until it was only about 10 feet wide. Therefore, Myriad God City Square was in trouble. After a loud rumble, the square was reduced to ruins. Craters of all sizes were everywhere. City Lord Pujuan's face immediately darkened. My Myriad God City, the absolute space that had shrunk the area, could invisibly reduce the expenditure of reputation. I knew they would attack. Lin Fei chuckled inwardly. Convert all of them. The conversion of power of faith to reputation required a certain amount of time. Lin Fei was in no hurry. Nice to spend hundreds of millions of reputation in one go. As expected of the top 10 forces. The moment they make a move, their reputation is flowing away like water. Lin Fei finally experienced it. It really wouldn't do without reputation. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he didn't care about the expenditure at all. Instead, he looked at them with a smile. Use more strength. Continue. Lin Fei looked at them with a smile. A throne appeared behind him, and Lin Fei sat boldly on it. He smiled at the experts who attacked him. The moment he said that, those people's expressions turned ugly. Continue attacking. We don't believe it. The experts on the scene continued to attack. Soon, the space that Lin Fei was in was shrouded by all sorts of attacks, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. It's already been 3 days. That's right. It's too ferocious. What kind of spatial treasure is that? I've never seen it before. In Myriad God City's square, it was almost smashed. Above the massive Myriad God City, everyone was making their move. Every single faction behind the 100 elites attacked the person in the square. For a full 3 days, that person was like an undefeatable god of war. Awesome. It's really awesome. The besieged Lin Fei felt exhilarated. My reputation can continue to increase if I take the hits. Compared to the reputation I expend, the loss isn't that great. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In 3 days, the entire Myriad God continent knew of it. This naturally brought about great reputation gains. The moment the news spread that a person who could force the combined attacks of the 10 factions to remain unscathed for several days, even more people came to watch the show. He's invincible. What kind of spatial treasure is that? Wait, don't tell me he's using the power of faith to support the treasure? How is that possible? Many people began to suspect. The power of faith was very useful, but if there really was a powerful treasure, it was easy to imagine what the situation would be like. But such a treasure was too powerful. The power of faith was not that easy to use. You're all old and can't take it anymore. It's already been 3 days. Lin Fei stood up and chuckled. I'm not playing with you anymore. His influence spread throughout the Myriad God continent. Lin Fei was satisfied that he had achieved his goal. Before I leave, I still have a gift for all of you. Lin Fei soared into the sky and raised his hand. All the attacks in the sky were dispersed. Suppress. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand and a huge mountain appeared. When the huge mountain appeared, everyone drew a cold gasp. The mountains were connected to each other without end. There was a loud boom. Chapter 33:45. Ka 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 ka. A seemingly endless mountain came crashing down. One mountain after another slammed into the myriad god city, piercing through the array formations both inside and outside, destroying them like they were nothing more than dried twigs. Hurry up and retreat. Hurry up and leave. We can't hold on any longer. Cosmos God attack. The myriad mountains were like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, all the arrays constructed by the myriad god city were destroyed in a tyrannical manner. Experts of all sizes felt an endless pressure pressing down on them. Pong pong pong. Just as they moved, the mountains came crashing down. They felt as if they were struck by someone and fell to the ground. Their usually arrogant faces had an intimate contact with the ground. This scene repeated continuously on everyone in the myriad god city. No one would be able to withstand the suppression of this move. Impudent. After all, the experts in the myriad god city suffered an unprecedented attack. As the experts from the 10 superpowers were being crushed on the ground, a sharp voice came from beneath the myriad god city. A hand extended out from beneath the ground. This hand was not big, but it seemed pale and powerless, as if it had never seen sunlight all year round. Forefather has acted. That's great. Forefather is still alive. The first to rejoice was defeating Army City Master. His entire body was suppressed to the point that he could not move at all. The moment this hand appeared, everyone felt the pressure on them lighten. The other party extended his hand upwards, blocking the endless mountains that came crashing down. Wave after wave of suppressive force crashed onto the other party's palm. Furthermore, this palm was as firm as a mountain. No matter how much force was smashed down, it remained stable. Haha, he is finally willing to act. Lin Fei knew from the start that there was an ancient existence hidden deep below. If not for the system, others would not be able to perceive it. With a single palm, he blocked against the myriad mountains technique that came from the system. This move was called myriad mountains. As the name suggested, it was an attack from a myriad of mountains. Each layer was stronger than the previous, and even cosmos gods could forget about resisting against the waves of impact. Myriad God Palace. Another hand appeared and opened its palm. A huge palace appeared in the palm. This palace grew larger and larger as it pressed down on Lin Fei. It's the Myriad God Palace. According to rumors, this is the place where cosmos gods fell. Just who is that person? He forced the ancestor to use the Pantheon Palace to suppress him. Once the Pantheon Palace appears, no one can match it. The moment the Pantheon Temple appeared, a mighty pressure suffocated everyone on the spot. This was the rumored Holy Land. Aside from the designated time, it rarely appeared. But today they saw it again. Once the Pantheon Temple appeared, the pressure made it hard for everyone present to breathe. Fortunately, it wasn't targeted at them. If it was, who could withstand this kind of crushing pressure? Lin Fei, who was in the whirlpool, was attacked wave after wave. There was even a powerful suction force trying to suck him into the Pantheon Temple. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He was not affected by the aura at all. He soared into the sky and charged towards the Pantheon Palace. In the eyes of others, this rush and inhalation seemed to be seeking death. The Pantheon Temple was a universal treasure. This power was far more terrifying than one could imagine. There was a rumor in the Myriad Gods continent that once the Pantheon Temple appeared, no one could compete with it. This naturally described the power of the Pantheon Temple. In the eyes of everyone, the Pantheon Temple was incomparably sacred. It was an existence that could not be contended against. This fellow who suppressed them with a single move actually dared to take the initiative to face the Pantheon Temple. His guts were too big. This person was exceptionally crazy too. unless he wanted to fight against this universal treasure, the Pantheon Temple. Open! Lin Fei followed the suction force and approached the Pantheon Temple. Raising his hand, he punched out. This punch looked ordinary, yet it formed a light dot in the eyes of everyone. This light dot wasn't big, but it was dazzling. Pooh! The light dot in the eyes of everyone seemed to be filled with endless power. At that moment, it pierced through the Pantheon Temple, leaving behind a fist-sized hole. After this fist-sized hole appeared, it kept expanding. It was so fast that everyone looked at each other in dismay. He pierced through the Pantheon Temple. That is a universal treasure. Is that fellow a Cosmos God expert? This is impossible. How old is he? Cosmos God is a threshold. The experts from the 10 superpowers had a look of horror on their faces. Most of them felt disbelief. Cosmos God. This conjecture appeared in the minds of almost everyone. It is impossible for him to be a Cosmos God. None of the geniuses on the chosen ranking could believe this outcome. But after a hole was pierced through the Pantheon Temple, and it kept expanding, they finally understood why they lost. That fellow was too powerful. He was so powerful that they, as geniuses, were no longer on the same level as him. We've kicked a huge problem. If he is a Cosmos God expert, then we can only swallow our anger. That might not be the case. That fellow has taken a few 100 billion faith energy from us. That is a few 100 billion, not a few billion, but a few tens of billions. He is acting wantonly in the myriad God great continent. If those people acted, even Cosmos Gods might not be able to survive. Them? How could that be possible? A group of undying old fellows. Who knows when they might die? Why would they act at this moment? After all, this person isn't that easy to deal with. The Pantheon Temple was pierced through with a single punch. The voices underground became increasingly furious. You dare to destroy the Pantheon Temple. The Pantheon Temple disappeared. Lin Fei looked down from above. He chuckled. I'm truly sorry, but the quality of your Pantheon isn't too good. Who would have thought that I could pierce through it with a single punch? I'm truly sorry. I suggest you to change to a more formidable treasure the next time. At least the quality must be up to standard. Don't be like this treasure which isn't good at all. This old man will kill you. A cold light slashed in front of Lin Fei. A white-haired old man appeared. He was expressionless. In both his hands, there was a thin blade that was emitting a cold aura. Many blade lights came pouncing on him. Ding ding ding. A protective barrier automatically appeared in front of Lin Fei. I'm old, and it's normal for me to be hot-tempered. Lin Fei allowed the blade intent to cut on his body. If you want to vent, then do it. I have no objections. How is it? I'm not a bad person, right? The white-haired old man's blade technique was sharp and tyrannical. Every blade seemed to be able to split apart the protective barrier. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of prestige, allowing him to make up for it at all times. The situation had changed. In the sky, the white-haired old man slashed repeatedly with his blade. His fearsome blade technique slashed at the other party's body, but he was unable to split apart the tough protective barrier. Everyone saw an even more shocking scene. It was inconceivable that the old ancestor was unable to split apart a protective barrier. Every slash made their hearts palpitate. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. But that person managed to block it. The faint layer of protective barrier on his body blocked the white-haired old man's blade technique every single time. Chapter 3346. In the sky above Myriad God City. All the experts of the Myriad God continent were staring at this place. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by the mysterious man. He had single-handedly withstood the attack of the Patriarch from Myriad God City and appeared unscathed. Anyone who saw him would jump in fright. The white-haired elder wielded his sabers with both hands, and each saber strike contained a special power. However, it was unable to penetrate the thin layer of defense. You are from the Star River Prefecture. The white-haired elder did not stop moving. His sabers continued to slash at the other party, one strike after another. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He just looked at the other party with a smile. Forget it. Forget it. Take the power of faith if you want. I don't care anymore. The white-haired old man let out a long sigh. He shook his head and stopped attacking. His figure also slowly dissipated, disappearing without a trace in an instant. It's just a 1-minute tiger. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling rather disappointed. The other party was indeed very strong. Any peak godly venerable expert would be helpless against him. Unfortunately, the white-haired elder could not last long because his lifespan was running out. Such a person would not attack again if he failed in the first wave. It was not worth it if he expended too much energy. It looks like there's nothing you can do. Then I'll be taking my leave. Thank you for your gifts. I'm very satisfied. Lin Fei smiled, waved his hand, and swaggered off. He Yuan followed behind him. No one in Myriad God City dared to stop the other party. Even the patriarch from Myriad God City did not have the ability to kill the other party. If it were them, it would be useless. They could only watch helplessly as the other party left. Many of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that person had gone on a killing spree, who would be able to stop him? Just the thought of it gave them a lingering fear. Everyone heard the ancestors' last words. That person was definitely from the Star River Prefecture. I was worrying too much. Lin Fei swaggered off, feeling slightly disappointed. It was truly surprising that those old fogies from the Myriad God continent did not take action. If possible, he really hoped that they would take action. Why not just extort a huge amount of power of faith from them? The more of these things, the better. These old fools are all like old foxes. Perhaps they're all like that white-haired old man who doesn't have much lifespan left. If they don't have to make a move, they'll try their best not to make a move. They probably saw my battle with that person, and with my tacit approval, they won't dare to make a move. Lin Fei kept analyzing. Soon, he came up with a conclusion. The faith energy I collected here is almost finished. My original reputation of 6 trillion has easily broken through to more than 100 trillion. Even if a peak cosmos god comes, I can kill him as I wish. In a mysterious space in the Myriad God continent, there were 6 people sitting cross-legged. These 6 people were all very old, and they looked like they were doddering. Their eyes were also extremely turbid, and they were truly old and dim-sighted. They weren't far from death. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. Even if we did, we probably wouldn't be able to break that thin layer of shield. Since when did the Star River Prefecture have such a powerful expert? There isn't any cosmos god aura on his body. Yet every single one of his movements and the power he unleashes isn't any weaker than a cosmos god. He might even be stronger. The eyes of these 6 people weren't calm. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted by several 100 billion faith energy. If it was possible, they wanted to capture the other party. But even that person failed. Wouldn't it be the same if they went up? Are we just going to let him leave? One of the old men said. How could that be possible? The 5 old men turned to a short white-robed old man. You are the best at scheming. Unless you are willing to swallow this grievance, the reputation of our Myriad God continent has been utterly lost. We can't do anything to that brat. But we can disgust him. The white-robed old man laughed sinisterly. We should immediately release the news. A person who has a supreme treasure and several 100 billion faith energy. I believe many people will act upon hearing it. That fellow will have a headache. This is a good idea. It isn't that easy to obtain the faith energy of our Myriad God continent. We can even contact those people. Lin Fei left the Myriad God continent. During this period, not a single expert acted to obstruct him. He successfully found the passageway that led to the Sky Martial continent. Compared to his previous trip, Lin Fei had learned his lesson. He used absolute defense to protect himself and entered an uninhabited land. Took him half a year. Lin Fei took half a year to travel from the Myriad God continent to the Sky Martial continent. I'm finally out. Lin Fei stood on the land of another continent. On an island surrounded by seawater, a humid sea breeze constantly blew. Standing on the island, Lin Fei could see a massive figure emerging from the depths of the sea. It blotted out the sky and was at least a few thousand feet long. It exuded a terrifying and dangerous aura. Is this the Sky Martial Continent? This was different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Master, I sense an aura that makes me apprehensive in this region of the sea. It's a continent more dangerous than the Myriad God continent, He Yuan said carefully. Lin Fei agreed with He Yuan's words. This region of the sea was indeed dangerous. If anyone were to recklessly barge into the Sky Martial Continent, it would be extraordinarily difficult for them to leave this region of the sea. They might even stay here forever. In a short period of time, Lin Fei saw many sea beasts emerging from the surface of the sea. Let's leave this place first. This region of the sea was huge. One could not see the end of it. Not long after Lin Fei and He Yuan left the island, they encountered danger. The first time was from beneath the sea. Many black water arrows were shot out. Each water arrow was extremely powerful and had the power of a deity venerable. These water arrows were densely packed and covered half the sky. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their heart palpitate. And this was just the beginning. Next, there were venom-spewing sea snakes that spread their venom and corroded their fleshly bodies. Finally, there were gigantic sea beasts that could control seawater. All of them were terrifying existences. It was a pity that they met Lin Fei and He Yuan this time. One had the body of a cosmos god, and the other was a cosmos god. But along the way they were tossed around endlessly. The sea region was too big, and there were traces of sea beasts everywhere. Even though they could not cause any harm to them, dealing with them was an extremely troublesome matter. 3 years. Lin Fei and He Yuan were still on this vast sea region. Master, this sea region is too big. It has been 3 years, yet we have not seen a single continent. He Yuan complained. With a casual slap of his palm, the surface of the sea collapsed. More than 10 sea beasts were killed. He Yuan did not know how many similar sea beasts he had killed. But the number of sea beasts he killed could not even be counted as a single hair from 9 oxen in this sea region. Being a cosmos god, He Yuan could not help but have some thoughts about the Sky Martial Continent. Clearly, this sea region and even this great continent was completely different from what he imagined. A place more dangerous than the Myriad God Great Continent. Lin Fei was actually interested in the Sky Martial Continent. He understood why the experts from the Sky Martial sect were most proud of their fleshly bodies. As for the Sky Martial Continent, Lin Fei did not understand much. But during these 3 years, Lin Fei had some vague conjectures. Perhaps the Sky Martial Continent was not like other great continents that were dominated by continents. Instead, this was a world dominated by the sea. If not for this explanation, it was impossible for them to not fly out of a great continent in 3 years. One had to know that Lin Fei was currently a cosmos god, and it was not difficult for him to cross a sea region. Even if the sea region was bigger, it would not take him that long. Our luck is not bad. We discovered a ship that seems different. Let's go down and ask around. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. A black ship appeared in front of them where the sky and earth intersected. It was unquestionably the most suitable to ask them about the situation in the Sky Martial Continent. Boss, there are people in front. Both the top and bottom of the ship were all brawny men with ferocious gazes. At the center of the deck, there was a bald man wearing a pirate hat. He was currently wiping a huge black blade. Our luck is not bad. We have finally seen people. Prepare yourselves and capture them. The bald man guffawed. We have been out for a few months, and there are fewer and fewer unaffiliated cultivators. We are going to starve. I hope that those 2 fellows will not disappoint us. Little ones, get ready. Load the cannons. Capture them, and we will have a good life. This group of people were the most commonly seen slave traders in the Sky Martial Continent. They were constantly capturing unaffiliated cultivators. As long as they did not pose a threat, they would act against them. Due to the recent incidents in the Sky Martial Continent, there were very few unaffiliated cultivators appearing on the sea. It had been a few months since they had any harvest. Now that they finally met 2, they would not let this opportunity slip by. Open fire. As they were about to reach them, the bald man gave the order to attack. A huge net was unfurled, covering the sky and earth. Hee, another 2 rookies. They have fallen into our inescapable net. Don't think of escaping. That's right. It is too easy. This net was huge. Once it was unfurled, it locked onto Lin Fei and He Yuan. This part of the world was sealed. Master, it seems that we have become their targets, He Yuan said. Lin Fei shook his head. This is interesting. This net is also very interesting. It is actually 2-layered, and the entire space is covered by the net. It really makes it difficult for people to escape. This kind of treasure was really rare. Unfortunately, those fellows have chosen the wrong target. He Yuan sneered. That's right. He Yuan stretched out his hand and tore a huge hole in the net. You dare to attack us? You have some guts. He Yuan tore the net apart with his claw and arrived above the ship, releasing his powerful aura. All the experts on the ship collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The bald man rolled down from his seat and faced the sky, his vision turning black. Oh no, we have kicked an iron plate. They are too strong. We are doomed. Just the aura he released was enough to make them unable to move. In the Sky Martial Continent, he was an overlord. Master, it is done. Chapter 3347. On the boundless sea. A black ship was sailing on the sea. At first glance, it didn't seem fast, but when you observed it closely, you would realize that the ship was moving very fast. Riding the wind. The owner of the ship had changed. Lin Fei had become the sole owner of the ship. That bald man had become the errand boy, and he was obediently standing below. Lin Fei had figured out the situation of the Sky Martial Continent. Just as he had guessed, the Sky Martial Continent was not dominated by the continent, but by the sea. In the Sky Martial Continent, the human race was not the true overlord. In the Sky Martial Continent, other than the human race, there was another powerful group, the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan occupied most of the sea's resources. Other than a few large islands, there was no other place in the Sky Martial Continent for the human race to live. Fortunately, the Sea Clan was in turmoil, and they were not unified. The few large islands in the Sky Martial Continent could be passed down, and they were not attacked by the Sea Clan. The human race had also reached an agreement with some of the Sea Clan. For example, this Yu who was working under one of the Sea Kings, and he was working for them. In the sea, he was capturing lone humans. In this sea, there were a total of 13 Sea Kings, and they controlled the vast sea. Above the 13 Sea Kings, there was a sea god, who was nominally in charge of the entire sea. Unfortunately, this sea god was not powerful enough, so the 13 Sea Kings were independent, and they listened to orders but did not listen to orders and formed 13 Sea Clan forces. Among them, there were those who were enemies of the human race, and those who were cooperating with the human race. So, the Sea Clan is going to attack the Sky Martial Island? Lin Fei said lazily. Yu who did not have the prestige he had in the past. Even one of his subordinates was so powerful, not to mention this young man, who could kill him with a word. The 5 Sea Kings will attack the Sky Martial Island, and it should be soon. Yu who said in a low voice, the Sky Martial sect on the Sky Martial Island is the strongest sect, and they are the strongest. After breaking through the Sky Martial Island, the remaining islands can be split up and attacked. Lin Fei looked at Yu who, can we make it in time? In the Heavenly Martial sect, he only remembered one person, Heaven Thunder Split. As a human, no matter what, they would not stand by and watch the invasion of the sea race. If they could help the Heavenly Martial sect and increase their prestige, Lin Fei would be a fool if he did not do it. There should be enough time. Yu whose ship was still useful. There was the symbol of the Sea King on the ship, and the rest of the journey was smooth. The sea beasts seemed to have disappeared, and they did not appear again. Master, we did the right thing, He Yuan said. The densely packed sea beasts along the way are enough to give us a headache. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of trouble. Who would feel comfortable being attacked by sea beasts along the way? The sea tribe is quite interesting. Lin Fei saw a group of black figures in front of him. They were all sea beasts. They rode the wind and broke through the waves, advancing in a single direction, creating huge waves. These are the subordinates of the Sea King. They are going to attack Sky Marshal Island. What we see now is only one of the Sea King's forces. Lin Fei smirked. Interesting. On a boundless sea, a huge island rose from the ground, and it was very eye-catching. Around this huge island, there were 4 other islands, each guarding one direction, surrounding and protecting this huge island. At this moment, this huge island was surrounded by a dense mass of sea beasts. They surrounded the island in 3 circles, and not even a drop of water could pass through. This island was the largest island in the Sky Marshal continent, Sky Marshal Island. At the same time, the Sky Marshal sect was also on this island. Those traitors, without our Sky Marshal Island, they will be the first to die. At the center of the island was a tall mountain that reached the clouds. On the mountain, there were rows upon rows of palaces, with no end in sight. This was the location of the Sky Marshal sect. At this moment, in one of the palaces of the Sky Marshal sect, the upper echelons of the Sky Marshal sect had gathered, and they were discussing the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings. Ever since the establishment of the Sky Marshal Island, it had been attacked by the Sea Kings multiple times. Every time the island had survived. However, this time the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings was different. The pressure on the Sky Marshal sect was immense. It was not a simple matter for the 5 Sea Kings to work together. If it were just humans, it would be different if the Sea Kings worked together. They could control a large number of sea beasts to attack, and this consumption was something they could not withstand. When the news of the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings came out, the Sky Marshal sect immediately contacted the other large islands to prepare for a joint attack. Unfortunately, bad news came one after another. Those large islands chose to give up. Everyone knew that under the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings, none of the large islands could reach the island. For the sake of attacking the Sky Marshal Island, the 5 Sea Kings brought their strongest killing move, the number 1 warring sea beasts in the sea region. Every warring sea beast was born at the Cosmos God level. The only difference was that the warring sea beasts had low intelligence. They did not even have the intelligence of a child, and they were muddle-headed. Precisely because of their low intelligence and muddle-headedness, the warring sea beasts had always been controlled by humans, and they were treated as the number 1 offensive weapon. The fall of the islands in the Sky Marshal continent was basically done by the warring sea beasts. Once they sent out 5 warring sea beasts, any island could not withstand the attack. This was also the main reason why those large islands rejected the attack. Who could resist the warring sea beasts? In the meeting hall, everyone was silent. Island Master, let's fight it out with them. If the 5 Sea Kings want to attack our island, they will have to pay a huge price. We would rather die than submit. Island Master, don't the 5 Sea Kings want us to hand over that item? I think we should just hand it over. That's right, that's right. Since the great continents are going to merge, we can't keep that item. Very soon, different voices could be heard. Some felt that they should fight it out with the Sea Kings. Others felt that they should hand over that item. For a moment, the meeting hall was filled with intense arguments. It was no different from a market. Hong hong hong. They are attacking. Their attack is too fierce. The 5 Sea Kings soon launched their first attack. And outside the Sky Marshal Island, 5 colossal creatures floated up like islands. Attack! Break the Sky Marshal Island for me. The number 1 superpower of the human race will become a thing of the past from now on. On top of the 5 colossal creatures, there was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing. Behind each of them was a large group of people. They were the 5 Sea Kings of the sea. At this moment, the 5 Sea Kings were all smiling. Large batches of sea beasts were attacking the islands one after another, and the huge island was almost covered by a black energy. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their heart palpitate. The Sea Clan had always been the strongest race in the Sky Marshal continent. Chapter 3348. Tianwu Continent, Tianwu Island. It had been half a month since the 5 Sea Kings attacked Tianwu Island. As the largest island in the Tianwu continent, Tianwu Island's defense was quite terrifying. It was covered with arrays that blocked the attacks of the Sea Clan time and time again. However, this kind of resistance was not enough to stop them. The Sea Clan attacked without any regard for energy consumption, advancing bit by bit. Today, the last guarded island was breached. Now, there was only one big island left. Tianwu sect leader, if you don't want to see the entire island slaughtered, immediately give up resisting, open the array, and surrender. A Sea King's voice echoed in the sky above Tianwu Island. On the sea that led to Tianwu Island, Lin Fei followed the crowd and saw the power of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was more terrifying than he had imagined. They had a huge number of reinforcements. From the beginning until now, Lin Fei could not remember how many waves of reinforcements he had received. It was definitely an astronomical number. Even Lin Fei was shocked by this. Lord, I just received news that Tianwu Island has been breached, and all the higher-ups have been killed. You who came to report. Recently, you who would report everything that happened on Tianwu Island as soon as possible. This lord was not someone to be offended. So fast. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I remember that it has only been half a month since the start of the attack. Is the strength of Tianwu Island that weak? According to you who, the overall strength of Tianwu Island was very strong. It had been attacked by the Sea Kings more than once or twice. This time it collapsed in half a month. This was too fast. It is said that there is a spy in Tianwu Island. At the critical moment, the array was opened, and the sea beasts of war rushed in. Yu Hu explained. Now, he is chasing after the fish that escaped the net. Lin Fei originally wanted to go to Tianwu Island to broaden his horizons and meet Tian Lei Lai. However, since the island had been breached, he naturally had no interest in going. I'm not going to Tianwu Island anymore. Lin Fei believed that Yu Hu would not dare to lie to him. Tianwu Island had been breached, and the number 1 island had been eliminated. The news spread quickly. The entire Martial Heaven continent was in an uproar, especially those islands. Even though they had known this would happen, hearing it for themselves made them feel uncomfortable. That was the number 1 island of the human race. Now it had completely disappeared. Chase! That young master can't escape. On the sea, a black mass of sea race warriors rode on sea beasts and held weapons in their hands, riding the wind and breaking the waves as they chased after a warship in front of them. Young master, they're following us too closely. We can't shake them off. This was not a big warship. It was very inconspicuous in the sea. Tian Lei Lai looked at his pursuers and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for them, Heavenly Martial Island wouldn't have fallen so quickly. As long as I leave this place alive, I will make them pay in blood. This young master was the young master of the Heavenly Martial sect. Tian Lei Lai frowned. Their pursuers had never stopped chasing after them. Ever since Xiao Chun had escaped from Heavenly Martial Island, Heavenly Thundersplit had suffered countless attacks. Every time he managed to shake off the sea race warriors, they would catch up very quickly. Young master, not good. They also have sea tribe warriors. A group of shark warriors appeared on the sea in front of them. Change direction immediately. Tian Lei Lai didn't want to be entangled with them. There were too many sea tribe warriors. If he killed one wave, another wave would come immediately. Not good. There are sea tribe warriors here too. They're catching up. Not good, we're surrounded. Sea tribe warriors appeared from all directions. They were riding on sea beasts and surrounded this small area of the sea. Young master of Heavenly Martial sect, don't run anymore. This time you won't be able to escape. A huge shark appeared in front of them. A shark rider was sitting on it. Come with us obediently. It will only be good for you. On the deck of the warship, Tian Lei Lai held a long saber. You want that thing? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not hand it over. Tian Lei Lai clenched his teeth. Kill them. There are no cowards in the Heavenly Martial sect. Tian Lei Lai was the first to attack. With a slash of his long saber, a huge wave soared to the sky and killed more than 10 sea tribe warriors. Capture the young master of Heavenly Martial sect alive. Leave no one alive. Kill. On the sea. For a moment, Lin Fei didn't know where to go. Now that Heavenly Martial Island was gone, There was nothing left for him to do. However, Lin Fei was unwilling to leave Heavenly Marshall Island just like that. Therefore, he ordered Yu Hu to steer the ship. Lord, there seems to be a battle ahead. Yu Hu came to report. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. He wasn't a nosy person. Maybe it was another internal fight between Sea Tribe warriors. Change direction. Lin Fei lazily closed his eyes again. A bunch of trash. Chase after them. Above the sea, a figure flew in the air. On the sea behind him, a group of Sea Tribe warriors chased after him. At the same time, water arrows were constantly shot up from the sea, forming an obstacle. That person waved his saber to cut off the water arrows. However, there were too many water arrows, and some of them still landed on the surface. Young master of Heavenly Martial Sect, you can't escape. The Shark Knight sneered and followed behind. Let's see how long you can last. In the sea, it would always be their world. A mere human would never be able to escape from their palms. Capturing him was only a matter of time. If it wasn't for capturing him alive, the Shark Knight would have killed him long ago. How could he let him escape? Am I really going to die here? Tian Lei Lai's body was covered with wounds. Blood dyed his armor red. He didn't have time to heal his injuries. Ever since he broke out of the encirclement, Tian Lei Lai's injuries had never healed. Just now, when he broke out of the encirclement, he was heavily injured again. He didn't know how long he could last. If this was a flat continent, Tian Lei Lai was confident that he could get rid of them. However, this was the sea, the world of Sea Tribe warriors. Although the world was big, there was no place for him. As for the human race, he didn't even need to think about it. This time, they could betray the Heavenly Martial Sect. The other islands would do the same. They wouldn't be so kind to him and might even capture him. Tian Lei Lai was in despair. He couldn't see any hope. There was no other outcome other than death. Come down. Monstrous waves soared into the sky. A huge shadow appeared. At the same time, dozens of tentacles stretched out. Tian Lei Lai was distracted for a moment and was entangled by the tentacles. Not good. It's the octopus warrior. Those tentacles entangled Tian Lei Lai tightly. He felt a sharp pain as the poison invaded his body. He dropped his weapon and couldn't use his power anymore. I didn't expect them to arrange for the octopus warrior. It's the most troublesome existence. The Shark Knight smiled and walked over. Young master of Heavenly Martial Sect, you won't have the chance to escape this time. I spent a lot of effort to capture you. Fortunately, everything is under control. Take him away. To the Shark Knight, capturing Tian Lei Lai was a great achievement. Sorry, you won't have the chance to take him away. Chapter 3349. This voice sounds familiar. Tian Lei Lai did not know why, but he found the voice familiar. He could not recall whose voice it belonged to. Instinctively, he felt that he knew this person. Who is it? The Shark Knight's eyes turned cold as he started to search. Sir, there is a ship coming from that direction. Some subordinates noticed the ship coming from afar. Kill it. Immediately, a group of marine species warriors rushed toward the ship. After being poisoned, Tian Lei Lai became weak and could not see clearly. He could barely see a person standing on the ship with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a hero. Those marine species warriors who rushed forward exploded into a pile of mud before they could even get close. Blood dyed the sea red. Again, the Shark Knight's face turned ugly. Someone dared to kill his subordinates at this time. It was too arrogant. He had the Sea King behind him. In the sea, who dared to disrespect the Sea King? The second group of marine species warriors could not stop the person either and followed the footsteps of the first group. The ship approached unhurriedly. Who are you? Two groups of subordinates were killed. More importantly, the other party did not move from beginning to end. To be able to kill the marine species warriors, he must be very powerful. After all, the marine species warriors were famous for their thick skin and flesh. It was difficult to kill a marine species warrior. To be able to kill a dozen marine species warriors so easily, he must be powerful. The Shark Knight had to suppress his anger and figure out the person's background first. I want him, Lin Fei said with a smile. The Shark Knight saw a young man and did not have any impression of him. However, the other party was too arrogant to ask for someone. He was working for the Sea King. He is wanted by the Sea King. No one can take him away. The Shark Knight said coldly, "You better tell us who you are. It will not be good if you are accidentally injured." "Sorry, I want this person," Lin Fei said with a smile. "No one can refuse me." Presumptuous. The Shark Knight's face darkened. "There is nothing presumptuous about it. Little Black, show them what you're made of." Lin Fei shook his head. If someone did not listen, then they should be prepared to die. Black Yuan's eyes were cold. He walked out from behind and raised his palm. The palm covered the sky. The expressions of the Shark Knight and the others changed drastically. "Run!" A huge palm print slammed down ruthlessly. The huge sea region was slammed down by the palm. The seawater flowed backward, forming a huge palm print. The Shark Rider and the other oceanic race warriors were instantly annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. "Old friend, I trust you've been well since we last met." Lin Fei turned around and looked at Thunder Split, who had been captured and brought to the ship. "It's you." Even in his dreams, Lei Lai would never have imagined that Lin Fei, whom he had only met once, would come to his rescue. "What? Can't I?" Lin Fei was not surprised by Tian Lei's expression at all. "It wasn't easy for me to come to the Sky Martial Continent. I have to thank you for the path." Heaven's Thunder Split sighed. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei would come to help him. Compared to the last time they had met, this Lin Fei had become even more mysterious. A subordinate had easily killed the Shark Knight and the other sea race warriors. Just how strong was he? "I'm just too surprised." Heaven's Thunder Split stretched his body. "Thank you for helping me at this time. It's a pity that I can't invite you to the Heavenly Martial Sect as a guest." Thinking of the Heavenly Martial Sect, Heaven's Thunder Split's eyes reddened. Actually, Lin Fei had a good impression of Heaven's Thunder Split. At the very least, he was not a scheming person. "Since you treat me as a friend, you don't have to thank me." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Your injuries are not light. Let's talk somewhere else." Heavenly Martial Island. This #1 island was currently under the joint attack of the 5 Ocean Kings. The human experts on the Heavenly Martial Island, other than those who had been killed, were all captured. The 5 Ocean Kings gathered together and were preparing to divide the spoils of war. As the #1 island and the #1 human sect, the Heavenly Martial Sect's foundation was naturally not weak. The 5 Ocean Kings had joined forces for the treasures and the large population. However, the most precious treasure had been taken away. The Heavenly Martial Young Master had been taken away. Although the 5 Ocean Kings were quite annoyed, they were not very worried. In the sea, the Heavenly Martial Young Master would not be able to escape. It was only a matter of time before they caught him. Their only worry was that it would take too long. If the other Ocean Kings knew about this, it was hard to guarantee that they would not interfere. "Ocean Kings, the situation is not good. The Heavenly Martial Young Master has been rescued." A piece of bad news came. Among the Sea Clan members that He Yuan had killed, there was a type of Sea Clan members that did not have high combat power. However, they had a specialty, which was their ability to record everything that happened on the scene. Even if they were dead, they could travel back in time to see what had happened. Who did it? In the main hall of the Heavenly Martial Sect, the 5 Ocean Kings sat in a row. Hearing this news, the 5 Ocean Kings' faces turned ugly. "I don't know for now. I only know that it was a young human," the person replied. He took out the recording and played it for the Ocean Kings to see. The scenes on the sea kept replaying. "It's him." At this time, the taller Ocean King in the middle stood up. He was the Ocean King of Qinghai. He frowned slightly. "Brother Qinghai, do you know why this kid looks so unfamiliar?" The person who asked was an amiable-looking middle-aged man. He was the good-tempered Ocean King Tianfu. Among the Ocean Kings, Ocean King Tianfu was a good person. However, if one took it seriously, they would definitely be mistaken. Beneath his amiable face, there was a scheming spirit that made people afraid. The other three Ocean Kings also felt that the person in front of them was unfamiliar. The Ocean King of Qinghai stood up and stared at the figure. Actually, you are not unfamiliar. You just never thought about it. Do you remember a few years ago about the Myriad God continent? The Ocean King Tianfu's eyes lit up. I know who this person is. It is said that he plundered hundreds of billions of power of faith from the Myriad God continent. He even has a cosmic treasure on him. It's him. It really seems like him. Our luck is not bad. We actually met him here. Doesn't this mean that we are in luck? The 5 Ocean Kings were very tempted by the hundreds of billions of power of faith. That was a good thing. Apart from that, there was also that cosmic treasure. It was rumored that the person had used that cosmic treasure to block the attack of the Myriad God Continent's experts. In the end, he had brought a large amount of power of faith into the Sky Martial continent. As soon as this was mentioned, they immediately recalled. When this news came a few years ago, they had scoffed at it. How could such a thing happen? They had secretly sent people to look for him, but there had been no news. After a long time, they had forgotten about it. But now that it had appeared again, it was hard for them not to recall it. Chapter 3350. On the sea. The ship was sailing. Tianlei Lai's injuries recovered quickly. As the young master of the Sky Martial sect, he always had some healing medicine with him. Previously, he did not have time to use them because the Sea Clan warriors were chasing him too closely. But now that he had time, the situation was different. Tianlei Lai walked to the deck and looked at Lin Fei, who was fishing for fun. Your injuries are recovering well. Lin Fei did not turn around and continued fishing leisurely. Thanks to you, I have time to recover. The injuries left by the Sea Clan warriors are nothing. Tianlei Lai walked to Lin Fei's side. Do you have any plans? Lin Fei looked at the sea and asked. Tianlei Lai's face flashed a trace of hesitation before his expression became firm. Brother Lin, you know why they are chasing me, even to the point of capturing me alive. Lin Fei was not interested in this at all. They want to take away the Sky Martial sect's inheritance treasure from me. Tianlei Lai said in a low voice. The 5 Ocean Kings joined hands because of this treasure. Lin Fei could not help but be curious. The Ocean Kings of the Sky Martial continent are all very powerful. They can have any treasure they want. How could your Sky Martial sect have something that belongs to them? Tianlei Lai smiled bitterly. At first, I was also curious. Later on, I found out about this treasure and understood why they wanted to take action. If I had not met Brother Lin, I think this treasure would have definitely fallen into their hands. Lin Fei was not interested in treasures now. Of course, he still attached great importance to those powerful treasures. The power emitted by those treasures was not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he would fail miserably. Brother Lin, please look. Tianlei Lai took out a black box. The box was not big, only the size of a fist. It looked very ordinary. No one would pay attention to it if it was thrown aside. When the box opened, a crystal appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. A universe crystal chip. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He did not expect it to be this thing. It was really unexpected. Yes, a universe crystal chip. Tianlei Lai nodded. This universe crystal chip was inadvertently obtained by one of the gate masters. I don't know how, but the news leaked out and attracted the 5 Sea Kings. It's just a universe chip. I don't think there's a need for them to do that. Lin Fei asked. Right now, he had 2 universe chips on him. In terms of usefulness, it wasn't much. Lin Fei couldn't figure out why the 5 Sea Kings would be so interested in snatching the universe crystal chip. It was useless even if they took it. The universe crystal chip is useless to them, but it is very useful to some people. Tianlei Lai said, for example, the son of the Star River Mansion's mansion master, F*CK. It's still related to this even after all this talk. Lin Fei was really impressed. They want to rely on the Star River Mansion. Rumor has it that that person has quite a few universe crystal chips. If they can give them one at this time, it will be no less than sending charcoal in the snowy weather. It will be a great help to control the Sky Martial continent in the future. Tianlei Lai said in a low voice, You should now understand why they are chasing me. Lin Fei's goal was to collect 10 universe crystal chips. Now that he had 2, he wasn't afraid of the location of the universe crystal chip. He was only afraid that no one would know. What he cared about now was information. Without information, everything would be useless. Lin Fei understood this better than anyone else. Tianlai Lai took out the universe crystal chip. Lin Fei seemed to understand what the other party wanted to do. Brother Lin, I haven't known you for a long time, but I know that you should be a good person. Tianlai Lai took a deep breath. I am willing to give the universe crystal chip to Brother Lin. I only hope that Brother Lin can help me take revenge. Thump. Tianlai Lai knelt on one knee. He passed the box in his hand to Lin Fei. His eyes were especially firm. In the past few days, Tianlai Lai had thought a lot. In the end, he finally made up his mind. He knew that this was his only chance. Although he hadn't known Lin Fei for a long time, Tianlai Lai knew that the other party was a very mysterious guy. Last time, in the Forbidden Soul area, he had suppressed many experts. This time, he had killed a strong expert like the Shark Knight with just one of his subordinates. Tianlai Lai decided to take a risk. You trust me that much? Although Lin Fei had guessed it, when he heard it for himself, he was still slightly shocked. Especially when he took out the universe crystal chip. Don't you know the importance of this universe crystal chip? Even if it's just one, if you give it to those forces, they will be willing to give you a lot of benefits. Tianlai Lai shook his head. Brother Lin, I understand what you said clearly. If the heavenly martial sect was still here, they might care about my identity as a young master. But now I am nothing. If I rashly take those things to them, I will be eaten alive. If I hand them over to you, it will be completely different. I am willing to take this gamble. If not for Lin Fei's appearance, Tianlai Lai didn't know where he could go in the future. In the Sky Martial Continent, there was really no place for him to live. Since that was the case, Tianlai Lai was willing to take a risk. Moreover, if the universe crystal chip was in his hands, there would only be disadvantages. In the sea, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Are you sure? Lin Fei looked at Tianlai Lai. Although he was very interested in the universe crystal chip, he wouldn't snatch it. If he wanted something, he would snatch it himself. I'm sure, Tianlai Lai said firmly. I only hope that Brother Lin can help me. I believe that my eyes won't make a mistake. Looking at Tianlai Lai, Lin Fei said, If you don't say it, I will leave the Sky Martial Continent and go to the Wasteland Continent. Since you have asked, I will help you. Thank you. The ship turned around and headed for the Sky Martial Island. When Yu Hu, who was driving the ship, heard that they were going to the Sky Martial Island, he was scared out of his wits. Not daring to say anything, he gritted his teeth and steered the ship towards the Sky Martial Island. A few days later, on the sea towards the Sky Martial Island, the figures of the Sea Clan's warriors started to appear. They really put in a lot of effort to catch you. On the deck of the ship, Lin Fei smiled. Tianlai Lai also felt that the number of the Sea Clan's warriors seemed to exceed his expectations. This didn't seem normal. Something doesn't seem right. Tianlai Lai frowned. Something doesn't seem right? Lin Fei couldn't see it. At this time, a group of Sea Clan's warriors approached the ship. One of the dozen Sea Clan's warriors suddenly saw a figure on the deck and immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. I found him! I found him! The mission of these Sea Clan's warriors wasn't to find the Sky Martial young master, but to find a young man. This was an order from the Sea King himself. Whoever found the young man's traces would be rewarded handsomely. This made many Sea Clan's warriors excited. Send out the signal immediately. The Sea Clan's warrior immediately ordered. Dong! 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 In the sky above the sea, 3 loud noises resounded loudly in the sky. I found something! Hurry over! The nearby Sea Clan's warriors rushed over immediately. People on the ship, listen up. You have been surrounded. Give up resisting and surrender. Chapter 33:51. The Sea Tribe warriors inside and outside gathered around. Lin Fei laughed. We are quite popular. Tianlai Lai was filled with killing intent when he saw the Oceanic Race warriors. They chased me all the way back then. Now it's my turn. Tianlai Lai took out his divine weapon and prepared to attack. However, he was stopped by Lin Fei. "Don't be anxious. They are just ants." Lin Fei laughed. "There's no point in killing them. When we get there, I guarantee you'll have a good time." He Yuan, who was behind Lin Fei, attacked. "I'll lead the way for master." With a wave of his hand, a majestic force crushed over. The oceanic race warriors exploded into a bloody mess. "Xiao Yu, follow them." "My lord, we found traces of that person. They are heading towards Sky Marshal Island. Besides that person, there is also the Sky Marshal young master, Tianlai Lai. On Sky Marshal Island, the 5 Sea Kings received the news. Through special sea beasts they could see the situation. Ha ha ha! It's that kid. Hundreds of billions of power of faith. A powerful universal spatial treasure. We are not bad." The 5 Sea Kings looked at the youths on the ship and smiled radiantly. "Send out the army and take them down." The 5 Sea Kings had no objections. It was a pleasant surprise to find traces of the other party. As for the 3 of them, they had never taken them seriously. The myriad god continent claimed to be very powerful, but the 5 Sea Kings did not take it seriously. They were very strong, but they were nothing in front of the Sky Marshal continent's oceanic race. It would be easy to defeat them with an army. Over the sea, a dense mass of oceanic race warriors swarmed over. There was no end to their numbers. Other than the oceanic race warriors, there were more of them. It made one's scalp tingle. At least Tianlai Lai was like that. The army of the 5 Sea Kings had arrived. Anyone would feel a chill down their spine. Even Tianlai Lai himself could not understand why. There were only 3 of them. The 5 Sea Kings had mobilized such a large force. Facing such an army, Tianlai Lai's hand trembled as he held his divine weapon. Sky Marshal Island was strong, right? But under such an attack, they could not withstand it. Even if there was no internal rebellion, the situation would be the same. No one could stop it. Our reputation is not small. Lin Fei was still smiling, looking indifferent and flirtatious. Tianlai Lai really admired Lin Fei for being able to remain so calm in the face of such an army. In this aspect, he could only sigh at his inferiority. The disparity was too great. The more it was like this, the more Tianlai Lai hoped that Lin Fei would help him take revenge. Black Yuan swept through everything in his path. At the start, he used his palm strike. Then, he used his Cosmos Divine weapon. He killed his way through, and all the Sea Tribe warriors died with a single slash. This was the first time that the valiant Black Yuan had encountered the relentless attacks of the Sea Tribe's warriors. It was very troublesome to kill such a large number of them. The Sea Tribe warriors had initially shouted that they wanted to capture the 3 of them alive. However, as He Yuan killed his way over, many of the Sea Tribe warriors' expressions changed. None of their attacks landed on that person. From beginning to end, there seemed to be an invisible layer of power on the surface of that person. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through that layer of power. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. He Yuan had single-handedly killed tens of millions of Sea Tribe warriors. Continue attacking. No matter how powerful that fellow is, his physical body won't be able to withstand the exhaustion. The commander of the Sea Tribe warriors persisted in one thought, and that was to defeat the enemy with a large number of people. This was the Sea Tribe's best fighting style. No one could withstand it. That was how Sky Marshal Island had been conquered. The Sea Tribe's reproduction methods were very powerful. They could recover from any battle in a dozen years or even less. In the Sky Marshal continent, the Sea Tribe was the strongest existence. He Yuan continued to kill. The ship behind him followed. Too powerful. Yu, who was anxiously steering the ship. His scalp was numb. That expressionless, dark-skinned fellow was actually this powerful. The Sea Tribe warriors were famous for their strength. However, they had been killed by the other party with a single slash. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Who is that person? He killed tens of millions of our Sea Tribe warriors. Hurry up and report. Our Sea Tribe warriors are being chopped like vegetables. Even the commander of the sea tribe couldn't withstand this kind of exhaustion. If one person was already so powerful, what if there were more of them? They didn't dare to imagine it. No one had ever been able to withstand the attacks of their army. However, today they had been stopped by a single person. Along the way, none of their attacks had been able to hurt the other party. The other party seemed to be invincible. With a casual slash, even the strongest sea tribe warriors would be killed. The 5 sea kings were constantly paying attention. After seeing such losses, they couldn't help but frown. Does no one know who that person is? His saber technique is extremely powerful. He can easily cut through the defense of our sea tribe warriors. Hurry up and find out who he is. Such a person can't be unknown. The 5 sea kings couldn't help but feel embarrassed. There were only 3 of them, and they had paid such a huge price. It wasn't worth it. Tell them not to attack and open a path for them. Just keep an eye on them and don't escape. Aren't they coming to Sky Marshall Island? We'll just wait for them here. After a discussion, the 5 sea kings decided to wait for the other party to arrive. There were many experts here, so they didn't have to worry about being unable to capture those 3 people. No matter how powerful that person was, they weren't weak. No one could escape from them. They're not attacking anymore. Once the order was given, the sea tribe warriors all retreated and opened a path. So, the sea tribe warriors are also afraid of death. Tianlai Lai's mood became much better. The dignified sea tribe warriors, who used numbers to deal with their enemies, would also retreat one day. This was absolutely an inconceivable thing. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by this situation at all. With so many sea tribe warriors dead, it would be strange if he didn't feel distressed. They're probably waiting to see us. Let's go and settle this matter. Lin Fei laughed. You're the only one who can make such a huge matter sound so easily. Tianlai Lai couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Lin Fei said proudly. Actually, I'm very powerful. Okay? They're just a few sea kings. They're nothing in my eyes. Brag. Continue bragging. Without the obstruction of the sea tribe warriors, the journey was smooth. The ship sailed into a huge encirclement. Both inside and outside the encirclement were densely packed with sea tribe warriors. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart palpitate. The sea tribe was indeed the powerful overlord of the sea. A few days later, a huge island appeared. Chapter 3352. Who would have thought that I would return so quickly? Both of Thundercrack's eyes turned scarlet. He stared at the Sky Marshall Island. Just a while ago he was still a young master, yet now he had almost become a prisoner. If not for Lin Fei acting, Thundercrack dared not imagine what would have happened to him. That is a warring sea beast. It has the strength of a cosmos god. You have to be careful, Thundercrack muttered. During the invasion of the island, the warring sea beasts have a huge advantage. Even though they do not have intelligence and only attack instinctively, that is an attack from a genuine cosmos god. You cannot resist it head-on. Thundercrack was afraid that Lin Fei would resist it head-on. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the warring sea beast. Indeed, he could feel a terrifying aura coming from it. There were 5 auras in a row. The Sea Clan was not simple. Even if it did not have intelligence, it was still an attack from a cosmos god. How could it be so easy to resist it? Thundercrack, you are quite daring to take the initiative to return. Do you think that you can suppress us after finding a helper? The majestic group of Sea Clan warriors in front made way, revealing a figure. He was none other than Sea King Qinghai. He stood on the back of the warring sea beast and looked down. At the same time, his gaze landed on this young man. He was truly young. If not for those old monsters from the myriad god great continent spreading the news, who would dare believe that this was real? This young man could take away several 100 billion faith energy and had a cosmos-spatial treasure on him. It was unrealistic. But now, regardless of whether it was real or not, there was nothing to worry about. No one could leave this place. I have indeed found a helper. You guys have attacked the Sky Marshall Island and killed the experts on our island. Today, I have come to take revenge. Thundercrack was throwing caution to the wind. All of you should be prepared to die. The 5 Sea Kings and the other Sea Clan warriors guffawed. What a good young master. Such arrogance. I wonder if you can do it with just the 3 of you. Sea King Qinghai said with disdain. I do wish to experience it, but for now you can scram to the side. Turning his gaze, he landed on that young man. The Sea King of Qinghai stared at Lin Fei and said, Your Excellency is quite impressive. You managed to make the old monsters of the myriad gods continent complain about you, but they didn't dare to do anything to you. I'm really curious how you managed to do it. Lin Fei was very smart now. He immediately understood what was going on after hearing the Sea King's words. Those old fogies really aren't anything good. They can't beat me, so they're trying to backstab me. If I'm not mistaken, they must be saying that I have hundreds of billions of faith power and powerful treasures. Lin Fei thought that this was highly possible. Tian Lei Lai was completely baffled. Could it be that Lin Fei had gotten himself into some kind of trouble? Do you guys have money? Lin Fei laughed loudly. This answer infuriated the Sea King of Qinghai. So what if I have money? The Sea King of Qinghai said fiercely, Don't play dumb. Since you brought a good master with you, hand over everything and be obedient to us, and we'll spare your life. Right, hand over everything. Otherwise, this place will be your land of death. There has never been anyone who could survive after rejecting our oceanic clan. The 5 Sea Kings were certain that they would defeat Lin Fei and Thunder Split. They indeed had the confidence to say these words. Ignoring everything else, just the huge oceanic clan army and the war sea beasts could defeat all superpowers. At the same time, they were their greatest reliance. Even if the other party was stronger, it was impossible for them to stop them. 5 cosmos gods against a single person. Who could endure that? Unless the other party was a cosmos god? But was that possible? That was impossible. Who did not know that it was hard for a cosmos god to break through? Lin Fei glanced at Thunder Split. If I restrict their strength, can you kill them? Restrict their strength? The cosmos god weapon in Thunder Split's hand tightened. If their strength is restricted, killing them is too easy. Then prepare yourself. Since you said you want to take revenge, I'll let you do so right now. Kill them personally. That's the best thing. Lin Fei patted the shoulder of Thunder Split. These words were heard by the 5 Sea Kings. All of them revealed a look of disdain. Kill them? Restrict their strength? Do you think you are an ultra-strong expert? In the Sky Martial Great Continent, they had never heard of anyone who could restrict their strength. Even if you wanted to dupe others, there was no need to do so. Ha ha ha, restrict our strength? Do you think you are so formidable? Sea King Qinghai sneered. If you are so formidable, we would have long submitted to you instead of standing here. The few of you go and deal with that fellow. I believe you won't disappoint us. Sea King Qinghai said to a dozen human experts not far away. Yes. Those human experts were all higher-ups of the Sky Martial Island. They had betrayed the Sky Martial sect at the crucial moment, causing the island to fall. Thunder Split saw them. His killing intent surged. He was prepared to kill his way out and kill them. Wait a moment. What's the rush? Lin Fei chuckled. Don't you feel that there are too many people here? Being surrounded by so many people is such an uncomfortable thing. Too many people? It should be because the Oceanic clan had more warriors. The 5 Sea Kings had practically brought out their entire army. Naturally, their numbers were not small. Let's go. Lin Fei laughed and waved his hand to the left. A huge black hole appeared and swallowed all the Oceanic clan's warriors on the left. For a moment, the area was empty. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and the Oceanic clan's warriors on the right also disappeared. The dark scene had disappeared without a trace. Restrict my strength. I am the god. Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived above the sea. His loud and clear voice resounded. A formless energy swept over everyone on Heavenly Martial Island. Everyone who was swept by this energy felt their expressions change drastically. Half of their cultivation realm was suddenly sealed. How come my strength is reduced by more than half? This is impossible. I am not an ultimate god anymore. What the hell? The expressions of the human experts, who were the first to reach the Sky Thunder Rend, changed drastically. Their hearts felt empty. Lin Fei patted Thunder Split. "All right, let's do it. Let's finish this quickly." "All right." Thunder Split was filled with killing intent. He went straight to the first human expert. "10th Elder, eat my blade." The blade slashed. After half of the 10th Elder's strength was sealed, his realm and everything else dropped. He only felt his vision blur, and his head fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. "Young Master, don't kill us. We are willing to surrender." "Young Master, we surrender. We were forced to do this." After killing the 10th Elder with a single blade, the remaining human experts all looked terrified. That person was too terrifying. Half of his strength was sealed. What kind of joke was this? Where did the young master find him? Chapter 33:53. Thunder Rend did not feel that he was bullying the weak. Who asked them to betray Sky Marshall Island? Now that they were killed by him, they only had themselves to blame. Facing their begging, Thunder Rend did not hesitate. He did not pity them either. They had to pay the price for what they did. This was something they had to understand from the start. The Heavenly Thunder Rend killed more than a dozen experts of the human race. Fellow Sea Kings, it is your turn now. Thunder Rend was clear that such an opportunity was hard to come by. If he missed it, he did not know when he would get another chance. Even if it was a Sea King, he was not afraid. "Kill!" Thunder Rend charged towards Sea King Qinghai. At this moment, the expressions of the 5 Sea Kings changed. Half of their strength had been sealed. This was something impossible. Who exactly is that person? Why did my realm and strength fall by half? And where did our army go? I can't even contact them. The expressions of the 5 Sea Kings became terrified. That seemingly young fellow was so powerful. Did it not mean that he was at the Cosmos God level? Stop them. Hurry up and stop them. Seeing that the Heavenly Thunder Rend was coming for them, the 5 Sea Kings' pupils shrank as treasures floated around them. If they were at their peak, they would not be afraid of Thunder Rend. They would kill as many of these brats as they could. But now they were not as strong as Thunder Rend. Furthermore, the most important army had disappeared. The only thing they could rely on was gone. Pu Piu Piu. Thunder Rend brandished his blade to kill the warriors of the Sea Clan. He closed in on the 5 Sea Kings. Wherever he went, none was his opponent. Awesome! One by one, the powerful warriors fell to his blade. This feeling was too wonderful. In his heart, Tian Leilai rejoiced that he had gotten to know Lin Fei and that item. Everything had been worth it. Didn't you guys want to kill me? What a reversal of fortune. It is your turn this year. Ha ha ha. Thunder Rend moved closer to Sea King Qinghai. With a single blade, he disappeared without a trace. The armor in front of Sea King Qinghai trembled, and he was directly sent flying. Everyone, hurry up and activate the war beasts. Let's deal with that brat first. Otherwise, we will all die here. Sea King Qinghai spat out blood. Even if he felt uneasy, he knew that everything was caused by that brat. It was most likely a treasure. We have to deal with that brat together. At this moment, their hearts were filled with bitterness. They finally understood why the old freaks of the Myriad Gods continent could not capture this kid. They even suspected that those old freaks could not kill this kid, so they sent them to deal with him. They were using someone else to do their dirty work. That old bastard tricked us. While cursing in their hearts, they decisively commanded the warring sea beasts to attack Lin Fei. Roar! Waves of light rushed out like a stream of light. Lin Fei was rich now, so why would he care about this? Seal. All the attacks in front of him stopped, including the 5 warring sea monsters. I like these 5 things very much, so I want them. Lin Fei walked over slowly. Control. In his eyes, the Jingguang flashed, and out of thin air, it turned into a talisman and entered the minds of the 5 warring sea beasts. The entire process didn't last long. When they stopped to recover, the 5 warring sea beasts looked at Lin Fei with joyful expressions. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Fei landed on one of the warring sea beasts. He could feel the joy transmitted over. 5 cosmos gods. Lin Fei grinned. He was satisfied with this harvest. And after losing contact with the 5 Sea Kings, they were spurting out blood nonstop. They finally realized that this person was someone they could not defeat. He truly covered the sky with one hand. We surrender. We are willing to give you faith energy. Sir, we surrender. The 5 Sea Kings were in complete despair. The person in front of them was too powerful. Just a mysterious treasure had sealed half of their strength, making them not the opponent of Sky Lightning Split. Who would believe it if they said it out? Yet they experienced it for themselves. Left with no choice, they could only choose to surrender. The warring sea beasts were captured by the other party. With a wave of his hand, the seal was broken, and their appearances changed. Who would not collapse after encountering such a matter? The 5 Sea Kings were completely collapsing now. The moment they surrendered, Sky Lightning Split became confused. He did not know if he should act or not. Looking at that figure again, he knew that the gap between him and the other party was huge. Who would have thought that I would be acquainted with such an ultra-strong expert? The 5 Sea Kings were suppressed just like that. Sky Lightning Split thought. He rejoiced in his heart that he had made the right decision. Strong. Too strong. What are you staring blankly for? Let's beat them half to death first. Lin Fei shouted at Sky Lightning Split. All right. Sky Lightning Split understood. He could choose not to kill them, but he could beat them half to death. This was a Sea King. Just thinking about it made Sky Lightning Split excited. The 5 Sea Kings begged for mercy out of helplessness. Die? Who would be willing? After hearing the words of the other party, they understood one thing. They did not have to worry about dying, but they would definitely be beaten up. They accepted it. Resist? After sealing half of their strength, the gap between them and Sky Lightning Split was huge. Especially after losing their warring sea beasts, they were once again heavily injured. Lin Fei did not interrupt Sky Lightning Split to vent his anger. One by one, the Sea Kings were kicked away and silently endured. These guys are smart. They know to lower their heads. It's not easy to become a Sea King. Lin Fei thought. I didn't waste 300 billion prestige points. He had used up 300 billion prestige points just to show off. If this was in the past, Lin Fei would not have dared to do so. Now that he was rich, such a small expenditure was nothing. The 5 Sea Kings had never been in such a sorry state before. After knowing that he could not kill them, Sky Lightning Split gave up on using his divine weapon and switched to his bare fists. All he did was beat them until their faces were swollen and bruised. His body had also become tattered, almost on the verge of collapse. Thank you. My thoughts are clear now. Sky Lightning Split flew back. His entire demeanor had changed, and he was in a state of excitement. Punching a Sea King was such a great thing. It's good that you like it. Lin Fei smiled and said, They have surrendered. They have a lot of money, so I have to make a fortune first. You won't blame me, right? Sky Lightning Split shook his head. I won't. Without you, I would never be able to slap a Sea King's face in this lifetime. That kind of feeling is really great. Lin Fei laughed. I see that there are still many of you on Sky Marshall Island. Go and deal with them first. When things are settled here, I will bring you over as a guest. I just don't know if you have the guts. Sky Lightning Split's blood boiled. With Brother Lin around, I am not afraid of anything. Chapter 3354. The Humans on Heavenly Marshall Island. They had thought that this would be the end of their lives. They would be enslaved by the sea race. Perhaps they would be playthings for the sea race's upper echelons. However, no one expected that one day, the young master would invite a superpower house. With one move, the Ocean King's army was transferred away. Even the Ocean King's strength was sealed, and the 5 ocean war beasts, which were universal existences, were taken away by the other party. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. However, they had truly felt the powerful aura of that super expert. He was so young and so powerful. With one move, he had solved a huge problem for Heavenly Marshall Island. The young master is mighty. The young master is mighty. The humans on heavenly Marshall Island cheered loudly. Instantly, the cheers were endless. Because of this super expert, in the future, if any Sea King dared to attack them in the sea, they would have to think twice about how they could withstand this super expert's attack. On this day, heavenly Marshall Island was filled with cheers. Lin Fei had become a distinguished guest on heavenly Marshall Island. The 5 Sea Kings obediently stayed in a courtyard. They were very well behaved. They did not dare say a word or do anything. The super expert's methods, even on the surface, were not something they could resist. Since that was the case, they might as well be well behaved. At this time, they really regretted attacking heavenly Marshall Island. They had paid such a huge price only to encounter such a thing. They really wanted to bang their heads against a wall. They, the mighty Sea Kings, had been beaten to a pulp. Now that they knew what had happened, they would not dare to attack heavenly Marshall Island again. Now, they did not know how that super expert would deal with them. However, they knew in their hearts that they would have to pay a huge price for this. They hated those old fogies from the Myriad God continent. If not for those old fogies spreading the news, they would not have offended such a super expert. In the courtyard, they sighed every day. He was speechless over this matter. Tian Lei Lai was elected as the new sect leader. In a short time, the heavenly Marshall sect was rebuilt. The elders all supported Tian Lei Lai as the new sect leader. He was in charge of handling matters for a few days. When he was free, the first thing Lei Lai did was to visit Lin Fei and bring him a gift. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I've been busy with reconstruction recently." Lei Lai sat in front of Lin Fei, a cup of tea in front of him. "It's okay. I can understand." Lin Fei laughed. How could he be angry about this kind of thing? He was not that kind of person. "Brother Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't reject it." Heaven Lei Lai took out a faith card. "I heard Brother Lin is interested in this. Our heavenly Marshall sect has no use for this thing. It would be better for Brother Lin to use it." He glanced at the God of Faith card and saw that there was actually 30 billion power of faith on it. 30 billion power of faith wasn't a small amount. For Lin Fei, 30 billion power of faith wasn't much of a thrill. To be able to make Skyrend take the initiative to give it to him meant that he knew how to behave. "There's no need for that. I'm very satisfied with your universe chip." Lin Fei shook his head. "No way. Brother Lin, you must accept it." Heaven Lei Lai said in a deep voice, "You've helped me a lot. This is a token of gratitude from the entire heavenly Marshall sect." Lin Fei could see that Heaven Lei Lai was sincere. "I'll accept the God of Faith card, but I'll give you a gift." In the Sea King's courtyard, the 5 Sea Kings were dejected. Although they had recovered their strength, they didn't have the guts to make a move. The sea beasts of war had changed masters at will. Their opponent's strength was definitely above theirs, and they didn't have the confidence to take him down. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have been so greedy. "Yeah, right? Brother Qinghai, weren't you the one who suggested it?" The Sea King of Qinghai was sullen. He couldn't help but feel sullen. "You guys seem to be in a good mood." The door was pushed open, and Lin Fei walked in with a smile. Behind him was Lei Lai. When they saw this young man again, the pupils of the 5 Sea Kings shrank, and they quickly stood up. They didn't dare to sit down, as they didn't know if this young man would give them a hard slap in the face. "It's okay. It's okay." They forced a smile on their faces, but deep down, they were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. It would be strange if they were in a good mood at this time, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. What if the young man got angry and killed them with a slap? Heaven Lei Lai laughed in his heart. It was rare to see a dignified Sea King like this. "I think you guys don't like this place, so let's leave." Lin Fei waved his hand, and a mass of energy wrapped around them. They left the heavenly Marshall Island, went to the sea outside, and landed on the sea beasts of war. The Sea Kings were still in a state of shock, and they didn't know what to do. "I heard that the Sea Kings of the Tianwu continent are famous Sea Kings, so I believe you have a lot of money. I like the power of faith. As Sea Kings, how much do you think you can take to buy your lives?" Lin Fei looked at them with a smile. The 5 Sea Kings were scared by his gaze. How much power of faith to buy their lives? Whose life would they buy? Naturally, it would be their lives. Using the power of faith to buy their lives, they heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. 30 billion. Sea King Qinghai gritted his teeth. Lin Fei said seriously, "It seems that it is better to kill all of you. A life is only worth 30 billion power of faith. That is too cheap. Don't you have any face?" The 5 Sea Kings almost vomited blood again. Was 30 billion power of faith little? It was not a small amount at all. But listening to the other party's words, it seemed to be very poor. If you want to live, you need at least 80 billion power of faith. Lin Fei said, "We can let them prepare now. By the time you guys reach the sea region, if you don't send any power of faith over, I'll immediately kill all of you. I am a man of my words." 80 billion power of faith, that was a huge amount of wealth. But thinking about the identity of this expert, they had nothing else to say. They might be able to fork out 80 billion power of faith if they gritted their teeth. "We will immediately contact the others." On the sea region, the 5 war beasts opened a path. Everyone who saw this at the sea region were badly frightened. This was a cosmos god that only the Sea King could control. Very soon, they arrived at the territory of Sea King Qinghai. At this moment, almost all the higher-ups of Sea King Qinghai came. They had heard about this matter, but they could not understand what was going on. How could a Sea King be captured? Furthermore, it was 5 Sea Kings. That was an unfathomable matter. Chapter 33:55. The news that the 5 Sea Kings had been captured hadn't really spread. These were 5 Sea Kings, and they had an army of warring sea beasts by their side. They were all natural-born combat experts. With such protection, who could possibly take down the 5 Sea Kings? "They're here! They're here!" The appearance of 5 sea beasts in the territory of the Sea King of Qinghai shocked many people. It was rare for the 5 Sea Kings to appear together. Although they were working together, they were actually working together for the sake of cooperation. If it was during normal times, they would never interact with each other. They would only stand together when there were benefits. "It's the Sea King." Everyone saw the Sea King of Qinghai. At this time, the Sea King of Qinghai was standing next to a young man, and there were 4 other Sea Kings next to him. They immediately knew that something had happened to the Sea King. "Bring me the God of Faith card, and you'll be free," Lin Fei said with a smile. 80 billion power of faith. That was 400 billion power of faith for 5 people. It was another big deal. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring it over, you bunch of good-for-nothings," the Sea King of Qinghai yelled at his subordinates. He had been suppressing his anger, and now that he had found an opportunity, he would definitely vent it out. A God of Faith card appeared in Lin Fei's hand. There was 80 billion power of faith in the card. Although it wasn't easy to take it out, the Sea King of Qinghai had pawned many things and borrowed a lot of power of faith. "You can go now. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again." The Sea King of Qinghai wanted to say that they shouldn't meet again. The Sea King of Qinghai really didn't want to see such a guy again. He had taken away 80 billion power of faith, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. The Sea King of Qinghai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. "By the way, if there's any news in the future, I hope you can support me." Lin Fei called out to the Sea King of Qinghai. "News? Support?" The Sea King of Qinghai felt that something bad was about to happen. "Don't worry, my lord. I'll be the first to support you," the Sea King of Qinghai quickly said. Lin Fei patted the Sea King of Qinghai's shoulder. "I hope you won't disappoint me. I don't mind visiting you again." Then Lin Fei left. He left with the 5 warring sea beasts. The Sea King of Qinghai looked as if he had lost his parents. That was a war-type sea beast, but it was gone just like that. There was nothing more heartbreaking than this. He didn't want to see this happen if he could. The remaining 4 Ocean Kings finally relaxed. This person was still trustworthy. What they were most worried about was that they would be killed. That would really be for naught. Now that the Sea King of Qinghai had returned, they didn't have to worry about being assassinated. Sure enough, it was just as he said. The Sea Kings were released one by one. When the last Sea King was released, Lin Fei had obtained 400 billion power of faith. He was overjoyed. "Brother Lin, where are we going?" Lei Lai was originally worried that the 5 sea kings would come for revenge. However, nothing happened along the way, so he could not help but feel relieved. Let's go to the sea god city. I'll get you a present on the way. Lin Fei smiled at Tian Lei Lai. Gift. Tian Lei Lai did not dare to imagine what kind of gift he could get in the sea god city. It would depend on the imperial capital of the Oceanic clan. Although the sea god was just a name and a formality, he was still the sea god and was nominally in charge of this part of the sea. Lin Fei smiled without saying anything. Sea God City. It was the largest city in the Sky Martial continent. It was also the Oceanic clan's holy land. As humans, Lin Fei and Tian Lei Lai were not welcomed in the sea, especially when they were approaching the Sea God City. However, when the 5 war-type sea beasts lined up, it was hard not to be noticed. Those look like war-type sea beasts. Didn't they say that war-type sea beasts can only be controlled by sea kings? Why are there 5 of them all of a sudden? Or are there 5 sea kings in the Sea God City? If that's true, then we're in big trouble. The Oceanic clan outside the Sea God City could not remain calm after seeing the 5 war-type sea beasts. As the Sea God City was the Oceanic clan's holy land, very few sea kings would come under normal circumstances. Now that 5 of them had come at once, something big was definitely going to happen. However, when they looked closely at the people on the war-type sea beasts, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Because there was not a single familiar person on the war-type sea beasts, only 3 who were relatively unfamiliar. No, it was 2 of them. They really did know the one in the middle. It was the young lord of the Sky Martial Island, Tian Lei Lai. Oh my god! What's going on? No one could figure out what was going on. However, everyone knew that something bad was going to happen. Quick, report to His Majesty. The appearance of 5 war-type sea beasts is not a good thing for the Holy Land. The Sea God City was located deep in the sea. It was a huge city. A rainbow-colored barrier protected the huge Sea God City. All kinds of Oceanic clan members appeared in the big city, leisurely and at ease. In the center of the Sea God City was a tall tower that was exceptionally eye-catching. The Sea God Tower. It was the symbol of the Sea God City. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. In the Sea God Tower, a group of people were enjoying a song and dance. They were all enjoying it. Suddenly, a figure rushed in and disrupted their good mood. The sea god, Hai Qingfeng, raised his head and looked at his trusted aide unhappily. If you don't give me a reason, you know what will happen to you. The sea god might not have much influence outside the sea, but in the Sea God City he was an absolute existence. No one dared to disobey him. Your Majesty, I just received news that 5 war-type sea beasts have arrived outside. It is said that the Sea King did not appear on the war-type sea beasts. Instead, it is an unfamiliar young man. Apart from that, there is also the Sky Martial Island's young master Tian Lei Lai. I suspect that they want to harm the Sea God City. What? 5 war-type sea beasts? Hai Qingfeng stood up as if he had been pricked by needles. Are you sure it's true? The Sea God City had not been able to suppress the various sea kings because they were not strong enough. If they were strong enough, they would have unified the sea a long time ago. The Sea God City was very useless. 5 war-type sea beasts meant that they did not come with good intentions. If possible, Hai Qingfeng did not want to hear this news. It meant that trouble was about to appear. It's absolutely true. They will probably arrive in the Sea God City in 1 or 2 days. Your Majesty, please make a decision as soon as possible. Hai Qingfeng took a deep breath. Call the generals over immediately. On the way to the Sea God City, Lin Fei was followed by many Oceanic clan members. These Oceanic clan members were very obedient and kept a distance from him. Chapter 3356. At the bottom of the sea, a 7-colored city appeared dazzling. Brother Lin, that's Ocean God City. It seems like they don't welcome us. Tian Lei Lai said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled. So what if they don't welcome us? His words were domineering. Many people had gathered outside Ocean God City. In fact, Lin Fei even saw a warring sea beast. Ocean God City wasn't strong, but with a warring sea beast, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Compared to the 5 warring sea beasts that Lin Fei had brought, Ocean God City's scale was really small. Young Master Tian Lei Lai, what are you doing in Ocean God City? Before they got close, someone shouted loudly. His voice was like waves, surging over and landing clearly in everyone's ears. Sky Marshall Island and Ocean God City didn't have a good relationship. Under normal circumstances, the two forces rarely interacted. Furthermore, no one would be happy about the current situation. We are here to visit Her Majesty. We have no ill intentions. Tian Lei Lai was more reserved and didn't dare to say too much. Visit? Many people shook their heads and despised Tian Lei Lai in their hearts. Who would pay a visit like this? Even the Ocean King wouldn't dare to do such a thing. For a moment, everyone didn't know how to answer. Young Master Tian Lei Lai, you can visit Her Majesty, but your warring sea beasts have to stop immediately. Our small Ocean God City can't afford such trouble. They didn't want the warring sea beasts to enter Ocean God City. No one could bear such a threat. Tian Lei Lai looked at Lin Fei with a bitter smile. He really couldn't make a decision on this matter. Lin Fei snorted coldly. A bunch of cowards. In the Ocean God Pagoda of Ocean God City, Hai Qingfeng was also sizing up the newcomers. He knew about Tian Lei Lai and the 5 Ocean Kings attacking Sky Marshall Island. The only thing he couldn't understand was why this young master was here. His gaze quickly fell on the warring sea beasts. The 5 warring sea beasts lined up in a row, looking domineering and shocking. No, that can't be right. Could these 5 warring sea beasts belong to the 5 Ocean Kings? But why would they allow outsiders to control the warring sea beasts? Are they crazy? Hai Qingfeng frowned. In his opinion, there must be a big problem, and it was a very big problem. However, His Majesty the Sea God couldn't figure out what exactly had happened. Do you think they will listen to us? Hai Qingfeng asked the generals behind him. The generals behind him were momentarily speechless. 5 war-type sea beasts. This meant that they were related to the 5 Ocean Kings. They really couldn't guarantee such a thing. Who asked the Oceanic God City to be so weak? I don't think they have the guts. The generals' answers were actually weak. They really didn't have the confidence. Let your Sea God Majesty come out. I'm here to give him a big gift. If you miss this opportunity, your Sea God Majesty will regret it. Lin Fei's loud and clear voice reverberated. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces were filled with shock. Let His Majesty the Sea God go out? Everyone shook their heads slightly. This person was too arrogant. Didn't he know that His Majesty the Sea God rarely went out? Furthermore, he was going to see a human. If it was an Ocean King, it would be a different matter. However, it was definitely not a human. In the entire Tianwu continent, there were not many humans who could make His Majesty the Sea God go out to greet them. At least, this guy in front of them couldn't. How arrogant. He dares to say that he's going to give me a gift? Hai Qingfeng's anger was unquenchable. That human was way too full of himself. There was no way he would believe the words of the other party. Giving him such a huge gift? What a joke. Since when did the human race become so kind-hearted? Was it possible? That was absolutely impossible. Hai Qingfeng wouldn't fall for it. Tell them that if they dare to approach Oceanic God City again, they will be my enemies. They will be killed without mercy. Hai Qingfeng snorted coldly. His Majesty has said that if the 2 of you dare to approach again, you will be the enemies of Oceanic God City. A general of Oceanic God City stood out. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. How disappointing. His Majesty the Sea God really doesn't have much courage. No wonder he can't make a comeback under the Ocean King's suppression. With this kind of courage, he will be like that for the rest of his life. Tian Lei Lai nodded. His Majesty the Sea God is indeed timid. However, in Oceanic God City, his temper is not small. He will kill anyone who disobeys him. But in front of those Ocean Kings, he is pitifully timid. He is like a yes man. At first, Lin Fei was still thinking that it would be best if the other party could come out. Sigh, he's forcing me to make a move. Lin Fei sighed. Tian Lei Lai almost laughed. He wasn't shocked at all when he heard that. After interacting with Lin Fei for a period of time, he understood Lin Fei's temper. Lin Fei was a stubborn person. If you listened to him, that would be for the best. If you didn't, then congratulations, you would be out of luck. For example, the sea god in Oceanic God City. Attack Oceanic God City. This time, there was no need for Lin Fei or He Yuan to make a move. The 5 warring sea beasts heard the order and immediately attacked Oceanic God City. Their huge bodies were unrestrained underwater. They set off huge waves that crashed against Oceanic God City's defenses. Damn it! They're attacking. Activate the defenses immediately. The 7-colored rippling array formation instantly shone with dazzling golden light. The attack of the 5 warring sea beasts was very domineering. As soon as the attack began, everyone in Oceanic God City paled. Some ran, some ran. No one could calm down. How dare Tian Lei Lai attack? I'm going to destroy his sky martial island. Hai Qingfeng, who was inside the Oceanic God Pagoda, could no longer remain calm. That guy really dared to attack. As the 5 warring sea beasts attacked, the majestic Oceanic God City fell into a storm. The 7-colored array formation continuously released dazzling light. The array formation was about to reach its limit. Immediately arrange for the army to counterattack. Send experts to kill Tian Lei Lai and those 2 people. Hai Qingfeng was panicking, but he quickly gave the order. Your Majesty, if we send the army, we will be sending them to their deaths. That's 5 warring sea beasts. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The generals behind him all stood together. They only had one goal, and that was not to send the army. It was like smashing an egg against a rock. In the end, they would still be the unlucky ones. They absolutely could not do such a thing. You guys! Hai Qingfeng was sullen. How could he not know that sending the army would be sending them to their deaths? If he did not do that, he would have to wait for the 5 warring sea beasts to attack. If it was just one warring sea beast, Hai Qingfeng would not be so nervous. He could just pretend that he had a warring sea beast. Who didn't have one? Your Majesty, we think it's better to go out and meet that person, the generals said in unison. Chapter 33:57. The Attack of the 5 Warring Sea Beasts. This brought great pressure to Sea God City. As the holy land of all sea tribe warriors, Sea God City was actually attacked one day. Furthermore, it was by 5 warring sea beasts. This immediately shattered everyone's thoughts of resistance. The rainbow array formation was gradually losing speed, and it was not long before it broke. As for Sea God City's counterattack, Sea God City had not retaliated at all. Would they dare? Of course not. No one could stop the attack of the 5 warring sea beasts. Any counterattack would be insignificant. When do you think they'll come out? Lin Fei said with a smile. Tian Lei Lai could not help but mourn for Sea God. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Lin Fei. They should be out soon. Tian Lei Lai laughed. Those generals aren't to be trifled with. They definitely won't allow this to continue. Don't think that His Majesty the Sea God can sit on the throne. Within Sea God City, His Majesty the Sea God has to rely on those generals. In less than 2 hours. Stop fighting. We're out. Stop. We're out. More than 10 figures flew out of Sea God City and shouted together. It's those generals. Tian Lei Lai laughed. The one in the middle is Sea God Hai Qingfeng. He's probably feeling helpless now. He's probably the only sea god who can be so incompetent. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei laughed. Isn't this good? The 5 warring sea beasts stopped. The generals heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but blame Sea God. If they had known that Sea God Hai Qingfeng was so easy to deal with, they would have taken the initiative to come out. All of you, come out. Hai Qingfeng was indeed very sullen. But what could he do at this time? In Sea God City he was the sea god, and his words carried enormous weight. But only he himself understood that if he did not have the support of these generals, he was nothing. These generals were actually arranged by the Sea Kings to monitor him. Your Majesty, you're doing this for the good of Sea God City. I believe that no one will say anything. A general said, Let's go and meet them now. Maybe this matter will be resolved soon. Is that so? Hai Qingfeng did not comment. After opening the formation, Hai Qingfeng and the other generals flew toward Lin Fei. You're finally willing to come out. Not yet, Lin Fei said coldly. If it was before, these generals would definitely be angry, but now they didn't dare. After what happened just now, they could vaguely tell that the leader of the crowd was this black-clothed young man. You want to see me? Hai Qingfeng was still very arrogant in front of the human race. In the martial heaven continent, the sea race ruled. Even the human race had to live under their nose. Bang! Hai Qingfeng's vision blurred, and he was smashed to the bottom of the sea. His vision blurred, and his blood churned. He felt like he was about to explode. A hand reached out and pulled the man back. If you dare to be disrespectful to my lord again, I don't mind slapping you to death. He Yuan's icy voice was filled with killing intent as he stared at Hai Qingfeng. The generals didn't dare to make a sound. The moment He Yuan attacked, his thick and terrifying aura pressured the generals so much that they couldn't breathe. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand that this was a powerful person. Hai Qingfeng didn't dare to speak. Lin Fei smiled. Just stand there obediently. It's good for everyone. You're the sea god in name, so it's hard to respect you. However, I can give you a chance to be the sea god. The generals behind him couldn't help but change their expressions. They might be generals, but in the sea god city they were all domineering lords. They didn't take the sea god seriously at all. If it wasn't for his bloodline, he wouldn't be qualified to be the sea god of the martial heaven continent. Even if it was an empty title, not everyone had the right to be the sea god. Sir, what do you mean by this? The generals couldn't stay calm when it came to matters that involved them. My lord said that you're all idiots. He Yuan snorted. You generals can stand aside. Stand aside? How could they be willing? A strange look flashed across Hai Qingfeng's eyes. If possible, who wouldn't want to be the sea god? Lin Fei swept his gaze across the generals. The sea god is the ruler of the marine race. How can he be powerless? Therefore, I want to help this sea god become the real sea god. Then you won't need to exist anymore. With a wave of his hand, a majestic force swept across their bodies. These generals were all experts. The marine race's physical bodies were extremely powerful, but under this sweep, their bodies collapsed and they died instantly. Ha ha ha, well done. These fellows deserve to die. Hai Qingfeng laughed loudly. Even though he wasn't the one who killed them, he could finally vent the anger in his heart when they died. With all the generals dead, even if there were a few left in the city, they wouldn't be a threat. Hai Qingfeng had never felt so relaxed before. Without the surveillance of the generals, he felt relaxed. He didn't need to worry about anything anymore. He could do whatever he wanted in the sea god city. Sir, what do you want me to do? After laughing wildly, Hai Qingfeng lowered his head slightly at Lin Fei. No matter how stupid he was, he realized that this human who had killed more than a dozen generals was not someone he could fight against. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. This guy wasn't a blockhead. If he was really a blockhead, then it wouldn't be worth it. He didn't want to bring back a blockhead. I snatched these 5 war beasts from the Sea King of Qinghai and the others, Lin Fei said with a smile. Hai Qingfeng's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally understood why the 5 war beasts were here. It turned out that they had been snatched away, and the Sea Kings didn't dare to do anything after that. This meant that the 5 Sea Kings were suppressed by this black-robed man. This black-robed man had terrifying strength that no one could resist. Hai Qingfeng knew the temperament of the Sea Kings very well. Sir, please come in. Hai Qingfeng took a deep breath and bowed, making an inviting gesture. This was a thick thigh. Did you say that Hai Qingfeng was arrogant? That depended on the occasion. The Sea God City was actually very beautiful. Lin Fei wasn't interested in admiring it for the time being. If it wasn't for the heavenly lightning split, he wouldn't have come here. Inside the Sea God Pagoda, Lin Fei sat on Hai Qingfeng's seat, while he stood in front of him obediently, not daring to breathe loudly. For some reason, there was an unbearable and terrifying aura in front of Hai Qingfeng. Chapter 3358. Hai Qingfeng had never thought that a big pie would fall from the sky. But this time, a big pie really fell from the sky, and it was a very big pie. A powerful existence that could snatch the war beast from the 5 sea kings. Hai Qingfeng chose to join the Sea King. When he really joined the Sea King, Hai Qingfeng realized how correct his choice was. The Sea King didn't care about the position of the sea god at all, let alone the martial heaven continent. He wouldn't even care about the entire merfolk. Hai Qingfeng was so happy to hear this news. When he first heard it, he wondered if he had heard it wrong. How could there be such a good thing, and how could it happen to him? 3 days after Lin Fei entered the sea god city, sea deity Hai Qingfeng released the news and sent an invitation to the 13 sea kings, inviting them to Sea Deity City in half a month to discuss an important matter. The Qinghai Sea King and the others were the first to receive the notice. The sea god was going to hold a meeting? Normally, the Qinghai Sea King and the others wouldn't care about it at all. That guy was actually a puppet and no one would pay attention to him. But it was different this time. They had all heard of one thing. That person had gone to Sea God City. Ever since Lin Fei left, they had arranged for people to gather information. Lin Fei didn't hide anything and swaggered to the Sea God City, so it was hard not to know. We have to go. After a discussion, the 5 Sea Kings decided to go to the Sea God City. They had to go. They didn't forget that person's words. If they didn't go now, who knew how much they would have to pay next time? 80 billion power of faith had almost made them bankrupt. If they had to do it again, they wouldn't even have to be Sea Kings anymore. Did Hai Qingfeng have the guts to invite them to the Sea God City? He didn't have the guts at all. Maybe it was that person behind the scenes, so they had to give him face. But to the other Sea Kings, this matter was a joke. That puppet wanted to discuss something important? Who gave that guy the guts to do so? As for the invitations that were sent over, they threw them to the side. As for arranging for people, they didn't want to do that. That person wasn't the real sea god. If it was the real sea god, they would definitely give him face. But this person was just an auspicious doll used to balance the merfolk. Half a month passed by quickly. The 5 Sea Kings were the first to arrive at the Sea God City. When they saw the 5 warring sea beasts at the same time, their hearts were bleeding. These were them, but now he couldn't even say a word. The 5 Sea Kings arrived at the Sea God City and were immediately arranged to stay in the VIP area. After settling down, they immediately came to visit Lin Fei. Their people in Sea God City quickly learned of the news. You guys are quite early. Lin Fei smiled at the 5 Sea Kings. I thought you guys wouldn't come. The 5 Sea Kings lowered their heads and wiped away their sweat. Sir Lin, even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to come. We worship Sir Lin the most. No matter where it is, as long as Sir Lin says the word, we will definitely come. Not to mention that they did not know how to flatter. In fact, they were also very good at bootlicking. They were quite straightforward and shameless. Lin Fei waved his hand. You should be glad that you came because I've decided to suppress those who didn't come. They dared to not give face to the sea god. What do you think? The 5 Sea Kings were on tenterhooks. After hearing this, they finally realized how lucky they were to come. I'm willing to open the way for the sea god to suppress the Sea Kings, Sea King Qinghai said loudly. The other 4 Sea Kings secretly looked down on Sea King Qinghai and immediately expressed that they would follow Lord Sea God to suppress the Sea King. They knew that with such a great god in charge, the remaining 8 Sea Kings would not have a good ending. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It's good that you can think that way. This time, you guys will be the vanguard. The Sea God held a meeting to discuss important matters, and in the end, 5 Sea Kings came. This result was a joke to everyone. The only thing they did not understand was why the 5 Sea Kings wanted to go to Sea God City. Was there something wrong with their heads? This was what most people were thinking. After the remaining 8 Sea Kings heard the news, they could only shake their heads. Join forces with the Sea God. Stop joking around. The strength of the 8 Sea Kings was much higher than theirs. It was not something that the 5 Sea Kings could fight against. As for Sea God City, they did not have strength, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But half a month later, Sea God City announced a piece of news. As soon as the news came out, it was like a heavy bomb that shocked everyone. The 8 Sea Kings colluded to overthrow the marine race. I have decided to suppress you. It was a very simple sentence, but it was full of the smell of a crusade. They were going to fight. As soon as the news came out, many members of the marine race were dumbfounded. The puppet sea god was going to attack the 8 sea kings? What kind of joke was this? How could this happen? Before everyone could react, the army of the 5 sea kings gathered in front of Sea God City. No one could remain calm. The 5 sea kings were actually helping the sea god. No matter how they looked at it, it was very unbelievable. They're really going to fight. Is there something wrong with the 5 sea kings' heads? The remaining 8 sea kings are much stronger than them. Aren't they just courting death by joining forces? No one was optimistic about this encirclement. After the 8 sea kings heard the news, they secretly cursed the 5 sea kings for being shameless. They dared to join forces at this time. Did they really think that they could defeat them? They did not think that way. Regardless of why they joined forces, they decided to teach the 5 sea kings and the sea god a lesson. They were not obedient puppets but dared to play such tricks. They cursed the generals who had arranged for this countless times. How could such a thing happen? They really did not know how to handle things. The news of the dozen generals being killed was immediately blocked, and the 8 sea kings did not have a chance to know. The 8 sea kings have gathered. The 5 sea kings are holding the sea god hostage. They are here to rescue him. The 5 sea kings are trying to overthrow the marine race. The 8 sea kings will join forces and tell the 5 sea kings to surrender. Don't struggle in vain. The 8 sea kings acted very quickly. They mobilized their army immediately. The sea king personally appeared and led the army to join forces with the 8 sea kings. They charged over majestically. A huge battle was about to begin. Such a large-scale battle was really beyond everyone's expectations. 5 sea kings against 8 sea kings. In every aspect, the 5 sea kings did not seem to have an advantage. It was the same for the sea god. There was still a gap in strength. There was also a gap in the battle between the sea beasts. Everyone was even more curious. Who gave them the confidence? Was it the sea god? Or had they invited reinforcements? Chapter 33:59. Above the sea, the 8 sea kings gathered together. The majestic oceanic tribe's army had already stopped. According to the information they had received, Hai Qingfeng's army was not far from them. So they stopped and waited for Hai Qingfeng's army to arrive. They wanted to defeat Hai Qingfeng's army. Even with the help of the 5 sea kings, it would not be enough. They're here. At the end of the sea, a black figure appeared. It was a huge oceanic tribe's army, and they also appeared majestically. Compared to the army of the 8 sea kings, the number of oceanic tribe's army was obviously much smaller, especially the 5 warring sea beasts at the front. The 2 armies faced each other. A great battle was about to break out. Hai Qingfeng's mind was also shaken. He had never thought that one day he would bring an allied army to attack the 8 sea kings. He secretly glanced at Lin Fei beside him and took a deep breath. He knew that he could definitely do it. He could make 5 sea kings surrender to him, let alone 8 sea kings. Hai Qingfeng, you're really bold. You dare to come and attack us? Who gave you the guts? Among the 8 sea kings, the Demon Mountain Sea King, who had the worst temper, shouted, "Impudent! My name is not something you can casually call out." Hai Qingfeng said angrily, "You 8 sea kings, why don't you bow when you see me? This world belongs to the oceanic tribe, not to you. I am your sea god, the god of all the oceanic tribe. You dare to ally together? This is a betrayal of the oceanic empire. I'll give you a chance now. Give up resisting and follow us to the oceanic empire. You will still be kings." With the support of a big shot, Hai Qingfeng became more confident. If it was before, he would not have dared to say such words. Ha 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 ha. The 8 sea kings laughed loudly, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Your Majesty has become bolder. Do you really think that they can fight against us? A shark-tiger sea king laughed and looked provocatively at the sea king Qinghai and the other 4 sea kings. It was as if he was saying that even if they came, it would be useless. Shark-tiger sea monarch, I don't like what you just said. If you dare to make a move against His Majesty, then you are a traitor. It is perfectly justifiable for me to suppress you, Qinghai Sea Monarch said with a beaming smile. Sea King of Qinghai, I can't believe you have the guts to say that. You're really regressing. Why don't you take a look at where you are? Instead of being the Sea King, you chose to mix with Hai Qingfeng. You'll regret it very soon. Shark Tiger Sea King said coldly. If I were you, I would immediately change my target. Our 8 families are not something you can deal with. The Sea King of Qinghai was not nervous or afraid at all. After today, these 8 Sea Kings would no longer exist. That's not what you said. I think you'll be the ones regretting it. Lin Fei was not interested in the scolding. Since everyone is here, let's begin and not waste any more time. The Sea King of the Qinghai Sea King and the other Sea Kings tensed up. Hai Qingfeng shouted as he unsheathed his divine sword. The 8 Sea Kings are trying to overthrow the Ocean God Empire. They are traitors. Army, listen up. Attack and kill them. Boom! The army moved out. The 8 Sea Kings were infuriated. This Hai Qingfeng was really bold. He dared to put such a big label on their heads. Attack! The 8 Sea Kings decided that after capturing Hai Qingfeng, they would definitely let him know the meaning of regret. The Black Army collided with each other like a flood. Both sides began to fight. The scene was extremely shocking. Countless Ocean God warriors joined the battle. As soon as the battle began, the 8 Sea Kings side had the upper hand. Under the confrontation of the allied army, the 5 Sea Kings side was clearly weaker. Even though they were at a disadvantage, it was not obvious that they were going to lose. The 8 Sea Kings revealed faint smiles. This situation was within their expectations. In terms of elites and experts, who could compare to the 8 Sea Kings? They really wanted to know what Hai Qingfeng was thinking. Hai Qingfeng, your allied army won't be able to hold on for long, Shark Tiger Sea King said with a smile. I think it's better for you to admit defeat. Stop struggling. This is meaningless to you. Hai Qingfeng was very calm. If it was any other time, he would have definitely chosen to run away. However, this time he was exceptionally determined. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Hai Qingfeng snorted. Qinghai Sea King and the others were also very calm. What a joke. With this great god here, so what if the 8 Sea Kings joined hands? The result was already decided. Since this great god didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei casually glanced at the fighting army. He couldn't help but admit that the 8 Sea Kings' army was very elite. They had the advantage in all aspects. Even though they were showing a bit of an advantage now, it would soon become bigger. It's time for me to put on a show. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Seal. A huge wave of power instantly enveloped the entire sea. No matter who it was, they were all enveloped at this moment. Their strength immediately dropped. Their cultivation levels also dropped. Ha ha ha. He can't hold on anymore. Kill. Kill them all. The Ocean God warriors could clearly feel that their opponent's strength was inferior to theirs. They all shouted and started to counterattack. The situation quickly became one-sided. Half of our strength has been sealed. What kind of treasure is this? The expressions of the 8 Sea Kings changed. Half of their strength had mysteriously been sealed, and their realm had dropped. They were completely different from before, and it was impossible for them not to change their expressions. Damn! Hurry up and capture Hai Qingfeng. Seeing the army falling to one side, the 8 Sea Kings could no longer sit still. They urged their war sea beasts to act. Their minds were filled with the thought of this treasure that could seal the realm of others. How frightening was it? Only a true cosmos god could do it. All of you should be suppressing a belly full of anger. Now you can go out and relax. Lin Fei chuckled at the 5 Sea Kings. Shark Tiger Sea King, we can settle our old debts. Qinghai Sea King was the first to charge out. Me too. The 5 Sea Kings were already unhappy with the 8 Sea Kings. Now that such a good opportunity was presented to them, they would be fools not to act. Your Majesty, what about you? Hai Qingfeng actually wanted to go, just that he did not have the guts. He said gratefully, Many thanks, Sir Lin. He took his sword and flew out. After half of their strength was sealed, the 8 Sea Kings could not even protect themselves. They could not fight against the 5 Sea Kings. It was a one-sided situation. Their strength was not on the same level. How could they fight? Within a few moves, they were beaten until their heads were bleeding. Fortunately, their fleshy bodies were strong, and their injuries were recovering rapidly. Hence, they were being abused by the 5 Sea Kings. His Majesty Hai Qingfeng was not polite either. He was truly suppressing his anger. The moment he vented it out, he became extremely violent. He began beating up one of the Sea Kings. At this moment, he was no longer a sea god. The 8 Sea Kings had powerful bodies. They could not die instantly. They could only be beaten up. Chapter 3360. The alliance of the 8 Sea Kings ended in failure. After their strength was sealed, they could not break free from the special seal. After their strength was sealed, they could not withstand the attacks of the 5 Sea Kings at all. When the oceanic species forces that came to watch the battle saw this scene, their minds went blank. Everyone knew that the Tianwu continent was going to undergo a huge change. From now on, the Poseidon Empire would probably be consolidated. From now on, the era of the independent Sea Kings would be over. Who would have thought that the Poseidon would really unify the empire? They were also deeply afraid of the Poseidon's mysterious methods. The Poseidon had always shocked the world the moment he made his move. The Poseidon Empire was really unified. After the 8 Sea Kings were captured, Hai Qingfeng, the Poseidon, led his army and swept through the territories of the 8 Sea Kings in less than half a month. At this point, the forces of the 8 Sea Kings were uprooted. The 8 Sea Kings were also placed under house arrest. Very soon, the Poseidon Empire announced the first thing. The Sea God Empire would strip them of their Sea King status. There were a total of 8 Sea Kings who had been stripped of their positions. Everyone assumed that the other 5 Sea Kings would also be stripped of their positions. However, another piece of news came out. This news was shocking. The 5 Sea Kings who had supported the meritorious service were appointed as the 5 great generals of the Poseidon Empire. At the same time, they were rewarded with a larger territory. This was completely unexpected. Before this news ended, another piece of news came out. Not only did the Poseidon appoint 5 great generals, but he also appointed a 6th great general, who was the young master of the Tianwu Island, Tian Lei Lai. This news was quite shocking. Who would have thought that a human could actually obtain the position of a great general? For a moment, everyone did not know what the Poseidon wanted to do. Since when could a human obtain such an important position? Everyone could see that the position of great general was not just for show. It was a position with real power. Brother Lin, are you really going to leave? Tian Lei Lai was really grateful for Lin Fei's help and the position that he had brought. This place is too small. Lin Fei said with a smile, "You're a general now, so don't disappoint me. I believe that for a long time, that person will be very obedient and won't dare to act recklessly." Tian Lei Lai had never thought that he would become the great general of the sea race. Not only did he have a huge sea territory, but he also had an army of the sea race. He was a real great general. After the news spread, all the human factions that had kicked him while he was down came to Heavenly Marshall Island to apologize. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with them. They were just a bunch of opportunists. Thunder Rend knew very well that this was brought to him by Lin Fei. If it weren't for Lin Fei, he wouldn't even dare to think about his current position. Knowing that Lin Fei was going to leave, even though Heaven's Split Thunder knew that this day would come, it was much earlier than he had expected, and he was not used to it. Brother Lin, don't worry. I will definitely hold this position of great general. Tian Lei Lai nodded vigorously. No one can take it away from me. Lin Fei patted Tian Lai's shoulder. See you next time. Lin Fei stood on the war beast and rode the wind. The Martial Heaven continent's remaining warring sea beasts had all been taken away by Lin Fei. A total of 14 war beasts were now in Lin Fei's hands. It would be difficult for others to control them, but it was not a problem for him at all. Even though they did not have much intelligence, they were the best to be used as the vanguard. The Star River Prefecture was not like this place. Lin Fei was definitely right to be careful. Even if he had accumulated more than 1 trillion prestige points, he had to use it sparingly. The passage to the Sky Martial continent was in a very remote place. Lin Fei could easily find it. Compared to the previous passage, this passage was even more dangerous. It took him a full 10 years to traverse it. I'm finally out. 10 years. Lin Fei continued to traverse the passage. During this time, one of the 14 war beasts had died. Others might be able to traverse slowly, but Lin Fei was able to charge straight through. It wasn't surprising that a war beast would die. After all, once these war beasts left the sea, their strength would be affected to a certain extent. For example, in terms of defense, they would be much weaker. Lin Fei really did not know what to say about this. Collect. The remaining 13 war beasts were all stored in the system storage. Lin Fei began to size up the place in front of him. What he saw was a barren area with no end in sight. There was a desolate aura everywhere. The wasteland of death is indeed real. Lin Fei, who had good eyesight, saw many skeletons covered in mud, and related memories surfaced in his mind. According to the information, the people living in the wasteland of death are either bandits or some extremely vicious fellows. If one wants to survive in this place, one must possess valiant strength. Otherwise, one will easily turn into a pile of bones. Lin Fei took a light step. His body sank slightly, but the ground did not split apart. Master, this is a true cosmos world. The ground here is incomparably hard, and ordinary strength cannot break through it. It is the same for space. He Yuan reported in a low voice. Lin Fei tried it. Indeed, the ground was hard. Even with the strength of a cosmos god, he could only leave behind a small pit. Just thinking about it was unfathomable. It is indeed a mysterious place. This is the weakest part of the cosmos world. Only after reaching the core would Master discover how different the cosmos world is. He Yuan said. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to this cosmos. Let's go. Walking on the wasteland of death. Lin Fei gradually felt the difference. Firstly, there was a supreme willpower enveloping the world. For instance, tearing the void with his bare hands had become extremely difficult. There was a powerful force resisting him. He could not break the void with a punch, and neither could he reach the end of the world. Lin Fei realized that the Saint Spirit Great Continent was a complete and incomplete continent compared to the outside world. This cosmos is quite interesting. Lin Fei had always been suppressed by the willpower of the world, making him feel uncomfortable. Instead, He Yuan had a relaxed expression. Master's fleshy body is powerful, and many can't reach this stage. Those who can fly in this cosmos must be cosmos gods or rely on some unique flying treasures. He Yuan explained, if Master wishes to disregard the willpower of the world, he has to become a cosmos god. Only by obtaining its recognition will the willpower of the world not target you. It's a pity that things are different now. It is very difficult to become a cosmos god in this cosmos. He lightly shook his head. Lin Fei was not anxious about becoming a cosmos god. With the support system and the fleshy body of a cosmos god, there was nothing for him to worry about. Are you familiar with this place? Lin Fei asked. The wasteland of death was huge. The two flew for a long time, yet they could not see a single city. Everywhere was filled with a desolate aura, and it was not a place where humans could live. Chapter 3361. Dark City. It was also known as the Chaos City. Those who could live here were either powerhouses who couldn't make a living in the Star River Prefecture or were wanted for doing something big and being arrested. Here, the Star River Prefecture did not care about them. They basically turned a blind eye to the powerhouses that escaped. The city master of the Dark City was also a formidable master. He had recruited several Cosmos God experts and was considered an overlord of a region. There were many experts in the Star River Prefecture, yet they were not willing to fight with Cosmos Gods. Reaching the Cosmos God level, every single one of them could destroy a minor world. Under normal circumstances, Cosmos Gods rarely acted. The moment they acted, they would be easily affected by the shockwaves. Nobody was willing to see that happen. The Star River Prefecture was a prefecture under the Eternal Church, and other Cosmos Gods did not dare to offend it. Thus, the Dark City became a unique place. And today, an esteemed guest came to the city master residence of the Dark City. When this guest came, the city master of the Dark City, Luo Junting, personally came out to welcome him. He gave the other party sufficient face. Luo Junting was a cosmos god expert, and there were few who could make him welcome them personally. But this guest in front of him had to come. The background of the other party was too huge, so huge that he, a cosmos god, did not dare to offend him. The reason why the Dark City could continue existing was because he knew how to do things. One should not think that a cosmos god was amazing. He was nothing in front of those people. Furthermore, he was merely at the first step cosmos god realm. Guard Captain Bai, this is the Sky Mountain God Lotus I bought from an auction. Tastes quite good. Have a taste. Luo Junting ordered someone to bring tea over. He took the initiative to pour the tea while speaking. This is good stuff. I'm really lucky today. Bai Luoyang chuckled. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. The taste is really good. Luo City Master is really willing to spend. Luo Junting carefully greeted him. After chatting idly, Bai Luoyang took out a recording stone. This time, I came to let you inform your subordinates to capture this person the moment they discover him. It would be best if he is captured alive. Luo Junting hurriedly said, Guard Captain Bai, it is just a single person. It is fine if you arrange for your subordinates to come down. Why the need to come personally? Unless this person has some huge background. Guard Captain Bai was the second in command of the Star River Guard. The Star River Guard monitored the entire Star River Prefecture. If anyone was targeted by them, it was basically over. If they offended the Star River Prefecture, they might be able to live, but if they offended the Star River Guard, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Bai Luoyang laughed. This person doesn't have any background, but he killed a young master of the Li family. The Li family's anger will not be appeased. Understand? Luo Junting suddenly came to a realization. A young master of the Li family had been killed. Even though it was his main body, he still had a clone. However, that was still a slap to the face of the Li family. You have to know that the Li family is a top-notch family in the Star River Prefecture. At the same time, they have people in the Star River Guard. Who would dare to slap the face of such a top-notch family? Don't worry, Captain Bai. I will take care of this matter. If that person dares to come to the Wasteland of Death, I will definitely send him to the Star River Prefecture. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend the Li clan. Luo Junting said righteously. When Captain Bai left, he received a token of goodwill from Luo Junting and left in satisfaction. The people of the Star River Guard are really good for nothings. They are the most straightforward when it comes to taking things, but when it comes to doing things, they act like lords. After Bai Luoyang left, a young man came in while cursing. Shut up, Luo Junting shouted. If I hear you again, you will face the wall for 100 years. The young man opened his mouth. I was just ridiculing you. You can't even ridicule me. Are you planning to drag Darkness City into the flames of war? Luo Junting was exasperated with this younger brother of his. The Star River Guard is not something you can talk about. The person who came in was Luo Junting's younger brother. Luo Junlin, a blabbermouth who couldn't hide anything. Weren't you chasing after those people? How did you find the time to come back? Luo Junting decided to change his method. He was afraid that he would lose control of his temper. Luo Junlin also knew what his big brother was afraid of. He was just unhappy. Big brother, I just received a big piece of news. As long as this deal is done, it will definitely be a big deal. Did you know that there is a guy with tens of millions of faith energy who will appear in our territory? It is said that he also has a powerful spatial defense treasure. Luo Junlin said excitedly. Hundreds of billions of faith energy? Luo Junting didn't really care about this, but he was very interested in the universal spatial treasure behind. This is a big fish. Where did you get this news from? This is the appearance of that person. Big brother, you better arrange for people to keep an eye on those checkpoints. Otherwise, we won't know when he comes in. Luo Junlin took out a recording stone. He was also very interested in such a big fish. After opening the recording stone, he frowned. He seemed to have seen this person before, but he couldn't remember for a moment. Very soon he remembered. It's him. Luo Junting took out another recording stone. The figure inside was almost the same. Good fellow, it is actually the same person. He is quite daring to kill someone from the Li clan. Now, he even brought a supreme treasure. Unless he got it from the Boundless World Mountain. Others might not know, but he did. That Li clan young master was killed by someone in the Boundless World Mountain. Furthermore, this was spread by a protector, and the credibility was high. Immediately arrange for people to search for this person. Once we find him, we must not alert him. On the wasteland of death, Lin Fei and Black Yuan were flying in the sky. During this period, they did not meet anyone. Just as mentioned, only cosmos gods could fly in the sky. Others could not do it at all. Calculating the time, we should not be too far away. Lin Fei didn't like this place. The aura in the world was suppressing, and it felt extremely uncomfortable. Not long later, a huge black figure appeared. What else could it be other than the Dark City? Let us go down. Lin Fei descended. If they continued flying, it would be too high profile. It was impossible for them to survive in the wasteland of death for such a long time without any relation to the Star River Prefecture. Lin Fei remembered that he had killed the young master from the Star River Prefecture Li clan. Perhaps the other party might be hunting him down. It was better to understand the situation first. Furthermore, one had to pass through the Star River barrier from the Wasteland of Death to the Star River Prefecture. Currently, Lin Fei was clueless about the Star River Prefecture. Without a clear understanding, he would not easily enter. The Dark City was a good place to understand the situation. As that huge city became more and more obvious, there were more people on the wasteland. They were all in groups of 3 to 5, and this was the minority. The majority of them were in groups of a dozen or more. Their gazes were unfriendly. Chapter 3362. Very soon, Lin Fei and Black Yuan were targeted by others. In the Dark City, everyone would form groups when traveling because it was a chaotic world outside. When everyone saw Lin Fei and Black Yuan, they immediately realized that these two fellows should be newcomers. There were few people here, and if something were to happen, they would have to be an ultra-strong expert. But would ultra-strong experts appear in such a place? That was something impossible. They were certain that these two newcomers would be eaten alive. Did they not know that it was even more chaotic outside the Dark City? There were no rules here, and only strength mattered. At one moment they could sit together, and at the next moment they could start fighting. Precisely because of this, the Dark City became a place of refuge. Even the Star River Prefecture would rarely come here unless you committed a huge crime. Kill! Not long later, more than a dozen experts acted. First, they used an array to trap them. Next, they sent out poisonous creatures. It was truly an efficient killing method, and it was not hard for them to defend against it. Lin Fei and Black Yuan were both ultra-strong experts. They did not need to do much to turn the dozen experts into corpses. Such ambushes did not happen once. Along the way, there were 7 to 8 waves of attacks. Every wave seemed as though they were certain that they would be eaten alive, leaving behind only a corpse in the end. Do we look easy to bully? Lin Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and mocked himself. Perhaps they saw that we have fewer people, Black Yuan said. Lin Fei completely believed that this was a paradise for evil people. They dared to act because they had fewer people. If it were another person, he would not be able to survive here. He might not even be able to enter the Dark City. After experiencing more than a dozen waves of ambushes, Lin Fei and Black Yuan arrived at the Dark City. It was a huge city shrouded in darkness. What a great array! Even cosmos gods can't break it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he sized up this dark cloud-like array. Under the envelopment of the array, this region became extremely dark, fitting the name of the Dark City. With this array, ordinary cosmos gods would find it hard to take down the Dark City. Black Yuan said, by relying on this array, their strength will explode. Such an array isn't something anyone can construct. Lin Fei naturally felt it. The entrance fee is 100,000 power of faith. At the city gate, a tyrannical guard threw out a card. With this card, you can stay inside for a day. If you want to continue staying in the city, you have to pay a fee of 10,000 power of faith every day. If you don't have the power of faith, we don't mind throwing you out. 10,000 power of faith a day? 300,000 faith energy a month? Lin Fei was truly impressed. With such a charging model, not many people would stay for a long time. Within the City of Darkness, Lin Fei and He Yuan had just entered. A fight broke out on a street. A few people surrounded and attacked a single person. That person's strength wasn't ordinary, but he was quickly hacked to death. Everything on his body was stolen, and a corpse was left behind. The people on the street all looked as if they were used to it. Clearly, such incidents were not uncommon in Darkness City. Master, this is how the City of Darkness is. If anything goes wrong here, a fight will break out. It's either you die or I die. It's extremely cruel. Lin Fei and He Yuan soon found an inn to stay in. This cosmos god, He Yuan, personally went out to scout for information. He spent 3 days before he had a rough understanding of the situation in the City of Darkness. Lin Fei had always been staying in the inn. For convenience, he rented a courtyard to prevent others from disturbing him. The price was not cheap. A single courtyard required 800,000 power of faith a month. There was no news regarding him in the City of Darkness. Lin Fei felt relieved. Clearly, the Li clan could not afford to lose their face and did not arrange for people to deal against him. That time, they sealed everything. Even though Lin Fei was confident, it did not mean that this matter could not be broken by other experts, and eventually found him. This City of Darkness is still quite capable. It has always been protecting the villains from the Star River Prefecture and other places. Lin Fei chuckled. He drank a mouthful of tea. Who says it isn't? He Yuan chuckled. But this City of Darkness is very powerful. That cosmos god Luo Junting is said to be an abandoned disciple of a religion. This great array came from that religion. In the City of Darkness, he is the #1 expert. Other than Luo Junting, there are 3 other cosmos gods in the City of Darkness, but they are all pseudo-cosmos gods. They have all consumed pills and have yet to obtain the recognition of the cosmos. Their bodies did not form a world and obtain cosmos energy. He Yuan said with disdain. Lin Fei had some understanding of cosmos gods. A true cosmos god had to obtain the recognition of this cosmos. Once the cosmos recognized them, their strength and other aspects would explode. At the same time, they could use the cosmos energy, reaching the state of returning to one's origin and reaching a whole new level. As for pseudo-cosmos gods, they had all consumed pills and could not improve any further in this lifetime. What they used were the most basic techniques of cosmos gods. These ordinary techniques were more than enough to deal with experts at the hierarch realm. Even though consuming pills had no future, there were still many hierarch gods who wanted to consume pills to become cosmos gods. There were 3 pseudo-cosmos gods and 1 true cosmos god in the City of Darkness. Their strength was relatively extraordinary, and even the Star River Prefecture had to treat them seriously. Nobody dared to underestimate the strength of a true cosmos god. Oh right, Master, I've also heard of something. There is a place called the Limit Arena in the City of Darkness. According to hearsay, whoever could get to the end would obtain a supreme treasure left behind by a peak cosmos god. Rumors say it is a cosmos crystal piece, but I wonder if it is true or false. He Yuan thought of something. Cosmos crystal piece? Lin Fei was startled. He could even encounter such a good thing. What is the origin of this peak cosmos god? He Yuan explained. I've heard of this peak cosmos god being an extremely famous cosmos god in this cosmos. He had always done things that broke the limit. Every time he cultivated, he would raise his realm to the limit, suppressing all opponents at the same level. It's a pity that his power broke through the limit of cosmos god, and he died in meditation. The Limit Arena was created by him. Lin Fei was quite surprised that there was such a cosmos god. Limit? This word was not something that just anyone could say. Using it as a name meant that this person was extraordinarily domineering. Is the possibility high? Currently, he had 3 cosmos crystal pieces. Lin Fei naturally wanted to get 10 of them. The possibility should be high. This peak cosmos god is famous, and he would not lie. He Yuan said, "Master can give it a try." Lin Fei was indeed interested in this cosmos crystal piece, one that strived to break the limit. It was quite interesting to set up a limit arena. Is there no one who could get through? Lin Fei asked curiously. Chapter 3363. The Limit Arena. Located within the Dark City's Martial Dojo of Limits. The Martial Dojo of Limits was created by the ultimate cosmos god. Even if that person was no longer around, nobody dared to have any thoughts about the Martial Dojo of Limits. Because the current second leader of the Martial Dojo of Limits was a pseudo-cosmos god expert. Within the Martial Dojo of Limits, as long as one did not leave, even a true cosmos god would find it hard to defeat the other party. After all, that ultimate cosmos god was extremely powerful and had surpassed the limits time after time. Nobody at the same level was his opponent. Nobody dared to offend this ultimate cosmos god. Even if he died, who knew what killing move he would leave behind? Even cosmos gods would have to weigh the pros and cons. Master. It's here, in front of a huge structure. Lin Fei and He Yuan stood in front of the structure. Lin Fei cared a lot about the cosmos crystal piece. The feeling of being suppressed by the will of the world was extremely uncomfortable, especially for someone like him who was infinitely close to the cosmos god level. That feeling was magnified. I can feel a tyrannical willpower within. Whoever dares to act recklessly in this structure will definitely suffer a huge loss. Lin Fei squinted as he carefully experienced it. The ultimate cosmos god was extremely famous in the past. He Yuan said, "He broke through the limit every single time, but it's a pity he couldn't. Let us enter." Within the Martial Dojo of Limits, it was filled with people. Just as Lin Fei and He Yuan entered, waves of voices could be heard. That was excitement, agitation, and other emotions contained within. This was a place entirely different from the outside world. Such a formidable fellow. He went up another level. Who knows? He might be able to break through the 100th level. The possibility is huge. There are still 5 levels left, and it will be the 100th level soon. Once he reaches the 100th level, he would be able to get the reward left behind by the ultimate cosmos god. How exciting! The Martial Dojo of Limits was huge. Lin Fei could easily see a small independent spatial zone at the center. Within the small spatial zone, there was currently a young man fighting with a black armored soldier. They were exchanging blows, and it was extremely intense. And outside, there were many people cheering and shouting. That is the limit space. There are 1,000 levels inside, and you can get the reward from the cosmos god after reaching the 100th level. You can also choose not to go. You can continue accumulating until the 100th level, and the reward will be even better. Lin Fei didn't go up again. He could see clearly. In the small space, the young man encountered 5 black armored soldiers. These black armored soldiers held sharp blades in their hands, and all of them attacked at close range. Saber light crisscrossed, and saber intent covered the sky and earth. That young man was also quite powerful. He had a treasure protecting him and held a long sword in his hand, displaying a powerful sword technique. He continuously sent the black armored soldiers flying, but he was unable to defeat them. What a powerful black armored soldier! Lin Fei was slightly moved. Not only is he strong, but his defense is also strong. At this moment, a plump middle-aged man not too far away said, "That's natural. These are ultimate puppets created by Sir Cosmos gods. It is hard to defeat them." An ultimate puppet. What an apt name. The battle in the small space soon ended. After the young man was defeated by the ultimate puppet, the small space automatically teleported him out. The young man who was standing outside had a look of lingering fear on his face. "I still can't do it. I have to go back and cultivate properly." The young man shook his head, and his gaze became firm. "Next time, I'll definitely be able to rush to the 100th level." He turned around and left. Many people sighed. Such a situation would happen almost every day in the Extreme Martial Dojo. Ever since the Extreme Martial Dojo opened the Extreme Arena to the public, many people came here to temper themselves. This place had also become a unique place in the Dark City. Many outsiders would even come here out of admiration. Firstly, they wanted to experience the meaning behind the Extreme Arena. Instead, they wanted to see if they had the chance to obtain treasures left behind by a cosmos god. Many young geniuses would still attempt to challenge the 100th step. Over the years, the number of geniuses who could reach the 100th level could be counted with one's fingers. Even so, there was still an endless stream of people coming here. Many villains in the Dark City loved coming here to temper themselves. It's a pity that this place did not allow cosmos gods to enter, and many cosmos gods had this thought. Master, why don't you give it a try? The 1000th level did not pose any pressure to Lin Fei. He could not do it, but he had the support of the system prestige. Lin Fei did not plan on staying for a long time here in the Dark City. Coming here today was actually to see if there were any cosmos crystal chips. Such an opportunity was not so easy to come by. Make way, make way! Just as Lin Fei was prepared to go up, behind them a group of people rushed in. This group of people had their chests puffed out. They were extremely tyrannical as they chased others to the side. And behind them was a noble prince. He was elegant and elegant. To the left and right of the noble prince, there were two black-robed men. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they gave off an immense pressure. Who is that? So overbearing. He seems to be the prince from the Zhao clan of the Star River Prefecture. Prince from the Zhao clan. Many villains present inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Those who were previously grumbling shrunk their necks. My clan's prince wants to challenge the stage. The lackey moved quickly. A manager of the Extreme Arena recognized the other party. He could not help but reveal a look of respect. Prince Zhao, coming to our Extreme Martial Dojo is truly honored by your presence. The moment this person said that, everyone knew that this was a noble person. A true noble person. The two black-robed men behind the noble prince were unquestionably the Tao protectors. The noble prince had a warm smile on his face. It was like a gentle breeze blowing past. Everyone stood to the side. Who dared to obstruct the arrival of the prince from the Zhao clan? The Zhao clan was a top-notch clan in the Star River Prefecture. Just by looking at the Tao protectors behind them, one would know where they came from. I am very interested in the Extreme Arena. The noble prince did not speak much. With a single sentence, the manager understood his intentions. I'll immediately open the Extreme Martial Dojo. Please wait for a moment. The Extreme Arena soon reopened. Everyone could not help but look forward to the appearance of Prince Zhao from the Star River Prefecture. This was a true genius, rumored to have the ability to survive in front of a true cosmos god. As for whether it was true or not, nobody knew. Prince, the Extreme Arena has reopened. You can enter now. The manager said, Prince can be rest assured. There won't be any danger inside. The moment you lose, you will be automatically teleported out. The Extreme Puppet will also stop there. Prince Zhao nodded. He took a big step into the Extreme Arena. The first level. An Extreme Puppet appeared. This Prince Zhao waved his hand, causing the Extreme Puppet to disintegrate. Chapter 3364. He is indeed a genius from the Zhao clan. He is so powerful, destroying an ultimate puppet with a wave of his hand. That's not something anyone could do. This person should be able to reach the 100th level easily. Everyone present could tell that this young Master Zhao was much stronger than what they imagined. The moment young Master Zhao acted, they could tell that he was much stronger than what they imagined. They had a deep understanding of how powerful an ultimate puppet was. Destroying an ultimate puppet with a wave of his hand was not something that could be achieved with just strength. It required a certain level of technique, and this was something they knew they were inferior to. After the first level, this young Master Zhao displayed a powerful strength, killing all the obstacles along the way. He reached the 100th level. He was much faster than the previous one. From the start to the end, he had only used a single move. There was not a single ultimate puppet that could force him to use a second move. Too fast. I wonder if he can reach the 200th level. The possibility is high. Young Master Zhao was very strong. After the 100th level, he did not collect his reward. Instead, he continued. This young Master Zhao is very strong. Lin Fei felt that his Cosmos God body was strong, but this person was not any weaker than him. From the start to the end, he had only used his fleshy body, and the technique he displayed was amazing too. Although it looked like a light wave, the energy was concentrated and not scattered, allowing him to unleash a perfect strength. He is indeed very strong. He Yuan nodded. And this energy seems to be sealed and has not been completely undone. He should be able to reach beyond the 500th level. 500th level. This strength was frightening. After all, most of the people here were stuck at the dozens of levels. It was not easy for those who could reach beyond the 100th level, and they were considered well-known figures. How amazing was his talent to be able to reach the 500th level. Just like what He Yuan said. This young Master Zhao was indeed powerful. 100th level, 200th level, 300th level, every time he broke through the 100th level, there would be an uproar from the outside. The news had also spread across the dark city. Many people came to watch and they were incredibly shocked. What was a true genius? This was a true genius. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. 500th level. From the 400th floor onward, Sir Zhao could no longer defeat the ultimate puppet in one go. He would need to strike repeatedly to kill the ultimate puppet. Towards the end, the number of ultimate puppets began to increase. Be it in terms of strength or defense, there were even a few ultimate puppets that specialized in strength and defense, which made them very difficult to deal with. Finally, at the 599th step, young Master Zhao came out. 599th level. This level was definitely an existence that everyone needed to look up to. As expected of a prodigy. Amazing. What a pity, he was just one level away. Young Master Zhao was unable to rush to the 600th step, and the accumulated rewards were gone as well. Many people felt that it was a pity. Young Master Zhao who came out did not seem to have changed at all. The limit arena truly lives up to its name. As soon as these words were spoken, the strength of the limit arena once again caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. If the Zhao clan's Heaven's Chosen was blocked on the 599 level, then what about the 1000 level? Nobody dared to imagine. Young Master Zhao had left. In everyone's eyes, this person was really here to experience the power of the extreme arena. This was what a true genius should be like. The Zhao clan has produced a pretty good genius. He Yuan chuckled. He is so young, yet he is so calm. This isn't something anyone can do. Who wouldn't be tempted by the treasures from the 500th level? For him to be able to casually place them down, that's amazing. You know the Zhao clan? Lin Fei asked. I've met them a few times. The Zhao clan is a clan with a long history, and their ancestors have produced many experts. This young Master Zhao should be the one with the most talent and potential in this generation. The limit arena left behind by a cosmos god isn't a place that anyone can rush to. Of course, the master is another matter. Lin Fei chuckled. I want to challenge it too. After young Master Zhao left, Lin Fei walked out. The manager was also immersed in the previous scene. He did not care much about the young man who came out. I feel that it's better for you to come another day, the manager said to Lin Fei. Because you can't adjust your mental state properly, it isn't beneficial for you to fight against the ultimate puppet. Don't waste this chance that comes once a month. The limit arena was open to the public. Everyone only had one chance a month. Everyone treasured the opportunity to challenge the limit arena very much. No need. Lin Fei shook his head. The manager didn't think that this kid could pass many levels. Everyone present was affected by young Master Zhao. 599 levels, it wasn't something that anyone could do. Alright. The manager eventually opened the limit arena. Another one entered. He. The fellow inside must have been stimulated. That's right. Why don't you look at yourself first? I guess that brat can't get past the 30th level. That's right. If it were me, I'd definitely take a break for a few days. Such a good opportunity. Youngsters really know how to waste it. Passing the trial requires 200,000 power of faith. That's right. Each challenge in the Dojo of Limits requires 200,000 faith energy. Even so, there was an endless stream of people who came to participate. They could temper their combat techniques in the limit arena. Such an opportunity was not something anyone could get. On the first level, as soon as the ultimate puppet appeared, it slashed straight at Lu Xian's neck. It was swift and fierce. Lin Fei did the same thing as young Master Zhao. With a swing of his hand, a force collided with the limit puppet, shattering it into pieces. It was exactly the same as what young Master Zhao had done. Many people who were about to leave were dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was too familiar. This seems to be the same as young Master Zhao's. Yeah, right. No one believed that this person had the same strength as young Master Zhao. They reckoned that he would soon reveal his true colors on the second level. The limit puppet on the first level was easy to deal with. If one had enough strength, it would not be difficult. On the second level, the difficulty began to increase. Although it was not obvious, there was a slight change. On the second level, it was still the same move. On the third level, it was still the same level. The fourth level was the same. The spectators at the limit arena were shocked once again. First, there was young Master Zhao. Now, there was another one. No matter how many limit puppets there were, they were all dealt with in one move. This was comparable to that person. Who is this person? He's so unfamiliar, but his strength is comparable to young Master Zhao's. He's already at the 300th level, but it looks so easy. Could it be that another record breaker is going to happen today? A scene that's hard to see in 10,000 years. What an eye-opener. The news of another person breaking through the 300th and 400th levels spread again. Chapter 3365. Darkness City, City Lord Mansion. With the arrival of the Zhao family's young master, how could Luo Junting not come out as the city lord? Young Master Zhao is indeed a rare guest. Luo Junting did not dare to look down on this Prince Zhao. The other party had limitless potential in the future, and he even had 2 Dao protectors outside. Both of them were pseudo-cosmos gods. Such care was something few superpowers could do. What rare guest, I just happened to pass by. I heard that the Dojo of Limits is pretty interesting, so I went. Luo Junting naturally knew of the martial Dojo of Limits. It was left behind by the ultimate cosmos gods. It's a pity that cosmos gods could not enter, and this was a huge blow to people like them. Who would not be tempted by the treasures left behind by a true cosmos god? Nobody knew what that ultimate cosmos god was planning to do. Some said that it was for the sake of the inheritance, while others said that it was a joke. There were all sorts of guesses, but unfortunately, up until now, no one had been able to figure it out. As for the 1000th floor, until now, no one had been able to do it. Luo Junting was very good with words. He had a great time chatting with this young Master Zhao. Towards this kind of second generation, the only thing he didn't want was for anything to happen to him in the wasteland of death. This was going to be a huge problem. In the wasteland of death, there were still many great demons who refused to submit to him. Normally, they minded their own business, but who knew if they would have a stroke one day? As the city lord, even Luo Junting couldn't guarantee it. City lord, the Dojo of Limits is in big trouble. While they were chatting, a confidant ran in. He didn't notice that there was someone in the room and said it out loud. Young Master Zhao, who had been listening all this while, revealed a hint of curiosity. Luo Junting thought something happened. What happened? Hurry up and tell me. Did that blind guy break into the Dojo of Limits? Ever since the martial Dojo of Limits appeared in the Dark City, quite a few people had been scheming in the dark, of which most of them were cosmos gods. City Lord, it's not that someone broke in, it's that someone broke the record. Right now, he's already reached the 900th floor. Even the head of the Dojo of Limits was alerted. Apparently, that person might be able to reach the 1000th floor. Hearing this, Luo Junting's heart shook. There was actually someone who could do such an impossible thing. Those who were not cosmos gods could reach this level, and that was something unheard of. Impossible! Luo Junting couldn't believe it. The young master of the Zhao clan was even more surprised. He had just chased him away, and now an even more powerful person had come? Why did this sound so ironic? Which family's disciple is it? The Zhao family's young master couldn't help but ask. Seeing that the city lord didn't say anything, the aide reported in a low voice, "I don't know for now. It's an unfamiliar person, and I don't know where he came from." "You don't know?" Zhao family young master was even more surprised. In his opinion, apart from those few people in the Star River Prefecture, there was no one else who was stronger than him. But now it actually wasn't. The dojo of limits has a lot of evil people with good eyesight. If they can't recognize him, then they definitely don't know him. "City Lord, I don't think we can drink this tea anymore." Young Master Zhao stood up. "I'm going to take a look at this genius and see if I know him." Luo Junting said, "I'm also interested in this genius. Why don't we go together? After all, someone who was able to break through the 1000th level might be the disciple of that powerful figure. It wouldn't be good to be negligent." Dojo of Limits. It became very lively at this moment. Before the commotion caused by young Master Zhao reaching the 599th floor had dissipated, another even more ferocious and powerful person appeared. He broke through all the way, and in half a day he reached the 900th floor. How horrifying was that? Experts from the Dark City came after receiving the news, especially those 3 pseudo-cosmos gods. They were the first to arrive. The limit arena left behind by a cosmos god made many people jealous. Some said it was a treasure, and some said it was a game of life. Everyone wanted to know what good things that person left behind. This arena had existed for a very long time. Until now, nobody could reach the 1000th level. During this period, many absolute geniuses came, and all of them had the same outcome. There was no one who could reach the 900th level. "Dojo Master, you are an old man. Do you think that fellow can reach the 1000th level?" In a private room in the Limit Martial Dojo, 4 people stood there. The 4 of them were very famous in Dark City. For instance, the Dojo Master of the Limit Martial Dojo, Skytop Dojo Master. Skytop Dojo Master was a middle-aged man with a mediocre stature. Facing the question of a cosmos god, he shook his head slightly. "It's hard to say. I'm clear about the situation of the limit arena left behind by my teacher. For him to reach the 900th level in such a short period, he is the most formidable person I've ever seen." The 3 cosmos gods were the 3 pseudo-cosmos gods under Luo Junting from the Dark City. Being a pseudo-cosmos god, who would not want to take a step forward and become a true cosmos god? They came as soon as the news spread, and they saw a young man displaying terrifying power, sweeping away everything in his path. Those formidable ultimate puppets were like ants to him. He reached the 981 level. He went up another level. The 4 people in the private room were all staring at it. The most excited one was the Skytop Dojo Master. Being a disciple, nobody wanted to know more than him what was left behind at the end of the limit arena. After anticipating for so long, Skytop Dojo Master felt that there might be an answer today. It's just that the arrival of the 3 cosmos gods displeased him greatly. If he knew that they were so formidable, he would have closed the Limit Martial Dojo at the first instance. But at this moment, Skytop Dojo Master was helpless. The moment the news spread, everyone was like animals that smelled the scent of meat. They were all rushing towards the Limit Martial Dojo, within the small space of the Limit Arena. At this moment, Lin Fei had to face 81 ultimate puppets. These ultimate puppets moved extremely fast. At the same time, they were slippery. Whenever a palm was sent flying, other ultimate puppets would immediately take the chance to attack. Their coordination was great, and it was hard to defend against them. After the 900th level, Lin Fei had long determined the changes in the power of the ultimate puppets. The 100th level was a huge stage. From the 800th level onwards, Lin Fei had used the prestige technique of the system to silently defeat the ultimate puppets. Others would not notice the changes at all. For the sake of not being too conspicuous, Lin Fei deliberately extended the time from the 900th level onwards, making it seem like he was spending a lot of effort. "City Master." Luo Junting and the Zhao clan prince arrived at the Limit Martial Dojo together. At this moment, the Limit Martial Dojo was extremely quiet. Everyone was looking at the small space within. Those ultimate puppets that were constantly being defeated made everyone's blood boil. The three Cosmos God subordinates and Skytop Dojo Master came out to welcome them. Soon, they arrived at the private room. Something huge is going to happen in our dark city. Chapter 3366. On the Limit Arena. That mysterious black-robed man once again charged up several levels. He did not take long to reach every level. Most would take 3 to 5 days to get through. None of the ultimate puppets could resist against the suppression of the other party. It's the final level. Will the treasure left behind by the ultimate Cosmos God be taken away by this person? This is really exciting. Within the martial dojo, many people were looking forward to this scene. That was a treasure left behind by a true Cosmos God. In everyone's opinion, the ultimate Cosmos God would definitely leave behind a treasure. Other than that, they could not imagine what else would be left behind. Now that there was a chance to witness it, who would not look forward to it? It's a pity that nobody could ascertain the origins of this person. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. The only record was that the other party had just entered the Dark City a few days ago. That was thought-provoking. 100 ultimate puppets. He is so powerful. The final level. The 100 ultimate puppets were entirely different from before. They seemed more ordinary. But under this ordinary aura, everyone's expression changed. That unseen dangerous aura made their scalps numb. Just a single glance was enough to make them feel a wave of fear. It was unknown how many people were shocked by this scene. If it were them, they would most likely not be able to get through. It was like an unseen mountain. It's starting. 100 figures rushed over. They were wielding several dozen weapons. Those who were weaker could only see a blurred figure. They could not even see the battle. And those powerful experts felt their skin tense up when the ultimate puppets acted. It was as if they were being attacked. Felt as if they were in the battlefield. In the private room, Sky Pole Tavern Master took a deep breath. Ultimate puppet. Being a disciple, he knew many secrets. When these 100 ultimate puppets transformed, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The three Cosmos Gods by the side had the same expression. Even they could not defend against such an attack. There were several dozen offensive techniques, and they could not think of how to defend against several of them. This 1000 level is indeed worthy of its reputation. The three Cosmos Gods exchanged glances before saying. They were even more curious about the person inside. Such strength, unless he was a disciple from an apex clan from a great prefecture? This strength seemed to surpass them, yet he was fine under the attack of 100 ultimate puppets. In another private room, young Master Zhao Wenwu of the Zhao family was also staring fixedly at the black-clothed man in the extreme arena. Treasure, he must have a powerful treasure on him. Zhao Wenwu was very confident in his own strength. However, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but think that his opponent had an extremely powerful defensive treasure on him. The encirclement of 100 ultimate puppets was unable to tear through the defense. What else could it be other than treasures? Luo Junting, who was standing at the side, had many things on his mind. Luo Junting recognized the man the moment he laid eyes on him. He was the man that Captain Bai had asked him to capture. When the other party displayed his strength, Luo Junting seemed to understand one thing. Why did Captain Bai come looking for him? This person really had a powerful background. The most surprising thing was that he didn't know this person. This is really troublesome. That's right, this was indeed a problem for Luo Junting. Xue Ying was able to get through the many layers of trials of the ultimate Cosmos God and was just lacking the final level. This strength could be seen just by looking at Zhao Wenwu by the side. Prince Zhao, you are an outstanding character amongst the geniuses. Do you know who this person is? Luo Junting was a Cosmos God. Could be said that he was not afraid of anyone. But how could a person with such amazing skills not have a powerful background? What Luo Junting was worried about was the powerful Cosmos God behind the other party. Since the other party could groom such an amazing disciple, As long as he wasn't a fool, he would believe that the other party had a huge background. This was the reason why Luo Junting felt a headache. Previously, it was fine if he didn't know. But now that he knew, he had to treat this matter seriously before capturing the other party. If he wasn't careful, it would be a huge calamity for the Dark City. I don't know him. He is very unfamiliar. Zhao Wenwu was surprised too. His record was broken so quickly. Nobody was clearer than him how formidable the limit arena was. Zhao Wenwu did not speak much, but the meaning behind his words was clear. This black-robed man definitely had a powerful background. Lin Fei within the small space, with a wave of his hand, sealing heaven and freezing earth. A terrifying chill was emitted from Lin Fei's body. At that moment, the entire small space was filled with a frightening chill. Those who were watching from the outside felt a chill down their spines. That chill seemed to have spread to their bodies. There were even some people shouting, "I am so cold." 100 ultimate puppets actually broke out of the seal under this chill. Again, Lin Fei acted once again, sealing all the ultimate puppets. This time, more than 50 of the 100 ultimate puppets rushed out, displaying their powerful strength. The ultimate puppets left behind by ultimate cosmos gods are really resistant to beatings. Even after being sealed twice, so many can still come out. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. Seal, seal, seal. After a few times, all the ultimate puppets were frozen like ice sculptures. They could no longer move. What technique is that? I can feel a chill even from afar. The ultimate puppets are frozen just like that. What a frightening technique. Unless this is the unique Yin Qi from the Heaven and Earth rankings. How frightening was the Yin Qi needed to freeze the ultimate puppets? Everyone immediately thought of the Yin Qi from the Heaven and Earth rankings. It seemed that only the Yin Qi from the Heaven and Earth rankings could have such an effect. Just like the flame from the Heaven and Earth rankings. They are all frozen. Sky's Limit Tavern Master had a look of shock. It is the Yin Qi from the Heaven and Earth rankings. The ultimate puppets were existences that had broken through the limits. Even cosmos gods were not their opponents. But they were frozen in the hands of that black-robed man. Just 5 to 6 times before they were frozen. Sky's Limit Tavern Master did not dare to imagine. That was such a frightening matter. A door has appeared, someone on the arena exclaimed. After the 100 ultimate puppets were frozen, a door appeared in space. It seemed to be hidden for a long time before it was activated. He broke through. The treasure left behind by ultimate cosmos gods is about to appear. That black-robed man is too powerful. I know. Furthermore, this fellow has grasped hold of the strongest Yin Qi from the Heaven and Earth rankings. Lin Fei cursed at how difficult the arrangements left behind by ultimate cosmos gods were. If one wanted to break through the 1,000 levels, it was impossible for those who were not absolute geniuses to do so. It was too difficult. Especially this final level. It was simply a nightmare for everyone. It was hard to kill them. Now, let me see what good things are behind this door. Chapter 3367. Lin Fei walked through the door before disappearing from the eyes of the crowd. The moment the other party entered, the martial dojo of limits was in an uproar. Everyone was cheering. Someone finally broke through the stage. This is a huge matter. But that fellow is going to be unlucky. This is the Dark City and the Wasteland of Death. It isn't so easy to get the treasures left behind by a cosmos god. While everyone was excited, someone sneered. None of them were optimistic about that black-robed man. Even though he seemed powerful and had treasures on him, this wasn't an ordinary place. Within the Dark City, news spread faster. At the same time, the news left the Dark City and spread across the Wasteland of Death. Someone wants to get the treasures left behind by a cosmos god. The news wasn't long, but the amount of information within was huge. No matter who saw it, they would not be able to control their impulse. That was a treasure left behind by a cosmos god. Who would believe that there were no good items within since he left behind 1,000 levels? Many figures rushed towards the Dark City. Lin Fei walked through the door. He arrived at a place filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. He could hear the crisp chirping of birds by his ears. Lin Fei could clearly see that this seemed to be a forest. Not bad. Not bad. A figure flashed in front of him. He raised his hand and sent a palm over. An enormous wave surged into the sky. Lin Fei was startled inwardly. He subconsciously welcomed the attack with his palm. Hong hong hong. An even more vigorous energy exploded within his body. Lin Fei was sent flying by a palm. That blurred figure once again forced his way over. If you want the treasures left behind by this old man, you have to defeat this old man first. Lin Fei felt his heart trembling. My cosmos god fleshy body has actually been shaken. That palm caused my blood to boil. Unless this person is a cosmos god? Many thoughts flashed by his ears. That illusory figure attacked once again. It was so fast that one could not see any traces of it. Fist after fist came. This time, Lin Fei did not send out a palm. His entire body had sunk into the sea of energy. He was like a lone boat that was about to be drowned. The power was like the sea. Lin Fei thought of a phrase. The vast power was boundless, and Lin Fei was being pushed back and forth. If you only have this much strength, then you are not qualified to take the things left behind by this old man. The phantom continued to attack. In a short period of time, they had suffered hundreds of attacks. It was truly a violent storm. This ultimate cosmos god is indeed extraordinary. I have always felt that my fleshy body is strong, but at this moment, the gap is too great. This is the limit. Furthermore, this illusory figure doesn't seem to be materialized. It shouldn't be his true body. If this is his true body, Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining it. Terrifyingly powerful. This was the label given to the ultimate cosmos gods. If I were an ordinary peerless heaven's favorite, I'm afraid I would have to return in failure today. Unfortunately, I am not. Lin Fei felt the pain coming from his body. It had been a long time since he felt this way. The ultimate cosmos god was the only one who injured him. His strong body was now covered with scars and fist marks, all of which were caused by this phantom. Seal. Lin Fei directly displayed his supporting technique. Cold intent swept out. The body of the phantom began being covered in frost. Within moments, it turned into a sculpture. One could vaguely see a muscular figure within, though his face was unclear. You are the first to freeze this old man. A loud ka-cha sound reverberated. The phantom rushed out once again. Using his hand as a blade, he chopped down. A blade light that was 300 meters long came slashing over. But this isn't enough. Lin Fei cursed inwardly. How can an illusion be so powerful? What a joke. Absolute space. A protective barrier appeared before him. The blade light dispersed in front of Lin Fei, turning into an omnidirectional attack without any blind spots. The illusory figure pounced over. His hand was like a saber as it chopped heavily on the protective barrier. The powerful absolute space was forcibly knocked away. Lin Fei, who was within it, was also sent flying. Limit. Is this the limit of strength? This was the first time his protective barrier was broken by someone. At the same time, a huge portion of his prestige was consumed. What the hell? That move just now actually consumed 500 billion prestige. Seeing how much prestige was consumed, Lin Fei was startled. The previous time he consumed such a huge amount of prestige was within the Forbidden Soul region. A peak Cosmos God expert had consumed 800 billion prestige in a single move. But now he was passively defending against it. Lin Fei finally understood the deeper meaning of the word, ultimate Cosmos God. The strength of this master had most likely surpassed ordinary peak Cosmos gods, and this was purely the strength of his fleshy body. From the start to the end, Lin Fei did not feel the other party using a second type of energy. What a fellow. This treasure of yours isn't bad for you to be able to withstand a palm attack from this old man. The phantom pounced over once again. I wonder how many times you can block against this old man. Even though Lin Fei was wealthy, he could not withstand such consumption. Damn, this is forcing me to use my big move. Lin Fei originally planned to play casually, but he was not willing to play in such a manner. The losses were too huge and it was not worth it. Storm. Lin Fei roared out. A black light shot out from between his eyebrows. As the black light flew out, it turned into a huge storm that engulfed the entire forest. Before the storm, everything was torn apart. This phantom also fell into the storm. The tyrannical and powerful energy tore it apart. No matter how this phantom struggled, he could not break free from the strangulation of the storm. His unparalleled body was being torn apart inch by inch within the storm. You are very strong, truly very strong. You are clearly not a cosmos god, yet you have surprised this old man. The phantom gave up on struggling. He allowed the storm to kill him. Congratulations. You have passed the trial. You will obtain the pinnacle cultivation technique and all treasures left behind by this old man. The phantom automatically dissipated. That's it. Lin Fei blinked. This ultimate cosmos god was really strange. Voila! A powerful suction force descended without any warning. Under this force, Xueying could not move at all. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. He arrived in a stone house. This stone house was not big. Unless this is the place where the ultimate cosmos god left behind the treasures, that is truly a good arrangement. If I did not defeat the phantom, I would most likely not be teleported here. Lin Fei swept his gaze across. The stone house was not big. It was just a few dozen meters away from the front to the back. This was completely different from the rumored treasure cove. Most likely, nobody would believe it if this news were to spread. This was a cosmos god, and one who was exceptionally powerful even amongst cosmos gods. Let me see what treasures were left behind. Lin Fei was slightly disappointed. Fortunately, he was not too interested in the treasure cove of a cosmos god. If not for the cosmos crystal piece, he would not have come here. The stone house seemed to be constructed within a huge stone mountain. Someone had used brute force to excavate it. On the stone walls, there were many grooves. These grooves were not big, but every single one of them contained items. Chapter 3368. Dark City. As the news spread out, all experts in the wasteland of death knew of this news. Someone had gotten through the checkpoint set by the ultimate cosmos god and successfully entered the treasure cove of the ultimate cosmos god. This news was known by everyone. Those powerful experts all came here. They did not enter the Dark City because that person in the Dark City would not allow them to act. But it was different outside. Nobody dared to act against them. For the sake of obtaining the treasures left behind by that person, several giants in the wasteland of death had teamed up and were prepared to fight against the other party. A treasure left behind by a true cosmos god, especially a peak cultivation technique, was something that anyone would be interested in. City Master, they said they want to meet you. I think they are harboring evil intentions. Within the martial dojo of Limit's private room, Luo Junting heard many news. They were all about the commotion in the wasteland of death. For instance, this news. He was clear that those fellows outside were tempted. All of them wanted a share of the profits from the treasure cove of the ultimate cosmos god. Not meeting them? That would not do. Luo Junting was similarly fearful of those outside. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not worried about any of them. But when they teamed up together, the weight they had was not light. He had to treat them seriously. Prince Zhao, please excuse me for a moment. I have to go out and settle some matters. Luo Junting said apologetically. He had no choice but to go. Zhao Wenwu chuckled. It's fine. City Master doesn't have to accompany me. I will just stay here and watch. Luo Junting left. Prince, there will soon be a huge battle in the Dark City. The ultimate cosmos god was a huge character that shook the entire eternal cosmos in the past. But this fellow has enemies all over the world. Now that someone has inherited the treasures in the treasure cove, he might be his disciple and might have grasped a peak cultivation technique. Those people will definitely arrange for someone from the younger generation to act. That ultimate cosmos god fellow died with evil intentions. The old man standing by the side of Zhao Wenwu sighed. Zhao Wenwu chuckled. I originally came here to temper myself, But who would have thought that I would encounter such a matter? This is truly interesting. I am looking forward to it. Sky's Limit Tavern Master left the room. In a while, activate the Great Array. Nobody is allowed to act. Within the secret room, the trusted aide of Sky's Limit Tavern Master ordered. Master, this isn't a good idea. The Heaven's Limit Dojo's master's face sank. There's nothing bad about it. That person who passed the master's test will be a member of the Extreme Dojo in the future. As a senior brother, if I don't protect him, when will I protect him? But those Cosmos gods. A few of his trusted subordinates were still worried. The Heaven's Fate Dojo's master snorted. They've been eyeing the Dojo of Limits for a long time. Here, no matter who it is, they have to follow the rules. From the moment the black-clothed man entered the door, the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master firmly believed that the other party was his junior brother. Here, no one could bully them. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master still remembered the words his teacher left him before leaving. His cultivation technique would only be given to absolute geniuses, and he would become the inheritor of the peak cultivation technique, becoming a new ultimate cosmos god in the cosmos. He remembered these words clearly. Under the situation where a group of wolves and tigers were glaring at him, Heaven's Limit Dojo Master did not wish for others to bully this future disciple of his. He was not afraid of anyone in the Extreme Dojo, not even cosmos gods. Impudent? Who dared to be impudent? Inside the stone house, Lin Fei checked through the items within the grooves. He had to admit that everything within the grooves was good stuff. Any one of them would cause a huge commotion when taken out. What a fellow. Any one of these items is something that can claim one's life. How many people did this ultimate cosmos god offend in the past? Lin Fei roughly looked through a few items before understanding that they were all treasures that were seized. From the introduction above, all of them were treasures that were highly valued by the great clans beneath the eternal cosmos. The ultimate cosmos god isn't killed. His luck is truly heaven-defying. Lin Fei did not have a deep understanding of the eternal cosmos. But from the records above, no matter which treasure it was a masterpiece of the ultimate cosmos god. This could be seen from the tone left behind. It's a pity that these items were not of much interest to Lin Fei. If I were to exchange them for them, I believe they would give me quite a lot of faith energy. Lin Fei squinted. With a wave of his hand, he kept the items one by one. It would be a waste to leave these things behind. Hence, he might as well keep them. As he moved through the grooves, he found that they were all treasures of considerable value. This fellow really knows how to plunder. He actually got so many treasures. Within the grooves, other than treasures, there were only a few pills and divine weapons. This made Lin Fei mutter inwardly. This person's taste was truly different. Most people would not dare to have such a taste. Who would dare to try? This is the final groove. He obtained more than 20 treasures, of which a few were tokens. These tokens seemed ordinary. Other than the few words at the back, he could not see anything different about them. How could something left behind by a peak cosmos god in the notch not be good? He would keep it first. Currently, there was only the final groove left. What was placed within the groove was not a treasure. Instead, it was a piece of jade that was emitting a warm color. It isn't a cosmos crystal chip. Lin Fei was slightly disappointed. He came here for the cosmos crystal chip. Even if he obtained more other items, it would be meaningless. Lin Fei casually picked up the piece of jade. He used his consciousness to examine it, and his expression changed slightly. Who would have thought that this is a peak cultivation technique left behind by an ultimate cosmos god? The piece of jade contained the peak cultivation technique. The peak cultivation technique was extremely detailed. This was the most detailed peak cultivation technique Lin Fei had ever seen. Even though I haven't gotten my hands on a cosmos crystal chip, this peak cultivation technique is quite suitable for the current me. Lin Fei squinted. The piece of jade in his hand turned into powder. It was a single-use item. The peak cultivation technique was complete. It was not divided into upper, middle, and lower like what Lin Fei imagined. It isn't without reason that an ultimate cosmos god could become a resounding existence among the cosmos gods. The other party cultivated his body to such a powerful state, using his body as a weapon. At the same time, he created a peak cultivation technique to compress the strength of his body. I can't help but be convinced. Lin Fei's Cosmos God body was strengthened through many techniques. He relied entirely on the system to reach this stage. But it was different for ultimate Cosmos gods. The other party relied on a tyrannical and powerful cultivation technique. Lin Fei was convinced. Originally, I was worried that I would be too conspicuous and expose myself. If I were to learn a peak cultivation technique, there is nothing for me to worry about. Even without the Cosmos crystal chip, this was an unexpected joy. I will owe you this favor. Chapter 3369. Within the stone house. Lin Fei was not in a rush to leave this place. The moment he left this place, there would be a huge amount of trouble waiting for him. The treasures left behind by this ultimate Cosmos god were not that easy to obtain. This was something Lin Fei was clear of. Was he afraid of trouble? Of course not. But now that he was in a different place, he had to remain low profile. The Eternal Church controlled this cosmos. Currently, Lin Fei had accumulated a huge amount of faith energy. But the moment he fought with the Holy Church, his reputation would not be sufficient to fight a protracted war. This was what Lin Fei was more worried about. It is better for me to cultivate the pinnacle cultivation technique first. Lin Fei grasped the pinnacle cultivation technique through the system. Cultivating this technique required him to continuously strengthen his fleshy body, and it required a vast amount of life energy. It might seem easy, but not everyone could grasp it. The moment he lacked strength, he would fall short of success. That time, the ultimate Cosmos God had spent a lot of effort to reach this stage. Pinnacle cultivation technique, first level, fusing 1,000,000 times. There were a total of 10 levels in the pinnacle cultivation technique. The first level would shatter the fleshy body 1,000,000 times. Every time he shattered his fleshy body, it was equivalent to strengthening his fleshy body. It might not seem difficult, but the consumption during this period was huge. Not everyone could persist. Begin. According to the method of the pinnacle cultivation technique, Lin Fei began shattering his fleshy body. His powerful fleshy body easily crumbled at this moment. Once it completely crumbled, Lin Fei began to reform his fleshy body. His life energy was also being consumed in large amounts. A boundless pain engulfed him. Even though his body had yet to reappear, that pain had already appeared. It was an unfathomable technique. The first round of fusion consumed a huge amount of life energy. That pain was so intense that it could torture one to the point of fainting. Under such circumstances, he had to repeat it 1,000,000 times. This was a huge threshold. Without the system, I really can't cultivate it. Lin Fei sealed his 5 senses. Even if this cultivation technique gave him a huge pain, it could not affect him at all. Dark City. No one knew how many experts had come. Everyone was staring at the extreme martial dojo. Those who came to watch had no intention of leaving. They were all waiting. As long as that person did not appear, it would mean that he was still inside. It was a treasure that belonged to a peak Cosmos god. What a great temptation. Even if he couldn't get it, he could still look at it. They didn't believe that the man in black would leave from another place. Since he entered from here, he would definitely come out from here. So many days have passed. Could he have died in there? Who knows? It isn't that easy to obtain the treasures of a peak Cosmos god. Who knows, he might really die inside. It has been half a month. Many people began to hesitate. More people were certain that the black-robed man was comprehending a cultivation technique of a peak Cosmos god. That ultimate cultivation technique had never been circulated. Everyone knew that this cultivation technique was unfathomably powerful. Whoever cultivated it would become an outstanding expert. In the past, the ultimate Cosmos god offended many people in the eternal cosmos, yet he was still alive and well. This was because his strength was unfathomable. Currently, that person did not come out. It was most likely because he was comprehending it. The moment he finished, he would most likely become another peak Cosmos god. But there were quite a few who sneered. That time when that ultimate cosmos god cultivated this cultivation technique, many had heard of how much resources he had spent. How could a mere black-robed man obtain it? Comprehension? Forget about it. It was impossible in a short period. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was the most anxious. It is good that he isn't coming out. He truly did not wish for that person to come out so early. At the very least, he could be indifferent for a period of a few years. It was fine even if it was a few decades. Currently, the entire Dark City was filled with people paying attention to this matter. There was even news that spread to the Star River Prefecture. Many enemies of the peak cosmos gods came over after hearing the news. It was obvious what their motive was. Time passed year by year. 5 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 13 years passed. To everyone, 13 years was nothing. It was just a blink of an eye. And to the Martial Dojo of Limits, it had become much quieter during this 13 years because the Limit Arena could no longer be opened. At the start, many people were waiting inside. Eventually, everyone arranged for people to keep watch outside. Only some big characters did not leave. Instead, they continued waiting. 13 years was nothing. It was the same even if it was 130 years. There were no spatial ripples appearing in the wasteland of death. Everyone was certain that that person was still in the space within the Martial Dojo of Limits. If not for the uniqueness of the Martial Dojo of Limits, they would have long charged in and waited for that person to come out. It's a pity that they could not do so. Within the Martial Dojo of Limits, that Heaven's Limit Martial Dojo was not a vegetarian. Anyone who dared to try would definitely lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. This was something everyone understood. Being able to become a big character required patience. Everyone was waiting patiently. 13 years. Within the stone house, the final figure collapsed before fusing back together. Lin Fei's figure became tall and straight. Many gales revolved around him. The hard space was easily sliced apart by the gales. I have finally reached the first level of the limit cultivation technique. After a total of 13 years, Lin Fei finally reached the first level. This level of cultivation was one of the longest that Lin Fei had ever done. Even with the help of the system, he still spent such a long time. It wasn't hard to fuse 1,000,000 fleshy bodies together at the start. But as time went on, it took a long time. The consumption of life energy was also increasing. Fortunately, the faith energy could be used to unleash life techniques. That was why he could continue cultivating. But it took him a total of 13 years, completely exceeding the estimation of Lin Fei. I spent 13 years on the first level. The second level should take at least 50 years to fuse 10 million times. If it were others, it would take at least 1,000 years. With the support of an unending stream of faith energy, Lin Fei could cultivate so quickly. But he still used a total of 300 billion faith energy. This amount wasn't something anyone could afford. It was no wonder that the cosmos gods took such a long time. This cultivation technique required a huge amount of resources to support it. The first level of the limit cultivation technique has strengthened my fleshy body by 5 times. My fleshy body strength has become even more terrifying. Lin Fei extended his hand. A gust of wind revolved in his palm. The surrounding space was slowly being torn apart. This fleshy body wind is powerful enough to make cosmos gods feel restraining fear. Currently, Lin Fei did not need to move. His fleshy body could shoot out fleshy body wind. Every gust of wind was abnormally terrifying. This was a gales automatically released by the cells in his fleshy body. It is time for me to go out. Chapter 3370. Dark City. 13 years had passed. The Martial Dojo of Limits had always been the focus of attention. There were a few disciples of the dojo near the ring. They were cleaning up and inadvertently glanced at the ring. One of the young men nudged the person next to him. "Say, it's been so long. Could that person have died inside?" The other person followed up with a glance. "Who knows? The ultimate cosmos god is someone we have to look up to. But I still hope for that person to come out. You should know that many big characters in the wasteland of death are staring at our martial dojo, causing us to have to be careful whenever we go out." Ever since the news of breaking through to the 1000th level spread, the martial dojo of limits had become famous. The reason why they became famous was because the treasure left behind by ultimate cosmos gods might reappear. To anyone, this was something that would stir their hearts. Being disciples of the dojo, they did not dare to go out for many years. They were not afraid of anything within the martial dojo of limits. But outside, they would be targeted by others even if they did not know anything. Speaking of this person, the two disciples did not wish for him to appear. It would be best if he died. The moment he came out alive, the martial dojo of limits would once again be noticed by others. At that time, they would have a headache. With the big characters fighting against each other, they would be implicated as well. Hua hua hua. Just as they finished speaking, an intense light appeared on the arena. Following that, a figure appeared on the arena. It's him. He is actually fine. The two disciples paled in fright. During the 13 years, many did not think highly of this person. How could the treasure left behind by ultimate cosmos gods be so easily obtained? Just as they were talking about the other party appeared. This was definitely a huge shock. After a brief moment of shock, they shouted out, "He is back! That person is back!" Many disciples of the martial arts hall rushed out, and when they saw the figure from 13 years ago, their expressions couldn't help but change. Isn't he just coming out? Is there a need for such a huge commotion? Lin Fei did not like being watched by others. Now, he was preparing to leave the martial dojo of limits. Where's Black Yuan? Lin Fei frowned when he saw that He Yuan was not around. Could something have happened? That doesn't seem possible. Sir, please hold on. Lin Fei came down from the stage. Someone immediately came up and greeted him respectfully. Our dojo master is rushing over. The disciples of the martial arts club braced themselves. They had all been instructed by the club master to immediately report to him as soon as someone came out. No one dared to go against the dojo master's words. Dojo master? Lin Fei actually didn't want to see this dojo master. The best thing had been taken by him, so it would be strange if he did not hate himself to death. This was especially the case for extreme martial arts. Just the first level of it would increase one's strength by 5 times, and one's combat skills and experience would increase exponentially. With such a huge benefit, who would be willing to give it up? Master! While Lin Fei was deep in thought, a figure rushed over and appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but He Yuan? I thought something happened to you, Lin Fei said with a smile. He Yuan was expressionless. Dojo master, he's about to arrive. I think it's best if master meets him. Lin Fei pondered over He Yuan's words. Junior disciple brother, you finally came out. That's great. I can finally be at ease. The Heavens Pole dojo master brought a group of people over. After seeing that Lin Fei was fine, his eyes brightened. Lin Fei looked at the person who came. He could feel a familiar aura from the other party. It was the aura of the extreme martial arts. The 2 words junior disciple brother surprised Lin Fei. When did he become a junior disciple brother? Couldn't be that this fellow forcefully added it on him, right? The Empyrean Dojo's master's gaze fell on Qin Wentian's body. He felt a trace of familiar aura and couldn't help but be shocked. He actually managed to cross the threshold. Judging from his aura, he should have reached the 1st level. He is truly a heaven-sent genius. It has only been 13 years. Back then, I used 1,300 years. Being a disciple of a cosmos god, the Heavens Pole dojo master had also cultivated the extreme martial arts. It's a pity that he had only reached the 1st level. Even after cultivating it, his aura wasn't as strong as the current Lin Fei. Sir, are you mistaken? Lin Fei said, I'm not familiar with you. How could this junior disciple brother be? The Heavens Pole dojo master came over with a smile. Junior disciple brother, you have just come out. Why don't you come up and have a cup of tea with us? We can talk about this slowly. After cultivating bitterly for 13 years, Lin Fei had never had a good rest. Sure. Lin Fei agreed straightforwardly. He wasn't worried about dealing against himself. At the same time, City Lord residence. City Lord, our people in the Extreme Martial Dojo have sent news that that black-robed man has come out. In the back garden of the City Lord residence. A trusted aide immediately came over to report the situation. Luo Junting was currently enjoying his tea with a satisfied look on his face. I have truly underestimated this person. He has stayed inside for 13 years. The treasures and even the cultivation techniques of cosmos gods should be in the hands of this person. Luo Junting had been paying attention to this matter these few years. Honestly speaking, he cared a lot about the Extreme Martial Dojo. It's a pity that the Heavens Pole Dojo Master rarely left the Extreme Martial Dojo. Furthermore, he was powerful and usually stayed in the Extreme Martial Dojo. With that layer of tortoise shell, even he, the City Lord, was helpless against the other party. City Lord, what should we do now? Luo Junting chuckled. There's no rush. Arrange for someone to spread the news. Those people are very interested in this. Let us drink tea while watching. He was planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Being a cosmos god, Luo Junting did not wish to offend a few cosmos gods at once. That would not be worth it. This matter could not be rushed. In a courtyard. Prince, good news. In a quiet courtyard. A noble prince was currently practicing his sword. Many sword lights were moving unhindered, yet they did not harm the surrounding grass or flowers. The sword lights were like illusory existences that gave off a sharp and terrifying aura. What good news! That person has come out. The sword lights dissipated. The noble prince stood there holding onto his sword. The edge of his lips curled up. You didn't waste 13 years waiting for me here. This person was none other than the Zhao clan prince, Zhao Wenwu. Arrange for someone to watch over him. What, that person has come out. The news is accurate? Ha! That's great. It is a treasure of a cosmos god and a cultivation technique. The news spread rapidly. Many great characters knew about it at the first moment. The Dark City soon became lively, especially outside the Extreme Martial Dojo. Within a short period, many people had gathered. Junior disciple brother, drink some tea. This is a divine tea that can strengthen the fleshy body. The Heavens Pole Dojo Master took out his favorite tea leaves and personally brewed the tea for Lin Fei. The moment the tea was brewed, strands of unique aura drifted out. Lin Fei could not understand what the other party was planning. Chapter 3371. Martial Dojo of Limits. Good tea. Lin Fei took a sip. This tea contained a unique energy that could strengthen his fleshy body by a strand. Even though it was not obvious, Lin Fei could still feel it. This tea was not bad. The improvement of the fleshy body had to be done step by step. It wasn't that easy to improve. This tea was relatively good. If one consumed it for a long period, it could completely improve the fleshy body at least 10 times faster than those who did not consume it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master chuckled. Junior disciple brother, you should have learned teacher's extreme cultivation technique and even stepped into the first level, right? You are indeed someone highly regarded by teacher. As a senior disciple brother, I am ashamed of my inferiority. Lin Fei continued listening. He had indeed stepped into the first level. The other party did not feel surprised. Teacher mentioned in the past that anyone who passed through his trial would become his final disciple. Hence, you are my junior disciple brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master said happily. If teacher knew that he had a final disciple like you, he would definitely smile in the underworld. His cultivation technique would finally have a true inheritor. Lin Fei felt that he was in trouble, and it wasn't a small one. I don't want to be a disciple. Lin Fei didn't like having a master for no reason, even though he had received benefits from it. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was clear from the start that those who could pass the trial were not nameless. Wanting to become the disciple of teacher? The other party might not agree to it. As for keeping the other party, he might have thought of it previously, but now he no longer had such thoughts. Junior disciple brother, you have misunderstood my meaning. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master explained. I don't want you to become the final disciple of teacher. I only hope that junior disciple brother can develop the extreme cultivation technique of teacher and not let it be buried. Lin Fei understood what he meant. I feel that you should be the one to develop the extreme cultivation technique. Lin Fei chuckled. It was just a coincidence of mine. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master laughed bitterly. What do you think of me? Not bad. Lin Fei replied. Who would have thought that Celestial Pole Tavern Master shook his head. Then you are mistaken. I am not good at it. That year, my teacher imparted me the first level of cultivation technique. Currently, even though my combat strength is strong, I am ordinary amongst cosmos gods. I am far from reaching the limit. First level. Lin Fei was speechless. No way. Nothing is impossible. The master of the Celestial Pole Dojo nodded. Under the heavens, only one person can cultivate an extreme cultivation technique. Junior brother, you were able to successfully cultivate the first gate in 13 years. This kind of talent is something that even master couldn't achieve in the past. Lin Fei's face was burning. With the help of the power of faith and the system, it would be strange if his speed was not fast. However, even though Lin Fei was thick-skinned, he still felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him like this. Dojo master, I can tell that you are a good disciple. How about this? I'll give you the remaining 9 levels, and you can slowly cultivate. I'm a very generous person, Lin Fei said with a smile. Develop it? Lin Fei was not in the mood for that. The master of the Celestial Pole Dojo shook his head. No, junior brother, don't waste your effort. Junior brother has learned an extreme cultivation method. Just based on your aura alone, I'm afraid many people will come looking for trouble. As your senior brother, I have the obligation to help you. Moreover, my master likes to play around with life. For example, when he was alive, he offended many experts of the eternal universe. When my master was still alive, he didn't dare to act. But now, junior brother has an extreme cultivation method, as well as the treasures you stole and even the token. Lin Fei was speechless. From the items placed in the stone house, Shuang understood one thing. This ultimate cosmos god wasn't a good person. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei knew that his guess was correct. Big trouble was waiting for him. As for the ultimate cosmos gods, Lin Fei did not know much. Everything was told to him by Black Essence, and he did not explain it comprehensively. As for the specific situation, Lin Fei only knew half of it. If that's the case, it isn't a good thing for me to inherit the cultivation method and treasures of the ultimate cosmos god? Lin Fei squinted. It's a long story, the Celestial Pole Dojo said. As long as you believe that I won't harm junior brother, everything will be fine. If nothing unexpected happens, I reckon those people will come after hearing the news. Junior brother's breakthrough will soon affect several great prefectures in the vicinity. The Dark City will become a lively place. Lin Fei knew that this extreme cultivation method would definitely be popular. It seemed that many people were prepared to be tempted by it. Dojo master. There are quite a few people outside saying that they want to meet that mysterious genius. Just as he finished speaking, a disciple rushed in with a nervous expression and reported, "What are you panicking for? This is the extreme martial dojo. Who dares to act recklessly?" The Celestial Pole Dojo master casually shouted, "Retreat. Just tell them that I will be coming over in a while." The disciple retreated. "Junior brother, look. Our extreme martial dojo will be bustling with activity the moment this big piece of meat comes out." The Celestial Pole Dojo master chuckled. "But rest assured, you will be the safest in the extreme martial dojo." Lin Fei did not feel any killing intent from the other party. Even the prestige support system did not give any notification. Instead, there were many killing intents outside. One did not need to think to know what kind of people they were. Lin Fei touched his nose. "I have really become a big piece of meat. All right, I want to know what these things are so that I can have an idea of what they are." With a wave of his hand, hua hua hua, everything taken out from the stone house appeared in front of the Celestial Pole Dojo master. This Celestial Pole Dojo master was dumbfounded on the spot. "Since you are willing to take them out, aren't you afraid that I will snatch them away?" The celestial pole dojo master felt that he could not see through the other party. All of these items were good stuff and their origins were extraordinary. In fact, they even represented a sect or a family. Not just anyone could get their hands on them. At this moment, all of them were placed in front of the celestial pole dojo master. For a moment, he felt tempted to snatch them away. This fellow in front of him was truly unreasonable. Since I dared to take them out, naturally, I'm not afraid. Lin Fei smiled. I have many methods. I don't think the dojo master would want to try them. That wouldn't be a good thing. The celestial pole dojo master laughed. Very few people dare to speak to me like this. You are the first. However, I like it. Are you saying that the celestial pole dojo master is not smart? Definitely not. Let me help you take a look. These things are not something that anyone can have. The celestial pole dojo master was too lazy to care about what was happening outside. He grabbed an item and examined it. This is the Tai family's Tai family scepter. It is said that the Tai family's patriarch must have this scepter in order to become the patriarch. Master is truly awesome. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. I hit the jackpot. An item left behind by such a master, even if it wasn't troublesome, it would still be a big problem. Chapter 3372. Dark City, outside the martial dojo of Limits. As the news spread out, many people came after hearing the news. They were blocked at the entrance. The disciples of the martial dojo of Limits did not allow them to enter. They even activated the array at the first instance to stop those who wanted to enter. Why aren't you letting us in? We want to see that person. Your martial dojo of Limits is too tyrannical. Unless you want to monopolize the treasures left behind by a peak cosmos god. Those who beat the peak were hecklers. Who would not be tempted by the treasures left behind by a peak cosmos god? Especially the ultimate cultivation technique. There were even rumors that that person had snatched many good things in the past, yet they disappeared in the end. It was suspected that they were kept in the treasure cove. Just this alone was enough to stir the hearts of others. It was fine if he did not appear in the world, but the moment he did, everyone would have no choice but to act. The disciples of the martial dojo of Limits were expressionless. With the array of the martial dojo, who dared to barge in? This was set up by that peak cosmos god, and not anyone could barge in. Whoever did so would die. Those outside could only talk. If they were to charge in, none would be afraid of death. The cosmos god old ancestor is here. That's him. Do you not want your life anymore? This is a dead cosmos god. Ranked 230th on the wanted list of the eternal cosmos. The crowd outside suddenly dispersed. Everyone turned to a black-robed man walking over. They revealed expressions of panic and uneasiness. For a moment, the surrounding became empty. Jia. The black-robed man came to the entrance. His sinister voice caused the disciples of the martial dojo of Limits to feel uneasy. This was a bloodthirsty demon. Those who could be ranked on the wanted list of the eternal cosmos were not easy to deal with. I want to see your dojo master of Limits. The cold voice was filled with indifference. If he doesn't come out, there's no need for your disciples of the martial dojo of Limits to come out either. I'll kill whoever comes out. The black-robed man coldly said. The moment this dead cosmos god came out, everyone could feel the killing intent contained in his words. Death, your personality is still the same. So many years have passed, yet you haven't changed. Just as everyone was still accepting the arrival of the dead cosmos god, another voice came from the street. A white figure walked step by step. Although it seemed to be very far, he soon arrived in front of the martial dojo of Limits. The black-robed man's face was still covered by the cloak. So it's the Peach Blossom Prince. Sometimes, I really want to kill you and scratch your stinky face with my own hands. When the white silhouette's appearance was revealed, everyone was shocked. It was an extremely seductive face that was not inferior to the current peerless fairy. Each and every move of hers was filled with endless temptation. Young Master Peach Blossom, isn't that someone on the wanted list? Why is he here? One of the ultimate gods in the crowd was shocked. In the next second, a pink peach blossom bloomed on the ultimate god expert's head as his essence, vitality, and spirit were all absorbed. I hate it when people talk nonsense. The peach blossom prince made a gesture with his thumb and middle finger. No one dared to make a sound. I welcome you to kill me. If you have the ability, you can even kill me 100 times. Peach Blossom Peach giggled. That laughter made everyone shiver. The dojo of Limit's disciples couldn't stand still. 2 cosmos gods on the wanted list came at once. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in Dark City. Anyone on the wanted list would appear and disappear mysteriously. Basically, it was very rare for them to appear. But now, teacher, you have offended quite a few people. After helping Lin Fei take inventory of the items, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master let out a long sigh. Lin Fei was someone who did not know the origin of the treasures. After the inventory by Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, he understood how important the items in his hands were. That ultimate cosmos god really knew how to cause trouble. It was an unfathomable matter for him to live until he died of old age. This was absolutely a proof of his strength. That's right. You have offended quite a few people. Lin Fei nodded. Only after knowing about it did he understand how important these items were. They would absolutely drive others crazy. Tavern Master, something bad has happened. Death and young Master Peach Blossom from the wanted list are here. A trusted aide rushed in to report. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was surprised. Why are they here? They are really fast. After dismissing the trusted aide, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master stood up. Since you have inherited the items of teacher, you are my junior disciple brother. No matter if you admit it or not, as long as you are willing to hand over the cultivation technique to me, you will forever be my junior disciple brother. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed. My junior disciple brother isn't someone anyone can touch. He turned around and left. Lin Fei also stood up. An expert on the wanted list. I also want to see just how powerful he is. That sentence of the other party was to Lin Fei's liking. Martial Dojo of Limits. The moment Cosmos God Death and young Master Peach Blossom appeared. Many people did not dare to come up. For an expert on the wanted list to be able to survive until now, it was not something that just anyone could do. Which expert on the wanted list wasn't vicious and merciless? For instance, Death. He would kill when he was happy and when he was in a bad mood. Like now, other than young Master Peach Blossom and Cosmos God Death, no one dared to stand outside the Martial Dojo of Limits. The two of you are really rare guests. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master guffawed as he stood by the entrance of the Martial Dojo of Limits. It is Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Why is it him who came out? Unless that black-robed man has been captured. It was unexpected that the one who came out was Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, the reason why I came today is simple. It is for that black-robed man. Cosmos God Death was straightforward. As long as you hand him over, I'll owe you a favor. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master's expression could not be seen. What about you? These words made young Master Peach Blossom uncomfortable. Same here. I came for that black-robed man too. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master smiled. Junior disciple brother, quite a few people have their eyes on you. 2 experts on the wanted list came at the same time, and it seems you have been treated as a gold ingot. Junior disciple brother? Everyone was startled. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master saw a black-robed man walking over. He had black eyes and long black hair. Wasn't he the black-robed man from before? He really came out alive. I am now a human-shaped moving treasure. Lin Fei came to the entrance with a smile. Cosmos God Death and young Master Peach Blossom landed on this black-robed man. He was younger than they imagined. He was a true absolute genius. That was a trial left behind by a Cosmos God. Many geniuses were blocked outside the entrance. But this person succeeded. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master said, "He is my junior disciple brother. Those who want this junior disciple brother of mine will have to pass through me first. What do you think, young Master Peach Blossom?" A chill swept over. Cosmos God Death and young Master Peach Blossom exchanged glances. Chapter 3373. The dead Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince stood together in the shortest time possible. He had to snatch the treasures left behind by the ultimate Cosmos God. If those big shots came, they really wouldn't dare to be so unbridled. After all, their identities were problematic, and they didn't dare to go to many places. As for those big shots, they didn't mind teaching them a lesson. One couldn't hold his ground while the other could. The result was clear at a glance. They decisively chose to stand together and force the dojo of Limit's Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. Ha ha ha, with just you guys? The Empyrean's Fate Dojo's master laughs heartily. You really think that you're so awesome because you're on the wanted list? Why don't you take a look at what kind of place this is? Contempt. She looked at him in disdain. Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince had the same goal. The only thing he didn't expect was that the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master would recognize this person as his junior brother. Even though the Empyrean Limit Tavern master wasn't famous in the Eternal Cosmos and was extremely low profile, nobody dared to underestimate this disciple of a Cosmos God. Since you dare to be so impudent here, then let me see what you have up your sleeves. The Empyrean Pole Dojo's master took a step forward and his body grew several times taller. He looked like a small giant. His fist was like a hammer as he punched out domineeringly. The phantom image of a giant hammer appeared in everyone's eyes. This is the Empyrean Pole Dojo Master's War Hammer Fist technique. With just one punch, everyone's expression changed. The expressions of the Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince changed slightly. Both of them brought out their treasures. One was a death illusory figure, and the other was a peach forest. Both of them shielded the sky above. At the same time, they retreated. Boom, boom, boom. When the hammer smashed into the sky above them, it transformed into thousands of fist shadows that smashed into their treasures like a torrential storm. The Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince suffered from a powerful attack at that moment. Retreat. He kept retreating. On the street, there were clear footprints, all left by them. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Experts on the wanted list are just SOSO. If you dare to make any more noise, I don't mind killing you. The Empyrean Pole Dojo's master said with a smile. Don't doubt whether I have the strength or not. Both Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince had underestimated the strength of Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. One punch was enough to injure them. The rumors were true. Relying on the martial dojo of limits, this person was incredibly powerful. Even first-step Cosmos Gods were not his opponent. Master of the Celestial Zenith Dojo, just wait and see. Once that brat obtains the treasure left by your master, the person who will make a move will be far beyond your capabilities. The Death Cosmos God left behind a sentence before leaving. Mr. Peach Blossom was even simpler. I will be back. The two Cosmos Gods on the wanted list left in the blink of an eye. I'll welcome any of you. The voice of the Empyrean Vault Master reverberated. The people who were watching from the outside also ran away, afraid that they would become the target of his venting. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread out. The black-clothed man had really come out. Not only that, he had also become the Empyrean's Limit Dojo Master's junior brother. The Empyrean's Limit Dojo Master seemed to want to support his new junior brother. How is it? My fist technique? The Empyrean Vault Master asked with a smile. Lin Fei gave him a thumbs up. Fierce, overbearing, and insufferably arrogant. Even with the two of them working together, they were barely able to block it. Ha 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 ha. I like hearing these words, the Empyrean Vault Master said. It's a pity that this fist technique hasn't reached the level of teacher in the past. If it had reached the level of teacher, that fist just now would have killed them. The Warhammer Fist technique. Lin Fei could see how powerful it was. That was an attack that charged straight ahead. In order to execute this fist technique, the fleshy body had to be strong to an unfathomable degree. Converging a myriad of punches into a single fist before separating the final punch was not easy to achieve. Killing a Cosmos God with a single punch? If Lin Fei did not rely on the prestige system, it was impossible for him to achieve this. I wonder what level that ultimate cosmos god has reached. Lin Fei thought, I have to continue working hard. The scene at the martial dojo of limits spread rapidly across the dark city. After knowing about it, everyone was surprised. But after thinking about it, everything seemed logical. Obtaining a treasure left behind by an ultimate cosmos god. What was he if not a disciple? To think that they had such thoughts. With the Empyrean Vault Master acting, in addition to that fist at the entrance, nobody dared to cause a ruckus at the martial dojo of limits. If that person were to act, few cosmos gods could obtain any benefits. The Death Cosmos God and Peach Blossom Prince were the best proof. With the support from the martial dojo of limits, the strength of the Empyrean Vault Master could reach the second level of Cosmos God. Ordinary first-step Cosmos Gods had to step aside. The Empyrean Vault Master has acted in the end. Luo Junting chuckled as he heard the report. This is good. He dares to take the risk to protect the black-robed men. Those people will definitely work together to tear the martial dojo of limits apart. Luo Junting was helpless against an independent superpower like the martial dojo of limits. This person rarely went out. Other than to cultivate, he rarely appeared. Those who were not clear of him would not know of his existence. City Master, should we continue watching? There were 3 cosmos gods in front of Luo Junting. They were his subordinates. Right, we should continue watching. We shouldn't get involved in this matter. Luo Junting said, if nothing unexpected happens, those big characters should be coming soon. For instance, the Star River Mansion. Who asked the ultimate cosmos god to do so many great things in the past? He relied on his strength and now he is gone. But who doesn't want to get those treasures back? The Empyrean Vault Master has really thought it through. Nobody is willing for a second ultimate cosmos god to appear. Currently, he is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He is overestimating his strength. Luo Junting clapped and cheered for being able to get rid of this independent superpower. Arrange for people to keep a close watch on that fellow to prevent him from escaping. Within the martial dojo of limits, Lin Fei temporarily did not leave. Hearing the words of the Empyrean Vault Master, he felt that he should not leave. Furthermore, none of the treasures he had were simple. If he did not resolve this matter, it would definitely be a huge problem. The Empyrean Vault Master stood up for him. Lin Fei was not a fool and naturally knew what this meant. This was equivalent to carrying a huge burden on his back, and the martial dojo of limits would become the target of attack. Lin Fei wasn't someone who was afraid of death. Even if those big characters came, there was nothing for him to worry about since he was not someone to be trifled with. This Empyrean Vault Master is quite considerate. He even sent over information on the Cosmos God level. Lin Fei did not know much about the Cosmos God level. Information on this aspect did not circulate much, and it seemed to be tightly controlled. It was not easy to get his hands on it, but he could barely pry through the secrets of the Cosmos God level. Now that he took the initiative to send a copy over, Lin Fei naturally wanted to study it. From the combat experience he gained from the peak cultivation technique, Xueying could see that the combat style of Cosmos Gods had changed. Chapter 3374. Martial Dojo of Limits, Limit Arena. Even though the trial of the Limit Arena had disappeared, this arena still existed. At this moment, there were 2 people clashing on the arena. The shockwaves from the clash clashed against the barrier of the Limit Arena, causing many ripples to form. Such frightening strength. Dojo Master is formidable. Who says he isn't? Dojo Master is the disciple of Forefather, and he specializes in close combat. That black-robed man is formidable too. His fleshy body isn't any weaker than the Dojo Master. No wonder he could become the junior disciple brother of the Dojo Master. The surrounding of the Limit Arena was currently filled with disciples from the Martial Dojo of Limits. Their faces were filled with worship as they looked at the 2 fighting on the arena. The 2 on the arena did not use any treasures from start to end. They were purely clashing with their fleshy bodies, and any angle could be used as a killing weapon. Awesome! After another clash, the 2 of them separated and stood at one end, gasping for breath. Just previously, they had clashed more than 10,000 times. That consumption was huge, and neither could withstand it. I haven't felt so refreshed for a very long time. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master panted. You are indeed someone who could pass through the trial of teacher. Lin Fei was also panting. Me too. Without using the prestige support system, Lin Fei fought to his heart's content. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was a good opponent. Ever since he flipped through the information on the Cosmos God level, Lin Fei felt something in his heart. Thus, he proposed to spar with Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. After that, they would fight on the arena every day, and the Limit Arena was able to withstand the explosive strength of their fleshy bodies. They would stop every time. It was inevitable that there would be some injuries on their bodies. To them, this kind of injury was really nothing. Junior disciple brother, your close combat experience is very rich. I don't have much to teach you. Lin Fei and Heaven's Limit Tavern Master were soaking in a medicinal pool. This medicinal pool was famous. It was personally constructed by a final cosmos god. Many world treasures were added in, and ordinary deities would explode in less than 3 breaths of time. Only people like Lin Fei and the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master could withstand it and absorb the effects of the medicine. Thank you for your guidance, master. A battle at the Cosmos God level wasn't as grand as one would imagine. On the contrary, at this level, the battles had also become more subdivided. For instance, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was a close combat cultivator. Within the eternal cosmos, very few people liked to engage in close combat, especially those powerful existences like the ultimate cosmos gods. Once such an expert got close to you, you wouldn't be able to block him. The other school of thought was the school of spells. Battles at the cosmos god level were different. These were the 2 biggest battle sections. As for the other sects, their influence was average. Cosmos gods were also divided into 3 levels. The first level was to condense a world within one's body. With a world, one's body would produce world energy. World energy was a special kind of energy, and at the first step, it could quickly heal one's injuries. The second level was to use the power of the world. The power of the world contained an extremely strong power. When it was unleashed, its might was very formidable. The third level, world form, perfection. Reaching this level, the perfect world could give birth to all sorts of treasures. You would become the sole god of this world. The first 2 levels were easy, but the third level was too difficult. I've just received news that someone from the Star River Mansion is here. You have an item that belongs to them, and now they are here to take it back. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master brought over 2 cups of wine and passed one to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a sip in satisfaction. You want me to hand it over? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master glanced at Lin Fei. This will depend on you. The influence of the Star River Mansion is huge, unless Junior Disciple Brother plans to conceal your identity and roam the world. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, things aren't that bad. I wonder if Dojo Master can help me spread the news that I'm planning on auctioning all my treasures at the Dojo of Limits in Dark City in a month. You want to auction it? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master could not understand. Of course. Lin Fei said, those items are useless to me. As for me, I like the power of faith a lot. If anyone can take out the power of faith, I will be happy to sell it to them. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master was momentarily speechless. Auctioning off the treasures collected by his master. This idea really made him speechless. After thinking about it carefully, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master felt that this bold idea was quite reasonable. If he auctioned it off, he believed that those who were hostile to him would definitely be happy to do it. Anyone would be willing to do something that could make their enemy unhappy. Aren't you afraid that doing this will attract huge trouble? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master asked in a serious tone. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm not afraid of trouble. All right, I'll help you with this matter. In the Extreme Tavern, they really wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master laughed. I'm very happy to do anything that can make them unhappy. I believe that if my master knew about this, he would also be very happy. Let's see them fight each other. With a series of actions by Heaven's Limit Tavern Master. This news soon spread across the restaurants and inns. At the same time, the Extreme Martial School posted an announcement. There was only one meaning on it. A month later, the Extreme Martial School would be auctioning off the treasures left behind by the old ancestor. As for what the treasures were, it was not mentioned. Those who knew about it were clear. When this news was released, everyone was shocked into a mess. They could not understand why the Extreme Martial School would do this. This was simply offending everyone. Unless that Heaven's Limit Tavern Master wanted to become the public enemy? In the past, the ultimate cosmos god could. But the current Heaven's Limit Tavern Master, no matter how one looked at it, was clearly lacking. He could not reproduce the glory of that old ancestor. Heaven's Limit Tavern Master is seeking death. After Luo Junting heard it, he sneered. I really wonder how he came up with such a foolish idea. That ultimate cosmos god came to the Dark City in the past and constructed the Limit Arena. Eventually, he died in meditation. After he died, many experts attempted to invade the Limit Martial Dojo, yet none succeeded. Instead, a batch of them were killed by that ultimate cosmos god. From then on, nobody dared to have such thoughts. This time, Heaven's Limit Tavern Master dared to auction off the treasures left behind by an ultimate cosmos god. That was akin to slapping everyone's faces, and none of them would be happy about it. That ultimate cosmos god beat up many people in the past, causing him to have enemies all over the world. Many organizations that suffered losses did not dare to publicize it. If he were to auction off the treasures this time, where would they put their faces? Heaven's Limit Tavern Master had poked a hornet's nest. Chapter 3375. After the automatic message was sent out, several great prefectures in the vicinity received the news at the first instance. The treasure left behind by a peak cosmos god in the past had been taken out. This was not the main point. What was important was that bastard wanted to auction it. Auction. Nobody could accept this, especially those clans and sects which had their treasures stolen in the past. At this moment, none of them could remain calm. Needless to say, those clans and superpowers had sent their elders over to the wasteland of death. This place, which had been forgotten by others, had become extremely lively. Being the only entrance to the wasteland of death, a group of people would appear every once in a while from the Star River Prefecture. These people had extraordinary origins. Everyone knew that something huge was about to happen in the wasteland of death. As the natives of the wasteland of death, they were unlucky. These people were very daring. During this period of time, they had ambushed the teams, yet they were all killed. Very soon, the natives hid themselves, and the entire wasteland of death entered a temporary state of peace. Luo Junting, the city master of the Dark City, was not idle either. He was constantly inviting people. Being the city master of this place, coupled with his cosmos god strength, nobody dared to belittle this Luo Junting. Guard Captain Bai, you are finally here. Luo Junting received an esteemed guest. He was none other than Guard Captain Bai from the Star River Guard. Luo City Master, it is rare for this dark city of yours to be lively. Guard Captain Bai smiled insincerely. Luo Junting pretended to have a headache. AI. Let's not talk about it. This matter is terrible. Currently, many big shots have gathered in the Dark City, and even I, the City Master, have to stand by the side. Guard Captain Bai guffawed. Luo City Master, how can we be friends? As long as you manage the people in the Dark City well, those big shots won't make things difficult for you. By then, I'll help you put in a good word for them. I believe they will give you face. Luo Junting felt grateful. Many thanks, Guard Captain Bai. All right, this is the person we discovered. I wonder if he is the person Guard Captain Bai wants. A recording stone was brought out. Guard Captain Bai took it and looked inside. Luo City Master, I have to thank you this time. This person is the murderer of the Li clan. Luo Junting chuckled. It is also a coincidence for us. But this person has a mysterious origin. Currently, he has formed a relationship with that Celestial Pole Tavern Master and even obtained a treasure left behind by a cosmos god. Captain White, you should pay attention to him. Imperial Guard Captain Bai coldly snorted. If it were a limitless cosmos god, we would naturally give him some face. But who does Celestial Pole Tavern Master think he is? If our Celestial River Guard wants to capture someone, nobody would dare to not hand him over. After confirming the identity of the person, Captain Bai didn't stay for long before he left. He was very satisfied with Luo Junting's performance. A fellow who came from a small place dares to impersonate a huge clan, but he has quite a lot of treasures on him. He could even pass the trial of a peak cosmos god. As soon as Guard Bai came out, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He turned around and mounted his mount. To the dojo of limits. Governor, if we do this, won't we offend Captain Bai, or even those people? Within the city master residence, a trusted aide asked. Luo Junting was in a good mood. He glanced at his trusted aide. This is me giving a contribution to Captain Bai. This place is closest to the Celestial River Guard, and we can't interfere. But that doesn't mean the Celestial River Guard can't. As for those huge clans, it is the same. Who knows, they might even be rewarded after this matter is completed. Luo Junting could not eat such a huge piece of meat, and did not dare to do so. But the Celestial River Guard could. This show is getting more and more interesting. Dojo of Limits. Following the news of the auction, there were many people watching outside the dojo every day. According to the news, everyone knew that the black-robed man was going to auction the treasures left behind by a peak cosmos god. Even though it was vague, everyone could hear it. Madman, this was what everyone was thinking. Many scouts were currently watching the dojo of Limits. The houses opposite and even nearby had all been bought at a high price. One could say that the entire dojo of Limits had been surrounded. Every single movement could not be hidden from the eyes of the scouts. How many people do you think will come this time? Who knows? But we can at least confirm one thing. There will definitely be many big characters. Who knows? It might be a rare gathering of cosmos gods. Hurry up and look. There seems to be a group of people coming. Wait, that seems to be the Celestial River Guard. This time, Captain Bai did not bring many people with him. There were only 50 of them, and they formed a small team. Even though there were not many people, with the equipment and status of the Celestial River Guard, nobody dared to take the initiative to act against them. This was a superpower controlled by the Holy Church. Who would dare to belittle them? Captain Bai understood the thoughts of that city master. He was merely using him as a tool. This news came not too early nor too late. Yet he did not know what to say. Capturing a person who killed a disciple of the Li clan was a small matter to Captain Bai. But now it was different. A small matter turned into a big matter, and a big matter turned into a good thing. Sir, the dojo of Limits is right in front. Captain Bai was clear about the dojo of Limits. In the past, that person was the shit-stirrer of the eternal cosmos, causing many to suffer. But it was such a person that nobody could do anything to. The word limit gave everyone a great deal of pressure. Captain Bai brought his people to the front of the dojo of Limits. Immediately, a subordinate came. We are from the Celestial River Guard. Open the formation immediately. The Celestial River Guard was always this straightforward. When the disciple guarding the gate heard this, his legs trembled. Celestial River Guard. Dojo Master, this is bad. Just as Lin Fei and the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master were chatting, the disciple rushed in with a pale face. Celestial River Guard, the Celestial River Guard is here. The disciple pointed outside. They are coming in. In the eternal cosmos, no matter what kind of guard it was, they could not be offended. They represented the orthodox position, and nobody would not be afraid of them. When the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master heard this, he frowned. Why are they here? I don't know either. The disciple shook his head. If other big shots came, the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master would not be worried. However, the Celestial River Guard was different. They were more tyrannical and stood on the side of reason. This matter is going to be troublesome. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master stood up. Are the Celestial River Guards so frightening? Lin Fei could feel a strand of uneasiness from this person. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was not angered. He explained, You don't know how formidable the Celestial River Guards are. In the eternal cosmos, clans and sects can be offended, But those with guards can't be offended. Especially the eternal guards. They specialize in suppressing cosmos gods and are the #1 combat power. At the same time, they are a sharp sword pressing down on everyone. If that was the case, everything was normal. Chapter 3376. Guard Leader by brought the Star River Guard to the entrance of the Extreme Martial School. The news spread like the wind. It's good that the Star River Guard came. Who said it wasn't? Let's see if the Extreme Martial School has any other methods, unless they want to become enemies with the Star River Guard. Those who become enemies with the Star River Guard won't have a good ending. Those hiding in the distance began rejoicing in the misfortune of the Extreme Martial School. Everyone hoped that the Extreme Martial School would suffer. Barge in? They didn't dare to. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was strengthened within the Extreme Martial School. Without seeing Peach Blossom Prince and Death Cosmos God suffer, he didn't dare to barge in. One could see what kind of impression the Extreme Martial School had in the hearts of the masses. Guard Leader by soon met the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Guard Leader by said arrogantly. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master prepared himself, but this Guard Leader by didn't give him any face. He smiled. Sir Bai is too serious. I'm more than happy that the Star River Guard is here. Guard Leader by snorted. It's good that you know. My motive this time is simple. That junior disciple brother of yours has committed a huge crime. Are you going to bring him out yourself, or should I bring someone to bring him out? Direct and tyrannical. The Star River Guard was indeed domineering. Standing behind them was the Eternal Church, the ruler of this cosmos. Arresting someone was just a matter of a few words. There was a saying in the Eternal Cosmos. You can offend anyone, but don't offend the Church. At that time, it would be hard for you to survive. Everyone had a deep understanding of this saying. Countless people had fallen in the hands of the Church. Everyone was waiting to see how the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master would reply. If he was careless, the Extreme Martial School would be in trouble. Nobody could resist against the Star River Guard. They represented the general trend. If they said you are guilty, then you are guilty. The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master's expression tightened. Ah, he committed a huge crime. How can this be? He went into closed-door cultivation not long ago, saying that he wanted to comprehend something. If it's true, I will definitely not agree. Closed-door cultivation? Guard Leader by coldly said. That's right. He said that he recently comprehended something and went into closed-door cultivation. Guard Leader by didn't wish for this trip to be in vain. He believed that the leader would not dare to cheat him. Capture. Guard Captain Bai did not dare to delay. It would be strange if he didn't have any secret treasures on him. He said he was going into seclusion, but he might actually be running away. If he ran away this time, he didn't know how long it would take to catch him again. He didn't want to be labeled as incompetent. Because of this matter, the Li family had urged him several times. If they could bring him back, it would definitely be a great merit. The Empyrean Vault Master personally led the way. The Dojo of Limits could be considered a small space. It was no different from Senfu. Similarly, there were many great formations set up inside, and there was a dangerous aura everywhere. Guard Captain Bai wasn't worried at all. The Celestial River Guard was a huge flag. Even if the Empyrean Embassy Master was given 100 guts, he still wouldn't dare to make a move. Moreover, there were so many people outside. Suppress me? It wasn't that easy. Captain Bai was very indifferent, walking at a moderate pace. Seal. Rumble. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master, who was walking in front, suddenly disappeared. A large array appeared out of nowhere and descended above the White Guard Captain, forming a sealed space. Empyrean Pole Tavern Master, you've got guts. Under the cover of the large array, the Celestial River Guard behind Captain Bai immediately reacted. They took out a treasure and created an independent space. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master reappeared. Worthy of being a Celestial River Guard. Their reaction speed is so fast. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master has always been afraid of the Celestial River Guard. This time, for his junior brother, he was willing to risk it all. But you shouldn't have made a move against my junior brother. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Captain Bai was very calm. You think you can trap me like this? Not to mention, the people outside saw me bringing people in. If anything happens, your dojo of limits won't have a good ending. Then what if I don't kill you? The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master said. For example, controlling you. Coincidentally, Master left behind a technique to do so. Captain Bai laughed. Not bad, not bad. You've got guts to want to control me. No one has ever dared to say such words. Now, I'll let you experience the power of the Celestial River Guard. The Celestial River Guard made his move. With a set of combined attack techniques, all of them turned into a black stream of light. The stream of light spun continuously, causing the entire space to tremble in an instant. Attack-breaking array. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master controlled the array. All kinds of restrictions attacked the Celestial River Guard's array. Seeing the Celestial River Guard's attack-breaking array, the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master secretly took a deep breath. Even the Celestial River Guard has mastered this. Empyrean Pole Tavern Master, how is it? How is our Celestial River Guard's attack-breaking array? Captain Bai laughed. Under the attack of the attack-breaking array, the array enveloping them was slowly torn apart. This was a very special attack technique. The perfect array was slowly shaking. The gap became bigger and bigger. The array became unstable. In this world, no array can stop the attack of the attack-breaking array. Captain Bai said proudly, Originally, I didn't plan to deal with you so quickly. Since you took the initiative, I can only say that your luck is bad. The array continued to collapse. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master summoned another array and enveloped the array that was on the verge of collapse. Your Celestial River Guard's attack-breaking array is indeed powerful. Can even find a flaw in Master's array. I wonder if Lord Bai will still have the confidence to destroy your Celestial River Guard. The Empyrean Pole Tavern Master charged in. With a wave of his hand, he blasted out a war hammer art. Captain Bai seemed to have expected that the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master would make a move. If you want to kill them, you will have to ask me first. A sharp saber light slashed over. This saber light was very thin as it slashed towards the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master's wrist. Rip! The saber light was even faster than the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master's fist. Fresh blood flowed down as a wound appeared on the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master's wrist. How does it feel? Captain Bai wielded his saber and slashed at the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master. His movements were extremely fast. In an instant, the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master was enveloped by the saber light. His powerful fleshly body was sliced open. After several attacks, the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master was unable to break through the saber light. This is the Cosmos Saber art inherited from the Holy See. It is specially used to deal with body refinement experts. This weapon is even bestowed by the Holy See. Can increase one's speed. Regardless of which one it is, it will be able to restrain you. Captain Bai's attack was fast and his saber art was sharp and overbearing. He was almost sticking to the Empyrean Pole Tavern Master. Chapter 3377. The Empyrean Pole Dojo Master and Guard Captain Bai exchanged moves very quickly. All of this fell into Lin Fei's eyes. With the upgrade system, Lin Fei had a clearer view of the situation. He was actually very surprised by the Empyrean Pole Dojo's method. He originally thought that there would be a solution, but it turned out to be this. This Captain Bai is also very powerful. The other party's Cosmos Saber arts were very powerful, and every single one of them was incomparably sharp. Just like what he said, they specialized in breaking through body refinement. The Cosmos Divine weapon in his hands was also very impressive, and it could indirectly increase his attack speed. With their assistance, Guard Captain Bai had an even greater advantage. The fighting strength of the Empyrean Skypole Dojo's master was also explosive. His strength was ferocious and frightening. However, it just so happened that he encountered Captain Bai's saber technique, which was able to restrain him to a certain extent. Although Captain Bai had the upper hand, he was still unable to defeat the Empyrean Pole Dojo Master in a short period of time. That powerful fleshy body was filled with many blade scars, yet he could not injure Celestial Peak Tavern Master at all. This was a battle between cosmos gods. If it wasn't absolute power, it wouldn't be that easy to suppress. The formation is about to break. The Celestial River Guard's breaking array was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. To think that such a method existed in the universe. Fierce, absolutely fierce to the point of being a complete mess. I can't let this continue. This matter started because of me. I can't let the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master take the blame. Moreover, the Imperial Guard captain has come this time. His status in the Celestial River Guard isn't low. Such a character is truly a good thing. Lin Fei laughed. Guard captain Bai continued to attack the Empyrean Pole Dojo master. The Universe Saber technique was executed without restraint. The Empyrean Fate Dojo's master was constantly in the middle of the Saber technique's attacks. Every saber light was like the wind. Master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo, your great array is about to be broken. Your disciples will be slaughtered. It's a pity if they die. If you surrender now, you can spare their lives. Bodyguard Bai slashed with his saber and glanced at the formation that was about to be broken. Shameless. With a thought, the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master suffered several more wounds on his body. Dream on. The Empyrean Pole Dojo master kept smashing his fists against the incoming blade lights. Unfortunately, the blade lights had a certain degree of penetration. Seal. A low voice sounded in everyone's ears. A vast expanse of white cold air appeared. The cold air landed on the Celestial River Guard's body at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it passed through the spatial protection, and a layer of white frost appeared on the soles of his feet and quickly covered his entire body. The speed at which the cold air covered was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the Celestial River Guards had all turned into ice sculptures. Who is it? Guard Captain Bai brandished his sword in an impenetrable manner in an attempt to block the onslaught of the cold air. However, when the blade light struck the cold air, the blade light was completely frozen. The cold continued to invade. The White Guard Captain retreated. The terrifying cold intent gushed over. His Cosmos Divine weapon started to be covered in cold chi, turning into a sheet of ice. His strength was unable to withstand the cold chi, and the cold chi flowed along the blade of his saber, forcing him to give up on his Cosmos Divine weapon. The owner of the Empyrean Pole Dojo was also dumbfounded. This cold chi made him feel fearful, and it was a kind of cold chi that couldn't be resisted. Captain Bai retreated quickly, but he couldn't withstand the speed of the cold air. First, it hit his feet. After shattering them, the cold air continued to cover his lower body, and finally his upper body. I am actually frozen. How powerful was the White Guard Captain? Yet at this moment he couldn't move at all. Only his head was left, and his entire body was no different from an ice sculpture. Heaven's Limit Dojo Master. There is actually such an expert hidden in your dojo. The frozen White Guard Captain did not die. All the energy in his body was frozen. At this moment, the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master was confused. Other than him, there were no other experts in his Limit Dojo. But the current situation was truly out of his expectations. Sir White, my teacher has passed away in meditation. Naturally, he would leave behind some techniques. Are you convinced of your defeat? The Heaven's Limit Dojo Master seemed to have guessed who the other party was. Thus, he acted mysterious as he spoke to the White Guard Captain. Good. I have truly underestimated you. The White Guard Captain felt his heart trembling. He had truly forgotten about the fame of the ultimate cosmos god in the past. That person was famous across the entire eternal cosmos. But your Limit Dojo should be prepared to wait for the revenge of the Celestial River Guards. Just a moment ago, I have already sent out the news that you are dead. After a huge somersault, the White Guard Captain looked at the Heaven's Limit Dojo Master with eyes filled with killing intent and resentment. Then I am truly sorry. This news of yours can no longer be sent out. Within the array, a figure walked out. It was a smiling Lin Fei. I have to thank you for sending me such a talent from afar. It's you killed someone from the Li clan. The White Guard Captain seemed to have understood something. Just now, it was you who acted. This was the first time the Heaven's Limit Dojo master discovered that he had underestimated this junior disciple brother of his. The other party was much more mysterious than he had imagined. This white guard captain had a combat power that even he could not suppress, yet he could not even block a single move from his junior disciple brother. Such unfathomable methods. You guessed it. Lin Fei beamed. The Li clan is truly persevering. They could actually find out who I am. What a pity that they sent the wrong person. Humph, don't be too pleased with yourself. Today, your extreme dojo is finished. And you brat, no matter what methods you use, the Star River Guard will not let you off. The White Guard captain sneered. You sealed me in ice because you don't dare to kill me. Now you better let us go. Maybe I will leave your corpse intact. Ha ha ha, intact corpse? In your dreams. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Enslave. Lin Fei extended his hands and drew two strange runes. A Jingguang rushed out from the runes and entered the terrified White Guard captain's body. The White Guard captain's face turned sinister. You, don't even think about it. The White Guard captain, who was resisting with all his might, could not last for more than 3 breaths of time. His expression suddenly changed and the ice on his body dissipated. By Outyin Greet's master, his expression became incomparably fanatical. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master sucked in a breath of cold air. Junior disciple brother, you controlled him. Lin Fei nodded. That's right. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master secretly rejoiced that he didn't have any thoughts about this junior disciple brother. Mysterious. This was the Heaven's Limit Dojo master's words. He couldn't even see through such a method. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. Junior disciple brother is amazing. If master knew, he would definitely be very happy. The Heaven's Limit Dojo master smiled. What about the others? Just kill them. Lin Fei said. As long as the White Guard captain is here, everything will be fine. Bai Outyin lowered his head. Master is right. It doesn't matter if a mere Star River Guard dies, as long as someone is willing to take the blame. Then who do you think can do it? Dark City's City Lord Luo Junting, Bai Outyin said. Chapter 3378. Star River Guard Captain Bai brought his men into the dojo of limits. Who knows how many people were secretly gloating. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the Star River Guard had beaten him to it. The items left behind by the ultimate cosmos gods had landed in the hands of the Celestial River Guards, and it was not an easy task to get them out. On one hand, everyone was gloating. On the other hand, they were conflicted. Should they ambush the Star River Guard? It was a very simple question. Unfortunately, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't find a suitable method. The Star River Guards were not easy to deal with. From the bottom of their hearts, they only hoped that the Dojo of Limits and the Star River Guard would have a big fight. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. That would be the happiest thing for everyone. Maybe they could even call their friends and have a few drinks. The Dojo of Limits looked calm and peaceful. If it wasn't for the Dojo of Limits formation, they really wouldn't mind going in to take a look. Soon, a day had passed. Guard Bai still didn't come out, nor did he see anyone from the Dojo of Limits. Everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense. Everyone wanted to know the final result. No one thought the Dojo of Limits would resist. They were from the Eternal Church, after all. Just hearing the words Eternal Church was enough to move anyone, let alone attack. They're out. In the middle of the night, the White Guard captain from the Extreme Dojo came out. Behind him was the Heavens Pole Dojo's master. The two were chatting and laughing, but they didn't see the black-clothed man. Strange. Why did Guard Captain Bai come out empty-handed? What about him? Don't tell me he's been killed. When the people in the distance saw this, they were all stunned. Then, they couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It was good that they didn't catch him. Guard Bai brought his people and left the Dojo of Limits. The people who followed him saw the captain of the White Guard leave the Dark City. His actions were truly unexpected. Was this the end of it? No matter how one looked at it, it was inconceivable. Isn't that man in black at the Dojo of Limits? For a moment, Everyone couldn't help but admire the methods of the Empyrean Pole Dojo's master. That guard captain Bai had a great background, yet he was still able to convince him in such a situation. If this wasn't a good method, then what else could it be? Not good. The Star River Guard has been ambushed outside. Not long after the Star River Guard left, a piece of bad news spread. Some people saw Captain Bai returning to the Dark City with injuries all over his body. Everyone's heart tightened when they saw this scene. They all started guessing who had the guts to make such a move. Was it worth it? Regardless of whether it was worth it or not, something big had happened. Anyone who dared to make a move against the Celestial River Guards would never have a good ending. The big shots of Darkness City started to worry, and they started to suspect each other. They were even cursing each other in their hearts for being stupid. How could they make a move at a time like this? That was a Star River Guard. Guard Captain Bai has gone to the City Lord's mansion. The spy keeping an eye on Captain Bai once again sent back bad news. City Lord Luo Junting did this? Everyone had the same thought. The people of Dark City could no longer remain calm. This was akin to playing with fire. In the City Lord residence, Luo Junting was in a good mood. It was rare for him to find a group of dancers, and they danced in front of him. Their melodious voices echoed throughout the City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord closed his eyes in satisfaction. Master of the Empyrean Pole Dojo, if you had sided with me, you wouldn't be in such trouble now. What a pity! With his eyes closed, Luo Junting could already imagine the end of the Dojo of Limits. Regardless of whether the Empyrean's Limit Dojo's master resisted or not, he had ways to make sure that the Empyrean's Limit Dojo's master didn't have a good time. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to escape from harboring a criminal. Pong pong pong. Suddenly, a few muffled sounds could be heard. It was as if something had smashed in. The surrounding dancers screamed in fear. Luo Junting's mood turned bad. He opened his eyes and said, "That bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold face appeared in his field of vision. If it wasn't Guard Captain Bai, who else could it be? Master Bai, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Luo Junting originally thought it was that disobedient subordinate. Who would have thought that it was Guard Captain Bai? He really wanted to give himself a slap. At this moment, Guard Captain Bai was in a sorry state. City Lord Luo, you're really good. Using me as a knife, and then releasing the news to arrange for people to surround me. You really have guts. It seems like you're too stable as a city lord. Guard Captain Bai coldly stared at Luo Junting. Only now did Luo Junting notice Guard Captain Bai's appearance. His face suddenly changed. Even if he was stupid, he would have realized that he had gotten into big trouble today. Master Bai, listen to my explanation. This matter isn't like what you said. Of course, Luo Junting had to explain. If he didn't, he would have to face the revenge of the Star River Guard, and the City Lord could forget about leaving. If he was targeted by the Star River Guard, the three subordinates would definitely deal with him. Luo Junting didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Explanation? Bai Outyen sneered. With a flip of his hand, his weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed. Master Bai, listen to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing. You're a Star River Guard. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. A set of battle armor floated in front of Luo Junting. The moment he put it on, he noticed that this battle armor, which he had spent a lot of money to obtain, was covered in countless scars. It was a ghastly sight. Luo Junting knew that Guard Captain Bai's saber technique was impressive. But after experiencing it for himself, he realized how terrifying it was. Every attack was so powerful that he couldn't even resist. It's a misunderstanding. You really know how to talk. If it weren't for you, this lord wouldn't have been injured and ambushed. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about becoming a city lord. Prepare to become a corpse. Bai Outyen's saber technique came from the Eternal Church. Luo Junting had been taken advantage of by his opponent. Now that he was a step behind, he could only passively defend. Blade after blade landed on Luo Junting's body. Luo Junting couldn't resist at all. Luo Junting was clear that he had been tricked. However, he had no idea how to solve the problem in front of him. From the looks of it, if he couldn't solve it today, he would definitely die. Under guard Captain Bai's saber technique, Luo Junting had no chance of winning. Dojo of Limits. Lin Fei was currently watching an exciting scene. Through Bai Outyen, Mo Wuji was able to see everything that happened in Dark City clearly. Under the envelopment of Bai Outyen's saber technique, this Cosmos God City Lord was completely suppressed. How dare you leak information? Serves you right. Lin Fei was rather curious. After asking around, he found out that Luo Junting was the one who found Bai Outyen. He had to vent his anger. Hence, this scene happened. He wanted to make this Dark City Lord a scapegoat, and at the same time extort some faith energy from him. Dark City is going to admit defeat. Under Bai Outyen's words, Luo Junting decisively chose to admit defeat. If he was killed on the spot, it would be a huge loss. 10 breaths later, Luo Junting admitted defeat. He allowed the saber to be placed on his neck. Cold sweat flowed down his back, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Bai, as long as you let me off and spare my life, I will agree to any condition. At this crucial moment, this person was an intelligent person. In order to live, he was willing to pay a huge price.